Blue Harmony. Written by Mary Kelly Reid. Narrated by Madelyn, Mason, and several other performers from Google. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. All rights reserved. Copyright 2018 by Mary Kelly Reid and 7 Seasons. Second edition 2021. Production, copyright 2022 by Mary Kelly Reid and 7 Seasons. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, without the written permission of the publisher, except when permitted by law. For my sister, because Santorini knew how to make your heart sing. Because one day you will write your story, and you will make the journey of which you dream about. Chapter 1.
I'm so happy with your choice, Amy. Santorini is like heaven on earth.
Allison's voice pulls me out of my daze. I agree with her. Santorini is a Mediterranean paradise. Fira, where our hotel is situated, is a cosmopolitan town facing the volcano. Its postcard image, with numerous boutiques, restaurants, and cafes, invites us to explore its lively streets day and night. But my eyes are not focused on the gorgeous view of the Aegean Sea. Instead, I'm thinking about the real reason I chose this destination for our vacation, and I can't help but wonder how Zoe and Allison will react when I disclose to them why we're actually here. We take a week-long vacation together every year, and this year, it was my turn to pick the destination. My friends agreed with my choice, no questions asked, but I still haven't summoned the courage to tell them about my plan. We're sitting on the patio, enjoying some fresh fruit cocktails while discussing our plans for the week. As Zoe tells us how eager she is to see the volcano, I interrupt her. If you had a chance to change the past by reliving one moment of your life, which moment would you choose? Zoe eyes me warily, but Allison sits up in her chair and claps her hands joyfully.
I love these types of questions.
With her emerald eyes and heart-shaped face, Allison doesn't look a day older than 22, yet she is a successful 27-year-old bakery entrepreneur. Of the three of us, she's the one who always sees the brighter side of life and tries to keep the peace.
Do you want an actual answer, or are you beating around the bush because you have something else you'd like to talk about?
As a lawyer, Zoe always asks 100 questions before venturing to give an answer. Well, maybe. I trail off, deciding to wait for their response. I know when they find out why I chose Santorini, they'll not only be surprised but also worried and even mad at me for not being honest with them from the get-go. At least, the hotel I've booked for us is incredible, with luxurious amenities including room service, a spa, a pool, and a terraced layout that allows for awe-inspiring views from every floor. Each room is unique, with a private balcony facing the sea. Hopefully, its charm will make them forget the rest. To be honest though, I had no choice regarding our destination if I wanted my plan to work. I'm just lucky it's such an idyllic place. When we arrived this morning, we savored a fabulous breakfast of fresh fruits and succulent small tyriopotes and spanakopitaes, pies of spinach, feta cheese, and seasonings baked in phyllo, on the balcony of my room overlooking the entire caldera. Now we're enjoying the clear skies and sunshine by the massive pool, sipping a delicious melon and peach cocktail. I can't wait to watch the sunset from this patio later.
I have so many regrets that it would be difficult to pick just one.
Allison's eyes shine with humor.
Where to start? My love life or my career?
Zoe gives her a doubtful look.
Are you serious? Personally, I don't have any regrets. I don't understand how people claim to regret the things they didn't try or say. If they chose not to do something, they didn't want it enough. Not to mention that, statistically speaking, you're more likely to regret something you did do.
Allison smiles sweetly before challenging her.
Is that true? Because if my memory serves me correctly, you're the one who's always complaining you weren't firm enough with a client, bold enough with a man, or more available for your friends.
She turns to me.
Those are the kinds of regrets you're talking about, right, Amy?
That's right. Whether your regrets are big or small, you can't claim that you don't have any, Zoe.
Okay, I misspoke. I indeed complain about things I don't think I handled well, but that's only because I'm a perfectionist. You've told me 1,000 times I shouldn't worry about things that aren't worth the trouble. Therefore, those aren't life-altering regrets. That's all I'm saying.
As I look out across the terrace to the skyline, I go through my reasoning behind my choice to spend our vacation here. Girls, picture it, I prompt them. You have the chance to go back in time and face a fear that kept you from moving forward, confront someone who hurt you and got away with it, relive a magical moment you didn't fully appreciate at the time. Which moment would you pick? Allison pouts adorably.
Just off the top of my head, I'd go back to my first baking contest, when Jake Matthews described my apple pie as tasteless. I'd make him eat the whole thing.
It's so rare to see Allison riled up that Zoe and I both burst out laughing. Zoe leans toward me.
Why don't you tell us the moment you choose? You never say anything without a reason. I know you.
Her closeness makes me feel at ease, like I could confess anything to her. Allison nods.
I agree. Something has been bothering you lately. By the way, what was Melissa talking about on the phone this morning when she said, the past should only be stirred with caution? Does it have anything to do with your question?
Melissa, my best friend, called when we arrived to make sure we had landed safely. She wasn't able to come with us this time because Reed, her boyfriend, surprised her with a romantic getaway. She's the only one who knows why I'm truly here. In fact, it's partly because of her I decided to stir up my past, as she aptly put it. I watch a hotel guest dive into the sparkling pool, the ripples creating waves, and I brace myself for the inevitable. It's my turn to dive in and tell Allison and Zoe the truth. You'll understand when I tell you why I chose Santorini for our vacation. Just promise me you won't hit the ceiling after hearing my plan. Zoe waves her hand impatiently.
Spill it. You're scaring me.
Do you remember Steven, the guy they first went out with a few times last spring? Remember how I wasn't able to make it work with him?
Yes. You said the relationship lacked magic, the kind of connection you've been looking for since.
Zoe trails off, so I complete her sentence. Since Ethan. You can say his name. Allison stops sipping her cocktail.
Have you changed your mind?
Absolutely not. However, I realized the reason I was so reluctant to pursue a relationship with Steven was because of what happened between Ethan and me years ago. Their cries pierce my eardrums.
I knew it.
Zoe boasts.
I knew you hadn't forgotten Ethan.
Is it true? Do you still have feelings for him?
Allison's eyes widen. Not at all. I frown at Zoe, who is rolling her eyes. I don't have romantic feelings for him. That said, I do think the reason I can't commit to a new relationship is that I can't forget what he did. I'm afraid I'll get attached to another man, and I'll let him break my heart just like I did with Ethan. Even just saying these words brings back the old feelings of betrayal and hurt. I pause and blink away the tears that are blurring my vision. Zoe sighs deeply.
I'm not surprised. I always said you needed closure.
You were right. I didn't have the courage to get closure at the time. The thought of facing him was too painful. However, I'm determined to get it now.
Hence the topic of regrets.
Allison nods her head in understanding.
Do you need to put a strategy in place?
Zoe asks.
If that's the case, this is the perfect time to draw up an action plan. Just say the word.
I smile. Zoe is definitely the person you'd want by your side when you have a goal in mind and need to figure out how to achieve it. Actually, I already have a plan. Allison taps her fingers on her glass.
Why am I getting nervous about what you're going to say next?
Don't worry, my plan is simple. I was talking with Melissa and Aaron a few weeks ago about our past regrets, and we were musing about how wonderful it would be to get a second chance, to have an app that could take us back to those moments so we could do things differently. We were having fun listing our biggest regrets, and I realized the one thing that still left me with a bitter taste, even after all these years, was that I never asked Ethan for an explanation.
Which is far from surprising.
Zoe says. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I came to the conclusion it could be more than just a conversation. I could actually rewrite my history with Ethan and win my dignity back. I don't need an app, all I need is a little courage. So I've decided to give it a try, and our trip here is my first step. Allison is staring at me with a puzzled expression.
I don't understand.
Ethan is here. Again, the girls let out a scream. Allison's voice is high-pitched.
You mean here? Like here in Santorini or here at the hotel?
Zoe looks disconcerted for the first time.
What is he doing here, and how do you even know that?
Here at the hotel. And please. Ethan isn't some superstar who travels incognito. His employees don't keep his whereabouts a secret. I called his secretary and told her I owned a shoe store and needed to get in touch with him about selling their line. She told me I could contact him after he got back from Santorini. It wasn't hard to get the exact place and dates. All I had to do was chat with her a while and share some vacation stories.
Smart.
Zoe smiles approvingly. Allison frowns, her enthusiasm less evident.
Again, what exactly are you planning to do?
Nothing crazy. I just want to give him a piece of my mind. I need to tell him how much I despise him for what he did to me.
I don't want you to get hurt again.
Allison's concerned tone matches the tone of my heart. I know, Allie. I also know it won't be easy, but what choice do I have? It's been 3 years. Is it normal that I'm still dwelling on what happened back then? This is my chance to settle things once and for all. To get rid of his shadow and move forward with my life. I focus my attention on a couple looking lovingly at each other, sitting at a table a little farther away. I miss this kind of connection, this kind of relationship. I turn toward the girls again. I want to fall in love and be happy, but I don't think I can until I confront him.
If all you want is to tell him a few home truths, why didn't you do it while you were with Steven?
Zoe pushes back.
You could have sorted out the past without ending your relationship. You could have gone to Ethan's office. You've been avoiding him for the past 3 years, and I totally get that, but you didn't have to come to Santorini to meet him. Admit it, you want more than to get rid of his shadow.
I honestly don't know what you mean.
Simple. You want to see Ethan?
Yes, Zoe. Of course, I want to see him. I could have sent him an email or called him, but I want to face him in person. I also could have waited for him to get back, but I wanted our meeting to be on neutral ground. Believe me, this wasn't an easy decision. I thought you two would back me up, that you would be proud of me. Zoe looks anything but proud.
Let me refresh your memory. He cheated on you, and what's worse, you suspected something was going on all along. You brought up the subject, and he unequivocally denied any romantic involvement with her. Yet a few weeks later, you found out he was lying. You were miserable for months, and now you want to relive the whole ordeal? Sorry, but you're asking for trouble. I'm just trying to protect you from getting hurt again.
I cross my arms. Just a moment ago, you were ready to help me strategize. Now you don't want me to do anything at all. I honestly thought Zoe would understand why I need to do this.
You should do it,
Allison says, surprising me.
Yes, it's risky to awaken painful memories, but it's a good idea to talk to Ethan. We don't know what actually happened between him and Bethany. This is your opportunity to clear things up. After all, you've already been through the worst part.
Allison, I do know what happened between them. I mean, I was there. I saw Bethany in her birthday suit with my own 2 eyes. Well, actually, in Ethan's suit, or his shirt at least. Anyway, my goal is to confront him in person and prove to myself that I don't let people walk all over me. Even though I sound confident, I'm also afraid of getting burned. What if I find out Ethan and Bethany are still together? Or what if he tells me he never cared about me? The only reason I'm determined to go through with this is the hope that I'll feel stronger after having demanded an explanation. I need to stand up for myself and then move on.
While I support the idea of talking to him, I worry you won't come out of this unscathed.
Allison says softly. I'm not a naive 24-year-old anymore. I'm 27 and I can confront Ethan, I state with bravado. Zoe shakes her head.
But you see, that's the problem. I'm not sure you can.
I don't blame her for having doubts. From the moment we met, I couldn't resist Ethan. When he looked at me, I felt like he could read my soul. When he smiled at me, I felt like I was the luckiest woman on earth. So when he cheated on me, not only did I feel betrayed, but I also felt like an idiot for trusting him. I believed I was important to him. Maybe confronting him won't change my life like I envision, but I still think it's important to face failures head on. I won't erase all my regrets, but I do have a chance to get closure on this one, at least. I let Ethan walk away scot-free while my world crumbled around me. Now, I want him to give me an explanation in the hopes that it will bring me peace. Zoe's voice interrupts my train of thought.
That said, Allison's right. We don't know exactly what happened. Even for that reason alone, it might be sensible to go through with your plan. Especially since you have successfully passed my test.
Your test? My jaw drops, though I shouldn't be surprised since it's the kind of thing Zoe would do.
Yes, you managed to defend your idea despite my criticism.
Zoe, stop acting like a lawyer. Besides, you both know there's not much room for doubt. I caught him red-handed, I didn't just hear it through the grapevine.
You may not like it when I act like a lawyer, but the fact is, you could never prove Ethan's infidelity before a jury.
So finding a woman wearing nothing but your boyfriend's shirt in his hotel room isn't enough proof? What about the fact he didn't call me afterward, not even to give me some lame excuse? Should I go on? My body tenses as the details of that day fill my mind. I can still picture her smug smile and smell her expensive perfume.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying that sometimes things aren't as obvious as they seem. Either way, I'm on your side and I'll help in whatever way I can.
The more we talk, the more I like your plan.
Allison says.
Honestly, if I could tell Jake Matthews off, I would. I put my life on hold for 2 years because of that idiot.
Zoe vocalizes my thoughts before I can.
Allison, you are an accomplished entrepreneur. You're living your dream, you proved him wrong. Why do you still care about him?
Because it took me quite a while to get to this point. I struggled, and if he hadn't made me doubt myself, I'm sure I would have succeeded earlier.
Zoe, still in lawyer mode, reasons.
Perhaps, but you also may have needed to grow up before you were ready to have your own business. Besides, we're responsible for our decisions. You can't blame it all on Jake Matthews.
Of course we are. I'm not trying to blame him for my choices. Still, we're social beings, and it's normal to be influenced by our friends and enemies. We're not robots. Sometimes a small gesture or a kind word from someone can make a difference in our lives. If he hadn't focused only on the negative but found something positive to say, I would have accepted his critique easier and wouldn't have felt like a total failure.
It's true, I say. Do you think it makes me happy that I'm still affected by something that happened 3 years ago? I watch a woman doing laps in the pool. The water ripples gently with each graceful stroke. I crave peace. I'm ready to move on. I have to do this.
What can we do to help?
Zoe asks. Start by finding out what Ethan's plans are for the upcoming days. I want to know why he's here. The more I know, the better I can fight.
I don't see what he would be doing in an idyllic place like this, besides vacationing. Also, not to rain on your parade, but I doubt he's here alone.
This eventuality has already crossed my mind. That isn't a problem. In fact, I can get my revenge by hitting him where it hurts most. Allison raises her brow.
Get your revenge? I thought you only wanted an explanation so you could get some closure. What has revenge got to do with it?
It's just a phrase, Allie. I don't intend to tie him up and leave him without food and water.
Good, because the word revenge sounds dangerous to me. Most of the time, seeking revenge causes more problems than it solves, I'm afraid.
And here I thought you'd agree with me that Ethan is an idiot who deserves some payback.
You know, Amy, we may have said things like that at the time because we couldn't stand to see you so unhappy, but the truth is.
She stops and twists a strand of her naturally blonde, silky hair, and I study her closely. The truth is,
like Zoe said, sometimes things aren't what they seem. You aren't at fault in any way, but Ethan should have had a chance to explain himself. Maybe there was a legitimate explanation for what you saw.
I make a face. Let's talk about what I saw. He planned a romantic getaway, and when I arrived at the hotel, Bethany opened the door wearing nothing but high heels and my boyfriend's shirt. She informed me that she was spending the weekend with Ethan, adding that he'd be back in a few minutes. What could I have possibly misread?
I don't know, Amy. It's been 3 years and you're finally ready to face him. We can discuss this calmly and consider the possibility she could have been lying.
Lying? She was so confident, she even invited me to wait for him with her. She acted like I was no one. She said, "Oops, he must have gotten mixed up." I even asked the receptionist for Ethan Anderson's room number before taking the elevator, and that's the room they gave me. There's no way I'm mistaken. He had it both ways, and I was so naive I blindly trusted him when he denied any relationship other than professional with her. My voice has risen in indignation, and Allison is biting her lip nervously, her shoulders hunched. I feel guilty for yelling at her, but also frustrated. Why is she defending him?
Even if you're right, you should still give Ethan the benefit of the doubt,
Zoe says, laying a calming hand on Allison's shoulder. I stare at her, stunned. Zoe too. They were supposed to be on my side, not his. Listen to him when? Did he even try to contact me?
Yes, he did. He called while we were on the road, and you hung up on him crying that you'd rather go to hell than ever speak to him again. I was there, remember? You called me to come and get you because you didn't think you should be driving. You insisted on staying alone after I dropped you off, but if I remember correctly, you later told us he tried to get in touch at least once more that evening.
I shrug. My memories of this day are a little fuzzy, but you're right about this. He did try again, but I didn't pick up this time. I was devastated. He said he loved me, and how did he prove it? By cheating on me and barely attempting to explain. A person in love who has nothing to hide would call more than twice before giving up, even if the other person tells them to go to hell. I would have liked to have seen you in my shoes. I jump up from my seat, unable to sit still under the onslaught of their criticism. I have no desire to fight with them, but I can't help feeling a little betrayed. I shouldn't though, even if their words hurt. They were so supportive during that tough time in my life. I'm pacing along the pool's edge, so frustrated at my friends for trying to justify Ethan's behavior that I fail to notice the lounge chair in front of me. I trip over it, crashing right into the pool. I instantly splash my way to the surface, sputtering and swiping at the wet strands of hair clinging to my face. Although no one else is looking at me, I feel embarrassed all the same.
Need a hand.
The familiar deep voice from my past makes my heart skip a beat. I'm suddenly transported back to a time when that voice was my whole world. Ethan. I knew there was a possibility we'd bump into each other by accident. The hotel isn't that big, but in my head, I was planning on being the one to initiate our first encounter. I expected things to go according to my rules. What are the chances this would happen right after I took an involuntary swim? Well, considering my clumsiness, I'd say pretty high. Anyway, I need to regain my composure and a modicum of dignity. I smooth my curly hair back away from my face and exhale calmly. No thanks. I turn toward him slowly, trying to decide if I should get out or swim away and ignore him.
You're not hurt, are you? Give me your hand.
Why the hell won't he go away? I look up, shading my eyes against the sun, and see him standing at the edge of the pool, reaching a hand toward me. Dressed in jeans and a blue shirt paired with a classy pair of shoes, the big smile on his well-defined face awakes memories of happy moments. With his sun-golden hair and his athletic body, he's still the same handsome man who could make my heart stop. Now, on second thought, I don't want to talk to Ethan. Luckily, he's wearing sunglasses, at least I can avoid looking him in the eye. Why did I think I was ready to face him? I need to pull myself together. Okay, you fell into the pool, but at least you're wearing a swimsuit that fits you perfectly. After all, it took you an entire morning to pick it out to make sure you'd look your best. Besides, he no longer has any power over you. I repeat this like a mantra in my head as he waits, his hand still extended toward me. No thanks. You might let go and leave me to drown. My voice didn't tremble. Thank God for small victories. My heart didn't hear what I said though, as it continues to beat wildly.
I was hoping time might have improved your manners.
The girls finally get up and come over to the pool. Zoe's voice is laced with worry as she asks,
Amy, are you okay?
I'm fine, I mutter, but her attention is already elsewhere.
Hi, Ethan.
She greets him as if we're friends having a casual chat. He lowers his hand, turns to them, and nods.
Hi, Zoe. Allison.
Both of them are struggling to keep from laughing, and I throw them a menacing glare. I'm still treading water, feeling like an idiot.
What a pleasant surprise to see you all here.
Ethan smiles, but from the tone of his voice I can tell he doesn't believe this is a coincidence.
This is our annual week of vacation, and this year we decided to indulge in luxury and beauty.
Zoe says. At least, she doesn't mention that I was the one to suggest we come to Santorini.
What are you doing here?
I'm with.
Hello, Ethan. Everyone is wondering where you went off to.
The woman approaching us is tall, with black curls cascading over her shoulders. Even though she's wearing jeans and a modest top, I can't help but notice how beautiful she is. Her slightly tanned skin is glowing, and her smile is stunning.
Sorry, Ariana. I went for a walk, and on my way back I ran into some friends.
Friends. I think, scoffing inside. He has definitely lost touch with reality if he deems us friends. He introduces us, and Ariana says graciously,
What a wonderful surprise. It's nice to meet you. I hope the hotel is to your liking. My family owns it. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask.
She touches Ethan's arm in a familiar way, and I smile wryly. Well, I guess we know what brought him here.
Thanks, that's very nice of you.
Allison says.
It's a gorgeous hotel.
Zoe says, flashing her a genuine smile. Is it my imagination, or am I suddenly invisible?
Girls, I'm busy this afternoon, but we could meet up later tonight.
Ethan suggests. Zoe accepts before I even open my mouth.
Still don't need help?
He asks, turning to me. I detect the amusement in his eyes. If only I could go back to being invisible. I shake my head and swim toward the ladder a few feet away to climb out by myself, my cheeks still burning with embarrassment and indignation. He walks away with Ariana, while Zoe stares at me defiantly.
What? I thought I was doing you a favor. Weren't you just saying you wanted to confront him?
I wring out my hair, splashing pool water at my feet, then make my way back to my chair, where I left my towel. Yes, but I wanted to wait for the right moment. I didn't want to give him the upper hand during our first meeting, and I certainly didn't want him to see me fall into a pool and come up with my hair plastered to my face.
Stop it, Amy. Who cares which one of you suggested getting together later? Either way, this is your chance to have that conversation. By the way, he looked happy to see you.
Maybe he was happy to show me he's dating a Greek goddess while I'm still a klutz going on vacation with my girlfriends. I dry off and wrap the towel around my waist, my enthusiasm about my plan dampened after this encounter.
Hey. We aren't so bad.
Allison protests, propping her hands on her hips, pretending to be offended. Zoe gives me a stern look.
Admit it, you feel threatened by Ariana, and now you're starting to backpedal. You've always had an inferiority complex when it comes to beautiful women, which is utterly ridiculous since you have no reason to be intimidated by them.
I'm not jealous, and I'm not here to win him back. He can date whomever he wants. I haven't changed my mind either, so stop bugging me. I knew the chances he'd be here alone were slim. I was prepared for this. Their laughter takes me by surprise. I narrow my eyes at them. What's so funny?
You get so worked up whenever we bring up Ethan that you end up sounding like a child sometimes.
Zoe explains. No, I don't. I'm not disposed to listen to their judgment. I know I exaggerate at times, but they're supposed to have my back, and smiling at Ethan isn't what I would call being supportive. I flop back down in my lounge chair and dig through my bag for a brush. The warm sun is already drying my hair into a tangled mass.
Sorry.
Allison apologizes when I share my feelings.
We're well aware how hard the whole Ethan incident was for you, and we appreciate the courage it required to come here. We understand how important it is for you to get closure. But Amy, you have to admit Ariana's presence changes things. Now your plan has all the makings of a disaster. It's like something out of a romantic comedy. You're ready to confront Ethan about your past, and then what happens? The stunning rival appears out of nowhere to throw a wrench into your plans.
Zoe chimes in.
Of course, if we want to be the kind of best friends worthy of a romantic comedy, we only have one choice: to be your trusted wingwomen and help take her out of the picture.
And you can finally get your happy ending.
Allison waggles her eyebrows playfully. They grin at me, and I can't stay mad at them. I don't want a happy ending with Ethan. What a preposterous idea.
Oh, please. I'm sure the thought has crossed your mind. You're just too stubborn to admit it. This is about more than standing up for yourself.
Zoe wriggles a finger at me, and I smack it away. So you think I'm so brainless that I would get back with someone who lied and cheated on me? Thanks a lot.
That isn't what I meant.
We're facing each other, frustration mounting in both of us.
You know what? I have a suggestion.
Allison interrupts us and diffuses the rising tension. We stop bickering and look at her expectantly.
Since I love Amy's idea of rewriting a day of our life, I'll follow her example. Why don't we all do it and share our journeys on a blog? We could call it My Day.
Zoe loses her scowl and smiles at Allison.
That's a great idea. How do we set this up?
I'll design the blog since I have experience from my recipe blog and…
She ponders before saying,
Amy, perhaps the first entry could be your account of how this whole thing started. Who knows? Maybe we'll inspire other people. We can help those who failed to assert themselves in the past and encourage them to rewrite their story. We can turn the blog into a space where everyone can share their stories.
Allison's suggestion doesn't surprise me. She's always coming up with outside-the-box ideas. For her bakery, that means creating pies with fun and original names. My favorite creations are the Frozen Kiss, a no-bake pie with cherries filled with a frozen heart of chocolate, and the Singing Pie, made of pears with a mixture of chocolate and pear liqueur.
This could be interesting.
Zoe's eyes gleam with anticipation.
Before we become bloggers, though, let's get dolled up for this evening with Ethan and the beautiful Ariana.
Allison stands and extends her hand to pull me up.
First step. Make you look gorgeous. Ariana may be beautiful, but you can be even prettier.
Oh sure. Who would pay attention to the supermodel with the shiny black curls, dazzling blue eyes and charming accent, when there's an average-height brunette with mud-brown eyes a few feet away? I sneer while on the way to our rooms.
Stop it.
Allison scolds me.
You have beautiful almond-shaped eyes and they're the color of chocolate, not mud. You may think your hair is too curly, but women would kill for a body like that. Everyone always compliments you. All you need is a gorgeous dress and the ability to walk in heels without tripping. Did you pack any dresses? You'd better have, we all promised?
Yes, I did. Allison loves wearing dresses and she looks great in them. Zoe and I dress more casually. That doesn't mean we don't love to dress up from time to time, but we don't dress as feminine as Allison. She stops walking to frown at me.
Which dress? I don't know if I trust your choices.
My little black strapless dress that goes with everything. I'm cheering up a bit, or at least I'm trying to focus on the bright side. I don't want to let seeing Ethan with Ariana spoil the rest of my day. I mean, as soon as I heard he was in Santorini, I suspected he would be with a woman. Santorini is the romantic place par excellence.
A black dress in a sunny paradise like this?
Allison doesn't hide her dismay.
Black is for funerals and business meetings, not vacations. You need something more colorful. Petros told me there's a dance tonight. You need something sexy.
As I look around at our sunny paradise, I realize Allison is right. Everyone around us is dressed in light and bright colors, reflecting the crisp whites, vibrant blues, and colorful flora surrounding the hotel. I'm not sure why I ever thought black would be appropriate. I don't want to go to the dance that Petros, the front desk clerk, suggested and stick out like a sore thumb.
Let's go shopping,
Zoe suggests.
I want to pretty up too.
I smile, the knot of anxiety slowly loosening. I shouldn't let Ethan get to me. I can still put my plan in motion. I may not be able to compete with Ariana, but I can make an attempt to show him that I'm fine, that my life didn't stop the day he betrayed me. Chapter 2. We spend the rest of the morning shopping in Fira, Santorini's capital, which is laden street after street with classy, trendy stores. There are tons of chic clothes in a range of styles and prices. I've already noticed how women in Italy, Greece, and Spain are always so well dressed. It's all about the details, and the women seem to have an innate sense of style. They know which color best suits their skin tone, they can create several outfits with a few pieces, they dress sexy while remaining elegant. I spot a woman walking by in a white dress with a blue light scarf in place of a belt. She's talking in Greek to her friend who's wearing navy blue polka dot capris with a semi-sheer white blouse and open-toe heels. They both look effortlessly stylish and elegant. It confirms my view, they can define their style with just an accessory. Our shopping trip is productive. I only let myself buy 2 dresses, but they're perfect. We return to the hotel relaxed, chatting merrily. This outing with the girls was exactly what I needed to cheer up. Once we're back in my room, we find a bouquet of multicolored roses on the table. The bright blooms can't be missed against the decor of the room, painted in calming shades of white and azure to match the view of the sea and sky framed by the wide windows.
Look at those beautiful flowers.
Allison leans in to smell them. Who sent them? I wonder aloud. She picks up the card attached to the vase.
Oh,
What's the matter?
Zoe approaches, taking the card in her hands.
They're from Ethan.
I guess he still plays by the same rules. If this isn't further evidence of his cheating ways, I don't know what is. He doesn't seem to care what his girlfriend would think of him sending flowers to another woman, I say, sarcasm dripping from my voice.
See.
Zoe grumbles, exasperated.
You do this all the time. You only saw them for a few minutes. How can you be sure they're together?
Easy. I saw how she looked at him, and how comfortable they were with each other. She even touched his arm. You saw that. We all know that gesture means this man is mine.
So what? She may be interested in him, but that doesn't mean he feels the same. I don't think there's a woman out there who wouldn't notice how handsome Ethan is and wouldn't want to touch him, myself included.
Her words make me chuckle. Thanks for letting me know. I wasn't aware you were attracted to Ethan.
Well, I'm not blind. Plus, Ethan has an exceptional ability to put people at ease, so I'm not surprised she feels close to him. I'm not saying they're not together, they could be, but you need some more evidence before you render your verdict.
I let out a sigh. Thank you, counselor. Zoe drives me crazy sometimes. She's always assuming that we, mere mortals, jump to conclusions without considering all the details the way she does. Even so, she does have a point. I often react instinctively. Zoe takes a seat in the plush armchair near the window.
If you continue reacting so awkwardly every time you run into him, you'll never achieve your goal. You need to relax. Try to get along with him, even. Then when he's least expecting it, pow.
She mimes throwing a punch for emphasis.
You take him down. That's how you do it.
Allison glares at her.
Zoe, that's a preposterous idea. She wants to ask him for an explanation, not start a war.
I'm not telling her to start a war, but I know Amy. She doesn't just want to tell him how she feels. She also wants to prove he doesn't have power over her anymore and show him what he's lost.
She turns to me, raising her eyebrows pointedly.
Don't you?
I let out a long exhale. That would be a pretty nice bonus.
So, what better way to make it happen than by remaining calm and in control around Ethan?
Zoe asks with a hint of hopefulness in her voice. Sure, I can do that. I might even pretend to be under his spell to better accomplish my purpose. Allison throws her hands in the air, frustrated.
Don't do that, I'm begging you. I know Ethan hurt you, but don't go looking for trouble. Trying to fool an ex is never wise. No one ever gets away with it. Don't forget that he knows you and can play you too.
Well, to be more accurate, he knew me. I pace over to the window and stand beside Zoe, admiring the view of the towering cliffs and the volcano.
Of course, because we all know how much you've changed.
I ignore Allison's sarcastic comment and keep my gaze focused on the scenery outside. She's right. I haven't changed fundamentally. Is that even possible? But over time, people can become more confident and determined, and I'd like to believe I have grown since Ethan's betrayal. I promise nothing, I say, filled with fresh energy at the thought of seducing Ethan in order to better annihilate him. We all take an afternoon nap, and I feel well rested when I wake up. A light heavenly breeze is blowing through the balcony door, and there is gentle music playing somewhere outside. I have to admit, this place is incredible. There is beauty and harmony everywhere. The scent of the pines and the sound of the crickets add to the charm. The effervescence of the morning has faded, and calm reigns within the whitewashed walls of the hotel. The girls are still resting, so I sit out on the balcony and check my email, breathing in the balmy air of Santorini. The sound of a large splash below, followed by cheering, draws my attention. It appears one of the other hotel guests has just impressed his friends with a cannonball into the water. I spot Ethan sitting with two people by the pool. He has changed his clothes and is now wearing black shorts and a hunter green polo with a baseball cap that gives him a youthful air. I observe him for a moment, surprised by how little he has changed over the 3 years since I last saw him. He still gives off that same vibe of relaxed confidence. His gaze shifts my way and I turn my head, but I'm not fast enough. He sees me and grins. My heart stops, the same way it used to when he'd smile at me during a party, and I'd feel like we were alone in the world. I realize Allison was right. It would be a terrible idea to play the seduction game with him. It would not only be unfair to Ariana, I've been there, and I know how devastating it can be, but also to myself because I'd most likely end up getting hurt. No matter how much I try to convince myself otherwise, Ethan still has power over me. Considering how impulsive I can be, it's not smart to play with fire. Zoe might get away with it, but not me. I sigh, and Allison, who has just come out onto her balcony next door, furrows her brow.
What's the matter? Are you okay?
Yup. Everything's perfectly fine. I give her a weak smile, but can't resist looking back in Ethan's direction. With his bronze skin, golden hair, and athletic body, he could be a Greek statue. She follows my gaze.
You know, Amy, you shouldn't listen to Zoe. I don't think you should get too close to Ethan.
I know, don't worry. It's just that the idea of getting revenge in such an absurd way was tempting for a minute.
I'd be lying if I said I don't know how you feel, but I don't want to see you get hurt. Let's talk about what we're going to do with the blog instead,
she suggests, hopping over the rail that separates our balconies and picking up my laptop. By the time Zoe wakes up and joins us, we've already set up the blog and written the first post.
Short and fun.
Allison can't hide her enthusiasm. Zoe reads it and squeals with delight.
It's great. My day is born. It was smart to keep it anonymous, and Blue Harmony is a perfect pseudonym. Well done, Amy. I can't think of anything better given the natural beauty that surrounds us.
Upon hearing Zoe, I realize it wasn't just the scenery that inspired me. My subconscious must have been working overtime. Ethan used to tell me that when we were together, he felt in harmony with the universe, like everything was just as it should be. I used to feel that way too. For a moment, I imagine him whispering again those words in my ear, surrounded by this unreal blue setting. My inspiration came as much from my head as from my heart. I'm going to change it, I spurt out all of a sudden. The girls frown at me.
Why would you do that? It's perfect. This place makes me feel completely in harmony with the universe.
Zoe points out, and I bite my lip. I can't tell them the truth, and I can't make a big deal out of it without garnering suspicion. You're right, I say, forcing a smile. Hey, let's go for a dip in the pool. I'd rather head to one of Santorini's beaches than swim in the pool, but after our shopping spree this morning, we're all feeling too lazy to walk to the nearby Exo Yalo's black sand beach. In the next few days, we plan on taking a taxi or bus out to some of the more interesting beaches that are a little farther out. Besides, Allison fears deep waters, and according to Petros, our new friend with a local perspective, the water at Exo Yalo's beach is quite deep. There aren't many people at the hotel, and the pool is all ours. Ethan and his friends are fortunately nowhere to be seen. I swim while Zoe and Allison doze in the sun, which is still strong even as the afternoon drifts toward evening. The rejuvenating water on my skin, coupled with the gorgeous skyline, makes my worries vanish for a brief moment. A couple with a child arrives and I play with a little girl, Sophie, who enjoys splashing me despite her mother's reprimands. I assure her it doesn't bother me. I put Sophie on my shoulders and toss her into the pool. After a while, I begin to feel mischievous, so I tell Sophie to take her bucket of water and go wake up Zoe and Allison. As soon as the splash of cold water hits Zoe's skin, she jumps to her feet shrieking.
What on earth?
She glares at me while stomping her foot in the puddle on the floor.
Definitely not funny.
I can't hold back my laughter. I thought we were here to have fun, not sleep all day. Allison, who smiles at Sophie and gets into the pool with her, doesn't seem bothered.
That was a very refreshing way to wake up,
she says. Sophie claps and laughs, pleased with our little game. A while after, her parents announce that it's time for dinner, and Sophie leaves with them, promising to draw me a picture. The girls and I take that as our cue to leave as well. Allison and Zoe return to their room to shower, then join me in my room to finish getting ready. Our excitement is palpable as we primp and put on our new dresses. Petros, who's adorable and always eager to help, told us there would be traditional music tonight and the restaurant would be full. The chef uses local food products and wines produced on the island's volcanic terrain. He builds his menus around the fishermen's daily catches and the vegetables local merchants bring him every day, so there's no fixed menu. I can't wait to find out what the chef is making tonight, I say. Allison smiles as she checks herself in the mirror.
Me too. I love a good surprise dinner. Our week couldn't be off to a better start.
Her white dress contrasts nicely with her golden skin, and her long bob, which comes down to her shoulders, perfectly frames her face. She looks both young and sophisticated. Allison has this inner beauty that is reflected in her face. She is one of the prettiest women I know. Zoe looks amazing too, in a long multicolored dress. Her dark hair is pulled back in a loose chignon with a few stray strands, making her resemble a mischievous fairy. Zoe is constantly changing her style.
I have to dress so formally in the office that the rest of the time, I want to dress as I please,
is her reasoning. I inspect myself critically, quite satisfied with my appearance. My short spaghetti strap dress highlights my best features, my arms and my legs, at least according to the girls. Green apple-colored and backless, it's sexy but still somehow innocent, with its sheer overlay at the front giving it a modest, elegant touch.
Your dress is giving me Lady Janice vibes. You know, like a multi-faced goddess with a secret sexy side,
Zoe remarks with a chuckle. Thank you. I like that idea, I say as I try to tame my rebellious hair which refuses to stay in place.
Why don't you leave your hair down?
Allison suggests.
That will look great with your dress. Otherwise, let me do it. You know you're hopeless at fixing hair.
By the time we're ready, there's makeup, jewelry and hairpins strewn everywhere, but for a change, my hair looks amazing. Allison created soft waves that are both sexy and classic, making me feel glamorous. Once Allison finishes with my hair, we exit my room and head toward the patio. The restaurant takes up half the hotel's wraparound veranda. Greek music is lightly playing in the background, and a smell of seafood wafts our way, making my mouth water. The waiter, Manthos, takes us right to a table with a panoramic view of the horizon. The sun is setting and the colors are stunning. It's magnificent. Zoe raises her eyebrows playfully.
See? I told you it would pay to wear pretty dresses.
Mr. Anderson wishes you a pleasant evening. He'll be a little late.
Manthos informs us as he fills our water glasses. I can't help the way my muscles tense when I hear Ethan's last name.
I figured there had to be a reason we got the best table.
Zoe comments as soon as Manthos walks away. She's right, it's the best table in the house. Not only do we have an incredible view of the caldera, but also of the entire restaurant, including the dance floor. I don't like the idea of owing Ethan and his girlfriend anything though. When he suggested meeting up tonight, I hope he didn't mean we would be eating with both of them. Before I can start mulling over that eventuality, I look up and see Ariana approaching. Wearing a well-fit sleeveless floral dress, hair falling down her shoulders and her face almost without makeup, she's the very image of grace and beauty. She greets us and asks if the table is to our liking.
It's perfect,
Zoe exclaims.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Where's Ethan?
Ariana returns her smile.
He had to go meet some clients at the port. He'll be back soon.
Please. Join us.
Allison invites her. I shoot her a frustrated look, though I know it's pointless. Allison is a friendly person and she can't stand being rude. Ariana accepts and sits with us. As I expected, Zoe doesn't waste any time before starting her interrogation.
So, do you work here? Does your family own other hotels?
Oh no, I don't work here and this is our only hotel. I'm a self-employed marketing consultant. I don't like being tied to a particular company. I prefer having the freedom to pick my clients and projects without having to answer to anyone.
That sounds interesting.
Allison says with a genuine smile.
It is. Sometimes I work on a project for a few days, sometimes a few months depending on its scale. What I like most is the variety. My schedule is flexible, which allows me to take care of the hotel's marketing.
She smiles as she waves to someone at a neighboring table, who smiles back at her.
Has the hotel always been in your family?
Allison asks.
No, my grandfather bought it after his retirement 10 years ago. He had been in finance and retirement was a shock to him. He couldn't stand inactivity. Since then I've been trying to spend a few weeks here every year. I'm lucky I can do that, so I take advantage of it.
Your grandfather had flair,
Zoe says.
Indeed, the location is amazing and all the work he put into the renovations paid off. Now it's on almost every list of the best hotels. But I'm guessing since you're here you already knew that.
I don't say anything. I'm not about to admit that I would be ready to camp out in a tent, as long as Ethan was there.
You're lucky Ethan was able to come. We always thought he was a workaholic,
Zoe says.
I was very surprised to see him here.
Oh he is, but I talked up the place so much he couldn't resist. Plus, it was a rare opportunity for him to take a family vacation.
A family vacation? I repeat, feeling my muscles tense again.
His mother and his brother Paul are arriving tomorrow afternoon. I convinced Ethan and Paul that letting their employees look after the company for a few days would be beneficial. Sometimes you have to take a little time off and reassess your priorities.
I barely contain my cry of frustration. With Ethan's mother and brother here, it won't be easy to talk to him. I always got along well with Paul, but his mother was never crazy about me. I bet she loves Ariana, a chic professional woman whose family owns one of the world's most luxurious hotels. She's definitely fitting to her taste. She always considered me, the mere owner of a small home decor boutique, inferior to their family, who owns a successful and well-known footwear business.
Oh great. It will be so nice to see them again.
Allison says, and even Zoe gives her a confused look. She knows how Mrs. Anderson feels about me, and I doubt any of us would enjoy seeing her again. Ariana doesn't seem to notice.
Do you know Mrs. Anderson? I've only met her a few times, mostly at parties.
I can hear how eager Ariana is to know Ethan's mother better, and I wonder if I ought to warn her she should keep her guard up. Instead, I take a large gulp of water, giving me the perfect excuse to remain silent.
Yes, we've met her a bunch of times.
Allison replies. Of course, Allison won't be the one to mention that we think she's a witch. Ariana must have noticed I've barely said a word because she focuses on me.
What do you do, Amy? I asked Ethan how you knew each other, but he didn't really answer my question. It sounded like it had something to do with your job, but I didn't get the details.
She's being so nice that I feel guilty for not wanting to answer her, so I make an effort to respond. I own a home decor boutique and work sometimes as an interior decorator. His company hired me to redecorate their office by replacing some old stuff with newer, modern items. They hadn't touched the offices since they took over the company, and Paul thought it was time to put their personal touch on the place.
So the furniture, colors, and amazing paintings were all your design. I remember when they redid the place, it was just after I met them. I told them how much I liked the new look, especially the couches and comfy chairs in the reception area.
Well, I don't know if they kept everything the way I set it up, I mumble. It's been over 4 years.
They did. Ethan recently told his mother how much he liked the image the office projected: dynamic, modern, and cozy.
I feel my cheeks flush as Zoe and Allison observe me. I know what they're thinking.
How did you get the job? Did you know each other before?
Ariana asks. No, not at all. After Paul saw the work I did for a friend's country house, he contacted me. He explained what he was looking for, I came up with some ideas, and it turned out we were on the same page. So he invited me to the office to discuss the details and sign the contract. It was the biggest project I'd ever taken on. I'd only worked for friends before, so it was stressful. Paul said he would meet me at the office, but when I showed up, I found he wasn't there. He hadn't mentioned to anyone I was coming in, so there I was, wandering through the offices alone, when I came across Ethan. Seeing the girls' expressions, I realize I'm getting caught up in telling this story. The blush that was finally fading heats up again. Why can't I ever shut up?
And then what? Keep going.
Ariana encourages, oblivious to my embarrassment.
I love hearing these kinds of stories. It's fascinating to hear how people got started in their careers. Sometimes it's the thing that changes their lives.
She's right, that day did change my life, but I can't tell her why. It wouldn't be very fair to her. On the other hand, I'm here to make Ethan pay, so maybe I should keep talking. Maybe I should tell her it was the day Ethan and I fell in love, or rather, the day I fell in love and he realized he could have some fun with me. While I'm debating how to continue the story, Zoe chimes in and bluntly asks Ariana if she's single. I'm always astonished how Zoe gets away with asking such personal questions without offending people.
I'm not seeing anyone right now, but there is someone I'm interested in,
she says.
I doubt he feels the same way, but my heart tells me we could get along well.
Is he one of your friends? Or someone you work with? I've read that most relationships begin in the workplace.
Subtle. I try not to roll my eyes. I'm sure she has no idea you're trying to figure out her relationship with Ethan.
No, he has his own business. I've never worked with him or for him. He's successful, but for me the most important thing is to be with someone who respects me, who's faithful, who doesn't want to change me, and who shares my feelings. I've never told him how I feel until now, but I hope this beautiful setting will change things and make him see me as more than a friend.
As if anyone can imagine a man like Ethan being faithful. I feel terrible as soon as I blurt it out. Why on earth did I say that? I turn to her with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Zoe and Allison stare at me with wide eyes. Ariana seems lost. Just because he deceived me doesn't mean he'd do the same to her. When did I become so bitter?
Are you insinuating Ethan could be unfaithful? I'd have never believed that of him.
Ariana's skeptical tone emphasizes her disbelief. Allison interjects quickly.
Of course not. She wasn't talking about Ethan specifically. Right, Amy? It's just that she had a terrible experience in the past and can't help projecting it onto every guy.
That's true. I force a smile. I meant that I think men in general have trouble being faithful.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. There's no excuse for cheating. If you wish to be with someone else so badly, you should have the courtesy to break up with your partner before venturing into a new relationship.
Well, we all agree on that.
Allison says while we clink glasses.
That said, I know Ethan and I can't imagine him cheating on someone.
I'm suddenly aware of Ethan crossing the room. He's dressed in faded blue jeans and an unbuttoned white shirt, and unsurprisingly all eyes turn toward him. His gaze stops on me, and although I'm urging myself to feel nothing, my heart rate increases and my palms grow sweaty. Ethan approaches, and Ariana addresses him with a smile.
Ah. Perfect timing. We were just talking about unfaithful men and I was telling Amy you'd never betray someone like that. Tell her I'm right, I like to think I'm pretty good at reading people.
Knowing Amy, my word wouldn't be enough. She prides herself on seeing the worst in others. It's an easy way to keep people at a distance and make sure she doesn't get too attached.
My heart sinks and I want to protest, but I draw a blank. He's being so unfair, and yet I can't utter a single word to defend myself.
Ethan.
Ariana protests, scandalized.
Can you blame her after what she went through? Her reaction is perfectly justified.
How did it happen that the woman who likes my ex-boyfriend is arguing for me? I look around the restaurant for Manthos, feeling frantic. Now would be the perfect moment for him to interrupt and ask for our orders. Ariana turns toward me with a remorseful expression.
Amy, I apologize. I shouldn't have mentioned something so personal without asking you first.
It doesn't matter, I reassure her, although the exact opposite is true. She scowls at Ethan.
I bet you would react the same way if someone was unfaithful to you. Once trust is broken, it's hard to get it back.
Sorry, Amy, I didn't know.
He stares at me with an impenetrable air for a few seconds before averting his gaze and commenting in a flat voice.
Usually, when something like that happens, it's because the person probably made a bad choice from the start. If you make the right choice, you won't have to worry about ending up with someone who likes to play the field.
Tears well in my eyes and my face grows hot with embarrassment or anger, I can't tell which. Is he just trying to provoke me, or is he truly saying I was an idiot to trust him in the first place? Once I've got the tears under control, I meet Ethan's gaze. That indeed was the case, I say, trying not to sound upset. Thank you for reminding me. So thoughtful of you. Ariana glances from him to me, her eyebrows lowered in confusion. She parts her lips to say something when Manthos calls her over. Ethan excuses himself and follows her. The patio is now filled with people and laughter. Happy chatter is echoing all around, but despite the festive atmosphere, I feel terribly alone. When Ariana and Ethan are out of earshot, Zoe touches my shoulder affectionately.
I'm sorry, honey.
I blink and look obstinately at my glass, refusing to let my emotions overwhelm me. Allison wrinkles her nose.
Am I the only one who thinks he tried to hurt you because he thought you were talking about someone else? Like someone who cheated on you after you broke up with him?
We both turn to her. What are you talking about? I ask, playing with my glass of water nervously.
I don't know. He seemed kind of sad to me.
I didn't notice anything of the sort. What I did notice was him accusing me of being responsible for his infidelity.
Amy, that doesn't fit Ethan's character.
Speaking of character, it's out of character for Amy to try to make a woman have doubts about the man she likes.
Zoe says. She searches my gaze.
Amy, what's going on? Are you sure you're not hiding anything from us?
Like what?
Like your feelings for Ethan.
Of course not. My voice is loud over the din of the patio. I take a deep breath to calm my racing heart. I had no intention of mentioning anything to her about Ethan's character, but it's, nonetheless, the truth. Maybe it's better for her to know who the real Ethan is. I mean, is it really wrong to tell someone that the person they like is a liar?
That's not the issue. While some don't mind to hear the truth, others prefer to bury their heads in the sand. Even with a close friend, it's hard to decide what to do in that kind of situation, and you two just met.
Zoe points out. A line creases Allison's forehead.
It's true. Would you tell a friend if you had seen their better half with someone else? I'm not sure.
I understand, and I regret what I said to Ariana. Be that as it may, I wish someone had warned me before I walked in on my boyfriend's half-naked lover. Our conversation is cut short by Ethan's return. We talk about lighter topics, and it's not long before Zoe is joking with him like in the good old days. He asks what she's been up to lately, and Zoe is more than willing to tell him. She started her own law firm 2 years ago. She wanted the freedom to make decisions without answering to anyone else, thus permitting her to help the neediest of clients. Ethan congratulates her.
You look more relaxed and energetic than the last time we met.
I love being my own boss, even though I had to take a pay cut to do it.
Allison, in turn, adopts a friendly attitude. She's always had a weakness for Ethan, so she's happy to tell him about her latest adventures. Allison is her own boss too. She's a baker, famous for the amazing pies she makes for restaurants, caterers, and major events all over the city. He doesn't ask me anything, which is for the best. I don't want to discuss my life, personal or professional, especially after what he said earlier. I feel his eyes on me a few times, but I pretend not to notice. The girls seem to have forgotten that we're here because Ethan was unfaithful and broke my heart. They're acting like we're just a group of friends having fun. Ethan and I don't exchange more than 2 words throughout the evening. Ariana comes back and invites us to dance. She's a great dancer, and we have fun with her out on the dance floor. When I sit back down at the table, I'm out of breath. I meet Ethan's gaze, and I'm glad my face is already flushed from dancing, because the intense, heated way he's looking at me suddenly makes me feel vulnerable. The atmosphere in the restaurant is playful and relaxed. The food is more delicious than we could have imagined. The tomato fritters and the fresh calamari are amongst my favorites. Santorini is home to a type of cherry-sized, intensely red tomato. They're mixed with different herbs and used for tomato fritters, a savory appetizer. Allison can't stop raving about the white eggplant puree. The white eggplant, a rare product known as the apple of love, is incredibly sweet. Allison asks Ariana if she can get her the recipe. Several guests stop by our table to talk to Ariana, who is taking a break from dancing too. She is clearly very popular. Ariana asks me some questions, which I answer as politely and briefly as possible. The music stops around 1 o'clock in the morning, but people continue to chatter under the starry sky. The night is perfect, there are no better words to describe it. The air is mellow, the dark sky is filled with shining stars, and the moon is so bright and big that it feels like you could reach up and touch it with your fingertips. No one is ready for this perfect night to end, so we gather around our table once again. Eventually, Zoe yawns.
I had a great time, but I need a good night's rest before we head to the volcano tomorrow.
She gets up, and Allison and I move to follow her.
Amy, can I talk to you alone for a minute?
Ethan asks, standing up after us. I look at the girls, who wave at me to accept. This could be my only opportunity to talk to him before his family gets here, so I accept. Ariana left half an hour ago, so maybe he feels more comfortable, which wouldn't be surprising. As soon as the girls leave, he turns to me.
Let's go for a walk, shall we?
I hesitate. I'm not sure I like the idea of being alone with him, away from the hotel, but there are still many voices echoing in the moonlight and people strolling through the little streets. The beach is barely a few hundred feet away down the cliffside, and all around us I see couples walking hand in hand. I wonder why he wants to talk to me, and I get nervous.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
He asks, a teasing glint in his eyes and a smile playing on his lips. I'm not afraid of anyone, especially you, I say emphatically, crossing my arms. We navigate through the town's maze of narrow streets without exchanging a single word. We climb down the picturesque cobblestone stairway and reach the shore a few minutes later. The sand is still warm from the day's sunshine, and I think about walking barefoot.
Don't do it. I know it's tempting, but you never know what you might step on. People are stupid enough to leave anything on the beach.
I hadn't even reached down to take off my sandals. It reminds me of the past, when he always knew what I was thinking before I even said it. Other, less pleasant memories inevitably surface. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
From his mocking tone, it's obvious he knows I'm lying.
So, now that we're alone, can you explain to me what lucky coincidence landed you in the same hotel as me?
The least we can say is that he doesn't waste any time, he gets straight to the point. It was no coincidence.
Tell me about it.
I can't figure out if he's annoyed or amused.
Let me guess, you finally got tired of the idiots you hang around with, so you decided to try your luck at winning me back. I don't blame you, given what you said you've been through, but you shouldn't get your hopes up. It's not going to happen. I'm not ready to forgive you.
I'm so shocked by his words, I can barely form a coherent thought. He cheated on me, and now he's trying to throw the blame on me? Excuse me? Did you hit your head recently? I try to keep my voice calm as I feel the anger bubbling to the surface. What on earth could you possibly have to forgive me for?
I see we have a slight memory problem.
You want to play some silly little game with me? Well, I'm not in the mood. I came here because... My words vanish when, with a movement as quick as lightning, he pulls me toward him and kisses me. I lose all sense of time and place, as if I had been waiting for this moment for an eternity, and my heart had already decided that there was only one thing to do, to succumb without any hesitation. The voice that always warns me not to yield to my impulses has completely died away. The one time I need it, and it's silent. I kiss him back with abandon. My hands move instinctively, running through the softness of his hair, caressing the back of his neck. Our kiss intensifies, and my heart beats rapidly in my chest. The former feelings of happiness and bliss rush back, coming alive under the caress of his lips, feelings I had suppressed and tried to believe were a figment of my imagination. His lips light my skin on fire, a fire that consumes every fiber of my body. When we part to catch our breath, I remain still for several seconds. I don't know what to say. Have I lost my mind? How could I kiss him back so passionately?
I was right. You haven't forgotten me.
His words pull me out of my stupor. His voice is like a bucket of icy water dumped over my head, but part of me is grateful for the chilling shock that brings me back to reality. Do you kiss every woman who takes a stroll with you? I ask, trying to downplay my own behavior. I dash down the beach, trying to put some space between us. Ethan's long legs quickly catch up and match my hurried pace.
If the woman turns my head, and if I want to find out if she feels the same way, then yes.
You don't make my head turn, you just took me by surprise.
So you kissed me back because you were surprised? Here I was, thinking it was because my kisses were irresistible.
His playful tone irritates me, especially because he's right. You never miss a chance to brag about yourself, do you?
Well, is it bragging if it's true? I mean, weren't you the one who once told me my kisses were irresistible? Do you want me to prove to you again how much you still want me? Besides, I thought that's why you were here, to win me back.
My irritation is replaced with sheer indignation at his haughtiness. You're such an idiot. I'm not here to get back together with you. Why would I want to relive the hell of 3 years ago?
You don't need to exaggerate either. Things didn't work out, but hell is a pretty strong word to describe our time together. Personally, I didn't go through hell, not even after our breakup. It takes more than that for me to fall apart.
I hate the way he belittles my feelings. I know they don't matter to him, after all, you don't sleep with another woman if you care about someone, but this is going too far. I stop and look at him defiantly. I can't understand why a woman as kind and intelligent as Ariana stands up for you. I hope she never has to witness your dark side.
Ariana knows me much better than you do. She trusts me and, unlike you, values our relationship. That's why she's such an important part of my life.
Tears slowly fill my eyes as I hear him talking that way about another woman. I've been trying to hold them back all night, but I can't pretend anymore. My emotions are all over the place, and I'm furious with myself for letting Ethan get to me. Without another word, I leave him behind, racing across the beach, up the stairs and through the town's narrow street to the hotel. I can't believe he thought I came here to win him back. How could he think something so ridiculous? At the same time, why do I yearn for his arms around me? Why the hell did I let him kiss me? More importantly, why did I kiss him back? One walk on the beach and I forget the past? And how could I do that to Ariana? Ethan may be a cheater and a liar, but I'm better than that. I rush into my room and drop onto the bed fully clothed. At this moment, nothing matters. I lose myself to my thoughts, but after several hours, I still haven't calmed down. Our kiss haunts me all night. Even after I fall asleep, I dream about him, intensifying my distress. This was all a big mistake. I never should have come here. Chapter 3. I wake up the next morning in a lousy mood. The girls shoot me questioning looks when I join them for breakfast. I guess I don't project the image of someone ready to embrace the day. I don't wish to talk about it. I collapse into a chair across from Zoe and Allison. They exchange a knowing glance. I'm not blind, I snap. You may think you know what occurred, but I can assure you, you don't.
Then please enlighten us. It seems like you didn't get much sleep. What did Ethan want?
Zoe asks. I'd rather not get into the details, I grumble and stand to peruse the breakfast buffet. What I really want to avoid is confessing that I kissed him so passionately. It was as if I'd discovered an oasis while lost in the desert.
Amy, we're here for you.
Allison says softly when I return to the table, my plate loaded with comfort food. That idiot is convinced I came to Santorini to rekindle the flame between us. How can he be so presumptuous? Why would he assume that to be the reason I'm here? How did I ever fall in love with a guy like him? I grab my glass of watermelon juice and empty it in one gulp. It's yummy. Why have I never thought of making this at home? Watermelon is one of my favorite fruits. A slice of bread spread with a delicious honey is my next victim, and I finish strong with a fruit salad that puts a smile back on my face.
Tell us what happened,
Zoe says, taking a bite of her own salad. This is a peaceful moment in a beautiful setting. I'd rather not ruin it by talking about what went on with Ethan.
You know we're not going to leave you alone, so let's get to it before we start our day,
she insists. I throw my arms up in resignation. Fine. You win. He kissed me, and then claimed he did it to prove I still had feelings for him. Can you believe his arrogance? I have to say that.
You left out the most important thing,
Zoe interrupts.
Was he right?
About what? Her eyes are dancing with mischief.
Did you push him away or?
She bursts out laughing as my cheeks heat and I glare at her. Allison tries to hide a smile but fails.
You kissed him back, didn't you?
Just because he took me by surprise.
I hope you didn't use that excuse.
Zoe grins. I don't see what's so funny.
Oh, come on, Amy. It is funny. You can't see it because you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Ethan knows it's not a random coincidence that you're here, and until he finds out why, he will drive you crazy.
Well, he'd better think again. I don't intend to make things easy for him. If he wants to play games with me, I can play with him too. He may have started this, but I'm the one who's going to finish it.
I wouldn't say he's the one who.
Allison stops mid-sentence, choosing not to say what is on her mind when she sees my thunderous look. My only problem is that I don't want to hurt Ariana. I need to do this without her getting caught up in the middle of it. Allison waves her fork in front of me.
I agree. It wouldn't be fair on her.
Then again. Is it better to let her believe he's a decent guy, only to find out one day that he played her? He kissed me last night, despite being here with Ariana. Explain how that's fair to her or to me. Zoe shakes her head.
Don't forget, though, Ariana made it very clear that Ethan doesn't know about her sentiments. So he has nothing to feel guilty about.
I'm sure he likes to think he has nothing to feel guilty about, but he's not blind. He has to at least suspect something, and if he didn't want to give her false hope, he shouldn't have accepted her invitation to Santorini. Don't you see? Avoiding commitment allows him to deny accountability and play the seducer whenever he likes. A shadow blocks the sun's rays from hitting me. When I turn my head, I meet Ethan's gaze, who's standing too close to where we are seated. I attempt to hide my discomfort, but my heart skips a beat. Did he hear me? I can't read his expression, but he's smiling, which makes me want to curse him even more. It's as if our walk on the beach last night had no effect on him, which is beyond irritating. Why can't he look like he tossed and turned all night like I did?
Good morning, Zoe, Allison, Amy.
Why does a shiver pass through me when he utters my name?
It seems as if you had a restless night. I hope it wasn't because of me.
Why would it be because of you? It's very arrogant of you to assume so.
I just wanted to make sure our walk didn't get you too worked up. Glad to see I was mistaken.
I try to picture him as a Greek statue, made of stone and unable to speak, but in my distraction, I miss something Zoe asked me. Excuse me?
Ethan offered to show us Santorini. What do you say? After all, he knows it better than we do.
I don't think so.
Amy. Please say yes.
Allison chimes in.
If we go by ourselves, it won't be as interesting. Ethan can show us the hidden side of the island, the authentic local stuff.
I think going by ourselves would be way more fun and safer. I won't have to keep looking over my shoulder to avoid someone kissing me out of the blue. Ethan's laugh triggers the girls' laughter, and I try not to join in. I may be mad at him, but I still know when I'm exaggerating, and I can laugh at myself. Ethan kneels before me, takes my hands in his, and puts on a serious face. What on earth is he doing?
If I promise not to use a single weapon, not even a kiss, will you let me show you around the island?
Zoe and Allison watch closely, not missing a word we exchange. I have no idea how to get out of this, so I capitulate and hastily withdraw my hands. Well, you're not giving me much choice. If I say no, the girls will harass me for days. You'd better stay away from me, though. If you don't, I swear I'll throw you into the sea, and given the setting, you can imagine how easy that would be.
I'll behave myself, I promise,
he says with a mischievous grin that undercuts the sincerity of his words.
Let's meet up in half an hour.
When he walks away, the girls hold their tongues until I break the silence. Okay, tell me what you're dying to say.
He's as charming and funny as ever.
Ethan always had a good sense of humor. I wonder if you're not being too hard on him. There are sparks between you two. It's so obvious.
I have no desire for sparks in my life. I want someone I can trust.
Be that as it may, sparks make a relationship magical. I'd do anything for a guy who could make my life a little more enchanting,
Zoe says with a melodramatic sigh. Maybe, but for me it's too big of a price to pay. I can't forget Ariana's existence. I can't forget that he broke my heart when I gave him my trust. With those final words, I push myself away from the table and make my way back to my room. Zoe and Allison exchange glances before following. We spend the next few minutes getting ready for our excursion, and I slather on sunscreen. No matter what Ethan has planned, the sun is intense, and I prefer to be prepared. What I'm not prepared for is to see Ariana when we arrive at our meeting point. She looks stunning, even more than on the day before. She's wearing a high-waisted skirt. I love skirts, by the way. I think they're elegant, practical, and cute, and a colorful top that shows off her perfect figure. Next to her, I feel like a peasant in my bland denim shorts and blue tank top. The dark circles around my eyes don't help my confidence either. Thank God for my oversized sunglasses. Everyone will find me immature if I sulk, so I pretend to be glad she's coming with us. I wonder if Ethan invited her on purpose, knowing I'd be uncomfortable after our kiss. Or does he not see any problem with her coming along? I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that he rented a local fishing boat to take us to the volcano. I already know a little about the history of Thera, the official name of Santorini, but during the boat ride, Ethan tells us that the island was originally called Calisti, meaning the most beautiful. I wish they hadn't changed it. It sounds perfect for this island. Circular in shape, the caldera is surrounded by gigantic cliffs, topped with striking villages resembling sparkling jewels under the sun. It's breathtaking.
This island is only a fragment of the larger island that used to be here. It appeared around 1600 BC, after the Minoan eruption of 1630 BC.
Ariana informs us. Zoe, an inveterate history lover, asks lots of questions, and Ariana, who knows the island well and obviously is in love with it, isn't stingy with anecdotes and facts. Even though I feel terrible about what happened with Ethan the previous night, I'm enjoying visiting the volcano with her. Her infectious laugh and undeniable kindness and hospitality make it impossible not to like her.
I don't know about you, but the idea that the volcano is active fascinates and freaks me out at the same time.
Allison confesses. Ariana gives her a reassuring smile.
It's under constant surveillance. I've been coming here since I was little, and I always keep in mind that tomorrow this landscape could change forever. It's hard to imagine that this area was all land in the past.
The boat docks, and Ethan takes Allison's hand to help her get out while saying,
It's even more impressive when you realize the eruption destroyed an entire civilization.
Despite the fear that is making our stomachs knot and our hearts race, we head toward the main volcano, Nea Kameni, which emerged in 1573. The hike is incredible. Once you touch the lava rocks and feel the heat underneath your feet, you appreciate how lucky you are to have such a unique experience. There's also an ancient volcano that appeared in 196 BC, which Ethan suggests we visit as well. Ariana encourages us.
Don't be afraid. The last time it erupted was back in 1950, and there would be early warning signs if it were to happen again. I promise the experience is well worth it.
It's a bit of a hike up to the crater, but it only takes us about 20 minutes. The crater itself is relatively small, but the views back to the main island are incomparable. Later on, we return to the beach, and Ethan and Ariana ask if we'd like to visit the hot springs a little farther away. We agree, but when we near the spot and Ethan invites us to swim toward the hot springs, none of us is eager to accept his invitation. Not only is the water so deep that it appears bottomless, but you can't even dock there, and the only way to get in is to jump right off the boat. In the end, the magical and unreal atmosphere wins us over, and we give in. Ethan helps Allison once again, who's jittery at the thought of deep waters. Seeing him soothe my friend reminds me of how thoughtful he can be and why I fell in love with him. I shake off that thought and pull myself together, focusing my attention on the landscape surrounding us. I'm bewitched by this unique and fragile land. The waters here are warm, and as Ariana and Ethan promised, it's an unusual experience. Even Allison enjoys swimming after a few minutes. Ethan keeps his distance from me, but he interacts with the girls and seems to be having fun. 20 minutes later, we're on the boat again, glad we overcame our reservations. When noon rolls around, we take a break for lunch, and I have to admit I'm glad I agreed to let Ethan be our guide. He and Ariana made our morning captivating. Things aren't exactly cordial between us, but we aren't looking to pick a fight either. If only seeing him joke with my friends didn't awaken jealousy within me. He's so at ease, and I feel left out somehow. We stop for lunch in the center of Imeravigli, which faces the volcano and offers gorgeous views. It's located at the top of the caldera, and Ariana explains that the name Imeravigli means observatory of the day.
They call it the balcony of the Aegean.
Ethan adds. I understand why. Not many people are roaming the streets, but there's a large number of picturesque houses and romantic, charming restaurants. It has the pleasant, cozy feeling of a small village. I prefer it to the capital. I focus on enjoying my delicious grilled fresh sardines until I overhear Ariana saying,
Maybe I should have gone to Athens. I would have had more choices.
Ethan gives her a skeptical look.
If you think you need new clothes for people to notice you, you're wrong. No matter what you wear, you're beautiful. But then again, I'm a man. I'm always flattered when a woman makes an effort to seduce me.
I can't help but make a face that shows my disdain. Now he's bragging that Ariana wants to impress him? To think the girls were convinced he had no idea how she felt about him. He notices my expression and holds my gaze. I refuse to look away, so we just sit there, staring at each other. My heart annoyingly speeds up, so with our gazes still locked, I say, "You know, Ariana, maybe you should wait for him to seduce you. After all, you never know. When evening rolls around, he could be kissing another woman on the beach." Ethan frowns, a wrinkle forming between his brows.
I'm not sure you should dampen her hopes.
3 pairs of eyes focus on us. Zoe and Allison give me accusatory looks, but Ariana appears sad. A lump of guilt settles inside of me. For the umpteenth time, I hate myself for speaking without thinking. When will I learn to shut up? After a moment of awkward silence, Ariana clears her throat and says,
I'm hoping Paul won't have time to run off to the beach with another woman. I'm planning to talk to him as soon as he gets here.
I stare at her, mouth agape. Ariana was talking about Paul? Ethan looks at me with a triumphant air. Either he just realized I thought Ariana was talking about him, or he already knew, and he's happy to see the rug pulled from under my feet. I snap my mouth shut and resist the urge to throw my water in his smug face.
So Paul is the guy you're attracted to?
Allison asks with a hint of amusement in her voice.
Yes. I've liked him since the day we met. Usually he doesn't pay much attention to me, so I thought his stay here would be the perfect opportunity for me to tell him how I feel. A place as romantic as Santorini should help my cause, right?
Amy was certain you were interested in Ethan.
Zoe comments. I can't believe she said that out loud. I feel so dumb. I just want to sink into my chair and disappear.
Even though Zoe and I kept telling her she didn't know the whole story and was probably wrong.
Allison adds. I glare at them. I can sense the annoyance of both my friends and I can't blame them. I was stubborn, refusing to listen to them. However, I can blame them for telling everyone what I thought and taking so much pleasure in my mistake.
Amy has a tendency to jump to conclusions.
Ethan says.
Apparently, that hasn't changed.
Ariana looks perplexed.
Am I missing something here? Did something happen between you two? Were you guys a couple?
I don't know how to answer, so I stay silent. Zoe and Allison feign to be focused on their food. Ethan speaks up.
If by a couple you're referring to a relationship based on trust, honesty, respect, and love, then no.
I couldn't have said it better myself, I concur. I'm glad you're finally able to admit our relationship was based on nothing.
If by nothing you mean sexual attraction, then sure.
I'm astonished he had the nerve to say that. Throwing my glass of water at him is more tempting than ever. I fume. You never cease to amaze me. Maybe you'd like to tell them how you chased after every woman who crossed your path? He shakes his head, and for a second, I detect a glimmer of sadness in his eyes. The moment I found Bethany in his hotel room comes rushing back to me, and I refuse to let myself soften. If he has regrets, he only has himself to blame.
Every woman who crossed my path. It must be nice to cover up your own weaknesses by throwing accusations at other people, huh?
I swallow hard. Are you seriously trying to blame me for what happened? Do you really want to have this conversation right now? If only my icy glare could freeze him on the spot. Zoe intervenes.
I don't think this is the time to settle old scores.
Zoe has a point. If you want to talk, be adults and discuss it calmly. If you ask me, you both have things to apologize for.
Allison says. I'm about to retort that I don't, but Ethan's defiant look stops me. He smiles at the girls.
I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
Sorry, I mumble, glaring at Ethan. The mood between us is strained now, but the girls recover easily and resume their conversation about Ariana and Paul. I'm so furious with Ethan that I forget about the sense of relief that washed over me when Ariana revealed that she wasn't in love with him. As Ariana tells us more about her feelings for Paul, the girls advise her on how to approach him.
What do you think, Ethan?
Zoe asks.
You know Paul better than anyone. What should Ariana do to make him notice her?
My brother can be unpredictable, so all she can do is just be honest. Honesty is the best policy in any situation.
He turns to Ariana.
Paul appreciates sincerity, so you don't need to make a big speech. You're beautiful, intelligent, and generous. If he doesn't see that, he's an idiot.
Ariana leans over and kisses him on the cheek. The smile he gives her breaks my heart. It's so kind and sweet, so different from the way he looks at me now. Chapter 4. Ethan and I don't exchange a single word on the way back to the hotel. The girls and Ariana are chatting breezily, but it's clear they blame me for spoiling the mood. Ethan is as much to blame, yet they aren't upset with him. To get my mind off the incident and blow off some steam, I head to the pool and swim several laps while the girls return to their room to rest. The crisp freshwater works its magic, and I settle into a calming rhythm. The emotion of the afternoon slip further away with each stroke until my ire cools off. I eventually feel out of breath, so I get out of the pool to lie on a lounge chair nearby. The late afternoon sun's rays caress my skin, and I bathe in their warmth, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. At least until he shows up.
Alone at last.
Ethan relaxes in the lounge next to mine. Is that your latest line to seduce a woman?
Not just any woman.
Do you think you're funny?
I hope so.
My eyes roll. Don't flatter yourself. You're not.
Plenty of people would disagree.
And by plenty of people, you mean plenty of women.
I love how jealous you sound. I've missed that. And that little scene earlier only confirmed my suspicion. You still have feelings for me, even though you're doing your best to convince yourself otherwise.
Do you really think I'm as naive as I was the first time we met? That this kind of idiocy will work on me again? That I'll run right into your arms because you make me laugh or flash me that winning smile?
Why not? You're obviously susceptible to my charms.
You have no idea how much I despise you.
Maybe not, but I do know how much you want me.
I huff. I'm tempted to jump back into the pool. All the efforts I made to calm down have been in vain. That's not true. Why the hell would you think that? Because I let you kiss me? Everyone makes mistakes. If you want to know the real reason I'm here. He leans toward me, rests his arm on the back of my chair and starts playing with a string of my swimsuit. I'm at a loss for words, my body shivers involuntarily. Shaking myself out of my stupor, I push his hand away, and he smiles, pleased with the effect he's having on me.
You see this little vein moving here?
He caresses my neck and strokes the skin behind my ear.
That's how I know you want me. You don't have to feel bad, I feel the same way. Everything will be fine, as long as you're not getting the wrong idea, that we will get back together. We can both have a pleasant week and satisfy our desires without lying to ourselves.
Well, he's gone too far this time. Not only didn't he apologize for his behavior 3 years ago, but he's also playing silly games with me. You'd better get it through your head right now. I'm not going to sleep with you. I scramble out of my lounge chair and grab my towel. I suddenly notice that Ariana is standing in front of us, attempting to hide her laughter. I blink when I see she's not alone. Paul and Mrs. Anderson are there too. My heart freezes, but my face is burning. Could I be any more humiliated at this moment? I wrap my towel around my waist and try to keep my brain from processing what's happening, otherwise I'd have to run away. Ethan, however, sees the humorous side of the situation.
I hope our little show has entertained you,
He says to the three faces, all wearing very different expressions.
This is a sight I would have preferred never to see again.
His mother's tone, full of contempt, reminds me of how often she had tried to persuade me that Ethan and I had no future together. Fine, it turned out she was right, but that's no reason to let her put me down again. I'm not the reserved, jaded person who kept silent while she went on and on about why Ethan and I shouldn't be together. Not anymore. I'm about to respond when Ariana chimes in.
You seem to be on better terms than earlier. That's already a step in the right direction, right? Santorini is the perfect place to be in love.
I stare at her in astonishment. Either she didn't understand Mrs. Anderson's comment, or she did and said it on purpose. Our eyes meet and she winks at me. Paul looks at me, his lips tilted up in an amused grin.
Amy. Nobody mentioned I'd have such a nice surprise when I got here. First seeing you, then getting to watch you reject my brother. You just brighten my day. Come here.
He reaches out to take me in his arms and kisses me affectionately on the cheek. I've always liked Paul. He has a great sense of humor, he's perpetually in a good mood, and he was my ally throughout my relationship with Ethan. When Ethan and I broke up, he tried to stay in touch with me, but seeing him would have reminded me too much of what had happened, so I chose to cut all ties. Now I feel safe in his arms again, and want to unload the drama onto his sturdy shoulders. However, Ariana's crestfallen look and Ethan's undecipherable stare make me step back. I'm happy to see you too, Paul.
So what did my brother do this time? He didn't know how to hold on to you back in the day, and from what I see he hasn't made any progress since. Does that mean I still have a chance?
Ariana's expression dims further, but I also realize Paul is oblivious to her sentiments toward him. I'm sure he'd never have said such a thing if he knew she liked him. He holds me at his side while he continues.
I'm going to settle into my room, but tonight you're mine. I want to know what you've been up to the past 3 years.
Paul,
His mother's voice falls like a cleaver.
I'd like to remind you that you're here to spend time with your family.
In her knee-length skirt and tailored button-down shirt, she's the perfect image of a respectable and cold person.
Perfect. I've always thought of Amy as family.
Paul grins at me, unaffected by his mother's remark.
Ariana was kind enough to invite us because she knows how hard it is to find time to spend with family when you have a demanding job.
She turns to me.
I don't expect you to understand.
Flippantly, Paul says,
Mother, I came here to discover Santorini. I see Ethan every day, and I see you often enough not to miss you.
She chokes, shooting him a look as cold as an iceberg. I feel the urge to respond to her comment, even though I know it won't help. One reason she thought I was unworthy of her son was that she didn't think selling interior decoration products was a real job, especially since I was content to run my boutique and didn't have any ambitions beyond that. As a result, she assumed I was unable to understand the time and energy Ethan's work demanded. Ethan always emphasized my level of education and that I was doing what I loved. Not only did he fail to sway his mother, but he also made me feel even more uncomfortable. I had no desire to justify my choices. I guess we all need to make an effort to understand each other's points of view, I finally reply, standing tall under her critical stare. I know it's hard for you to grasp that doing what you love and having free time could be more important than money or social status, but I do, and I don't regret the path I've chosen. She purses her lips and looks at me in surprise. She didn't expect me to answer her back. I had never done so in the past. I didn't want to cause Ethan problems. At the time, I had been confident in Ethan's love for me and never thought her opinion could influence him. But after all that has happened, I don't feel compelled to spare her. I've never given her any reason to dislike me, so if my plan to confront Ethan also gives me the chance to tell her off, so much the better. I turn on my heel and take refuge in my room, but once I'm inside, I start pacing back and forth. I can't believe how much humiliation I experienced within the span of a few minutes. What's more, I have to deal with Mrs. Anderson for the rest of the week. Zoe climbs over to my balcony and looks at me with sleepy eyes.
I don't know what's happening to me, but I've never slept so well. I never was a nap person, but maybe I should listen to all those experts who say napping is good for you. I feel so relaxed.
She stretches like a cat before focusing on me.
What's wrong? Why are you pacing? You're making me dizzy.
You missed quite a show downstairs. This time, she opens her eyes for good.
Allison.
She screams, and Allison shows up a minute later.
What? What's going on?
She asks, rubbing her eyes.
Amy has news.
Zoe announces. Allison throws herself onto my bed and gives me a mischievous smile.
Ethan did something that made you mad, didn't he?
I tell them what happened, and I have to wait 5 minutes for them to stop laughing. Every time one of them tries to start a coherent sentence, the other cracks up all over again. When they manage to keep a straight face for more than a few seconds, Zoe says,
"Let's talk about what happened at lunch first. We said you shouldn't draw hasty conclusions about Ethan and Ariana, and it turned out we were right."
Yes, I was wrong, and I'm happy Ariana wasn't talking about Ethan. She deserves someone much better. Nevertheless, it's Ethan's fault his mother hates me even more now. Allison comes to his defense.
How is it his fault that you yelled about not wanting to sleep with him right in front of her?
I fold my arms across my chest. Are you serious? He started the whole thing. Zoe stares at me with defiance.
All I know is that Ethan has always defended you to his mother. I witnessed it several times. He couldn't bear to hear her speak badly of you. She's a witch, and there's no woman in the world she'd find worthy of her sons. She'd find flaws in any woman they get involved with.
I can't help but scoff. I bet if you were Ethan's fiancée, she'd be on cloud 9. She might complain because you take too many pro bono cases, but she would accept you eventually. She could brag about having a daughter-in-law who's an attorney. So don't try to make me believe otherwise. I am the problem.
When she saw you here, she probably thought her worst nightmare had come true.
Zoe chuckles, but I'm not in a laughing mood. Well, I'm glad for one thing. At least Ariana isn't in the middle of my fight with Ethan. Now I can get back at him without feeling guilty.
Or sleep with him without feeling guilty.
Zoe bites her lip to hide a smile. I don't plan on sleeping with him, I say coldly, glaring back at her. My words sound harsh, but a shiver runs through my body as I remember the electricity of his kiss on the beach. Even thinking of his hand on my skin only moments ago makes my cheeks flush. How can someone I despise affect me so strongly? It's nonsensical, and I need to grow up and act like an adult the next time I see him. I massage my throbbing temples. Zoe continues, unfazed by my tone.
I have an idea. You could sleep with him and abandon him right after.
Allison frowns at her, still not on board with the revenge plan, but I ignore Zoe's attempts to get a rise out of me. I choose the high road. I don't know about this anymore. I'm starting to have some doubts about my plan. I mean, he seems so confident. What will I gain from confronting him? I wonder if you weren't right all along about causing myself more pain. Why do I need to relive the past? It was hard enough the first time around. My shoulders sag as my eyes fill with tears. Zoe takes my hand as Allison jumps off the bed and comes over to hug me.
Amy, we're really sorry if we made you feel like we were having fun at your expense. Honestly, we thought you were over Ethan. You hadn't mentioned him in a long time.
I thought I was too. I went out with other guys, but after Steven, who had everything going for him and whom I really liked at first, I realized I hadn't slept with anyone since Ethan. Every time it got to that point, I would start worrying the relationship would end in disaster again. After I stopped seeing Steven, I felt helpless. I thought if Ethan gave me an explanation, everything would be better. Only now, I'm not so sure. It's like as soon as I'm near him, I lose my ability to think rationally. Allison squeezes my shoulder.
You shouldn't see that as a problem.
Seeing our confusion, she continues.
We're all looking for someone to shake up our lives, aren't we? I mean, what's the point of life if we can't face our fears and desires? Yes. Ethan makes you lose your cool, but it will be even more gratifying if you stay strong and carry out your plan despite being attracted to him. You're overthinking this. Just keep going, stay focused on your goal, and if your plans change, it's not the end of the world. What's the worst that could happen?
I could fall in love with him again, I murmur. And get my heart broken all over again. I think to myself. It's Zoe's turn to hug me.
I won't let you fall back in love with a good-for-nothing like Ethan.
Me neither,
Allison says. I smile at them through my tears. I know they're joking, they've always been fond of Ethan, but I also know that if I need them, they'll be by my side. Then help me make him pay. Any ideas? I could send him a few messages about how much I want us to marry and have babies right away.
Maybe you can change his Facebook status to engaged,
Zoe says.
I can find someone who can do that. When everyone starts to congratulate him, I don't think he'll be too happy.
You're both crazy,
Allison says as she tries but fails to hide her smile.
Hey. We've been so focused on your problems that you guys haven't even thought about how Ariana liking Paul affects me.
Zoe pouts playfully.
I've always liked Paul. He could be the one for me. Now I'm not even allowed to flirt with him.
Her remark makes me smile genuinely this time, and I forget my ridiculous thoughts. I'll never fall back in love with Ethan. As I already told him, I'm not as naive as I once was. I just need to focus and not let him distract me. I'm going to go through with my plan and force him to explain himself and apologize. A knock on the door makes us all jump. Ariana is standing in the hallway when I open the door, looking gorgeous in a sea green dress.
Hi, can I come in?
Yes, of course.
Is everything okay?
She asks, sitting on the bed next to me.
I was worried after the incident earlier.
Yes, everything is fine, I say, faking a smile.
That's reassuring. I came to invite you to the welcome party for Paul and Mrs. Anderson that I have planned for this evening. I'd love for you all to come.
As sweet as Ariana's offer is, the thought of having to spend an evening with Mrs. Anderson is not the slightest bit appealing. If you want Mrs. Anderson to accept you as a potential daughter-in-law, you should avoid hanging out with me too much, I say, feeling some of my spirit coming back. Ariana giggles.
Yes. I noticed she wasn't too thrilled with your presence here, but I'm half Greek. I'm used to drama. I find the situation quite entertaining. Also, I'm not going to pick my friends to please her, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable because of her.
Don't worry. I can deal with it. Let's hope my lie will become a reality.
To be honest, I didn't appreciate her comments about you. She can't dictate who her sons date. I'm looking forward to seeing how Ethan handles the situation.
Her words spark an idea. I should have thought about it earlier. If I want to get back at Ethan, perhaps the best way would be to cause problems with his mother.
Oh no. You're plotting something Machiavellian right now,
Zoe says. Maybe, I reply, studying my reflection in the mirror above the dresser.
Can we help?
Allison asks.
Although I have to say, I'm not keen on devising a plan to hurt Ethan. It was easier before we saw him.
I'm here too if you need me. I won't ask why you're so mad at Ethan, but I assume you have a perfectly good reason. Plus, I trust you won't take things too far. Ethan and I are good friends, so I wouldn't want to see him get hurt.
I'm hesitant to confide in Ariana. I don't want to put her in an uncomfortable position, but it's hard to speak openly when the other person doesn't know the whole story. It's not a secret. You may have already guessed what happened. Ethan and I were together, and he cheated on me. Her mouth falls open.
Now I understand what you said about cheating. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I still stand by what I said the other day. I have a hard time believing Ethan could do that to someone.
I did too. Until I witnessed it. I won't bother you with the details though. You have to get ready for the party, and I need to come up with a plan to get back at Ethan. Maybe it won't be that hard. Ethan has become so arrogant. He's already convinced I'm crazy about him, so I don't have to trick him into believing that. But what comes next? I can't sleep with him and sneak out of his room before morning. What would I gain? More importantly, what would he lose? Sleeping with a woman who doesn't want a commitment afterward, how disappointing. I let out a laugh, then explained my thoughts to the girls. Some revenge that would be. Zoe rolls her eyes.
Are you taking Ethan for a fool? He doesn't believe for a moment you're still interested in him. He just likes driving you mad.
Allison purses her lips in thought.
I agree. It would be really dumb to sleep with him. You know you can't handle this kind of emotional hurdle.
If you ask me, no one can.
Ariana adds. You don't know that, I say defensively. Allison sighs.
Amy, I've known you for years. You've never slept with anyone without getting attached, and I don't think it would be a good idea to start with Ethan.
On the other hand, sleeping with a man while knowing you're playing with him is tempting.
Zoe says with a devious grin. Allison points her index at Zoe.
Don't be ridiculous. Sleeping with a guy you don't have feelings for can be fun, but sleeping with a guy who's already keeping you from moving on with your life? I don't see how that could be a good idea. That's just looking for trouble.
I agree with Allison. Playing the game of seduction can be a double-edged sword.
Chapter 5. Ariana leaves shortly after to oversee the preparations for the evening, and we spend the rest of the afternoon lounging by the pool, imagining ways to bring down Ethan. Okay, I'm not going to sleep with him, I say, but I can flirt and tease him with a promise of a night with me. It shouldn't be too difficult, since he's the one who suggested no-strings sex during this trip. I'll wear my new cherry red dress. He won't be able to resist me in it.
I'd never seen you in red before, but it looked great on you. No man would be able to resist you in that,
Allison says.
Here's an interesting idea we haven't explored yet,
Zoe says with a sparkle in her eyes.
What if you flirted with other men? That would annoy Ethan for sure.
That sounds intriguing, but I haven't seen many single guys around here. Most of the guests are couples. My words don't seem to discourage Zoe though.
I bet Ariana knows a few. By the by, I should ask her to introduce me to someone.
When we guffaw, she sighs with exaggeration.
What? Your plan got me thinking. I should be more proactive too. Do you have any idea how long it's been since I went out with someone?
About 7 months,
Allison replies. Zoe crinkles her nose.
No, it can't be that long.
I know it is because it was a double date with your colleague Becca's brother and his friend. You forced me to go with you and I spent the evening imagining my next recipe. They were that boring.
Zoe chuckles.
Oh yes, I remember now. They spent the entire time congratulating themselves on their professional success. That confirms it. I need to be more enterprising. Let's make sure we look amazing tonight.
An hour later, Zoe waves her finger in front of my face as I'm eyeing my dress critically one last time.
Don't even think about changing. Yes, it's a little daring, but we're on vacation. Besides, have you seen how all the women around here are dressed? Sexy and chic, just like your dress. If Ethan keeps his hands off you, I'll be impressed.
We'll see. I'm not sure a dress alone can work miracles. I run my hands down the skirt nervously.
A dress can work miracles. You also promised you'd have the right attitude tonight. You know which one I mean, though I'm sexy and I own it one.
Allison rolls her eyes.
You've got some nerve? How often do you have that attitude?
Zoe flips her hair in annoyance.
All the time.
I laugh derisively. Right. You may be a go-getter at work, but I've never seen you be that way with a man. You rule them out as soon as you find out they're unable to respond to one of your sharp comments. That's your way of choosing. It's like the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. Zoe stops looking for her lip gloss to glare at me.
You're wrong. They take themselves out of the race by not being able to handle an assertive woman.
Allison and I exchange a knowing glance. Zoe isn't always aware of how distant and intimidating she can be.
Let's get back to Amy and Ethan,
Allison suggests while putting on her shoes.
Instead of messing with him, she has to tell him how she feels, which was her goal in the first place. Ethan will understand her feelings and why she came here. I bet he'll even apologize.
Oh, really? I say, eyebrows raised. Then why didn't he do it when it happened, or at least when he found out I was here? That he never bothered to apologize makes me even more determined. Allison may want to see the best in Ethan, but I don't. Everything he does only reinforces my negative opinion of him. Allison puts her hands on her hips and looks at me sternly.
All right. I give up. Go ahead and make him jealous, seduce him. Do whatever you think is best to achieve your goal, and I promise to let you cry on my shoulder if things go wrong.
Ignoring the last part of Allison's comment, I say, "You know, girls, I don't tell you this enough, but I love you. Thank you for being there for me."
Always.
Zoe says, and they both hug me. I'm touched by how supportive they are being. This was supposed to be a vacation for us, but my issues with Ethan have taken over. I'm lucky to have such good friends. I squeeze them tightly before we head out to the space Ariana reserved for her party. Even though I don't know what I'm hoping to accomplish, I know I did the right thing by wearing this dress when I see Ethan fixing me with a sizzling look.
You look beautiful.
He compliments us as he strolls over, dressed in dark green linen pants and an off-white shirt. He's talking to all three of us, but his eyes are on me. Ariana appears, and the moment is over.
You all look gorgeous.
She exclaims. You too, I say, and I mean it. Her sky blue strapless dress cinches and highlights her thin waist, its cut showing off her long legs. With a dress and a body like that, I can't imagine Paul being able to ignore her. She makes an inviting gesture with her hand.
Come with me. I want you to meet some friends of the family.
The rest of her family is coming to Santorini toward the end of the month, but a few friends are already here. Although the conversation flows easily, I can't relax. I feel Ethan's presence even when he's far away.
How's my favorite girl?
Paul puts an arm around my shoulders, and I turn to him with a smile. She's thrilled to see you.
Glad to hear that. I was afraid my brother destroyed any chance of an Anderson being in your good books.
Definitely not. In fact, I've always meant to apologize for losing touch after Ethan and I broke up. I know you called me at work and tried to reach me through Zoe.
I did. Since your number was out of service, I was worried. Zoe explained you were going through a tough time, and even though I was upset, I understood. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you. It doesn't surprise me that you wanted to burn bridges for good.
No, it wasn't easy, but I'm fine now.
Are you sure? If not, I know how to take down my brother.
I laugh at his words that remind me how they used to bicker playfully after a disagreement. I have always admired their relationship. Thank you for always being on my side. It makes me feel better to know you aren't mad at me. Looking back, I realize how immature my behavior was. I shouldn't have let my problems with Ethan affect our friendship.
Amy, I'm aware of how much you loved Ethan. If you decided to break up with him, there must have been a good reason. I don't hold it against you. You were trying to protect yourself. I get that staying in touch with his family would have kept you from moving on. If you do want to talk about what happened though, I'm here.
I kiss him on the cheek. I'm guessing you already know the gist of it. Besides, I don't want to spoil our reunion by bringing up the past.
That's fine. The last thing I wish for is to awaken painful memories. You're right, this conversation can wait.
Soft, romantic music floods the space, creating a relaxing ambience. Paul leads me to the dance floor, where other couples are already swirling around.
Let's dance. Dancing with the most beautiful woman of the evening is a good way to make some people jealous.
Some or just one?
Not just one. You know me.
He winks.
I'm not ready to be with just one woman.
Not even a beautiful Greek siren?
You're not talking about Ariana, are you?
Of course I am. She's by far the most beautiful woman here.
She's also spoiled and a little immature. I prefer women who are a little less superficial and more in touch with reality.
His harsh words surprise me. It is very unlike him to be so judgmental and dismissive, and it's all the more surprising considering we're talking about Ariana. Aren't you being a little unfair? She works hard, and from the few conversations we've had, I didn't find her superficial at all. In fact, quite the opposite. Just then, Ariana, who's dancing with Ethan, laughs. Paul gives me an amused look, which makes me glare at him. He obviously thinks she's flirting with Ethan. Don't be such a bad sport. Despite his flaws, your brother is nonetheless able to make a woman laugh. And who knows, perhaps he said something funny for once. We crack up. Several heads turn in our direction, but it's the tight-lipped look on his mother's face that freezes me there and then. Now she has the evidence that I'm trying to seduce her other son. Paul follows my gaze, but he doesn't seem bothered. He keeps whirling me around, and I actually have fun. Zoe gives me a thumbs up when I spot her. She probably thinks I'm seeking to get Ethan's attention, but for the first time in weeks, I'm not thinking about him. I feel lighthearted and free as I can be myself. My good humor evaporates 2 minutes later when Ethan invites me to dance. Paul looks at me questioningly and I nod, not only to put my plan into motion, but also to give Ariana a chance to dance with Paul.
If I didn't know better, I'd infer you were trying to seduce my brother.
Ethan says, placing his hand on my bare back, which suddenly tingles with heat. I might be, I reply coyly.
I don't think you would take things so far. Besides, there's no way a woman who reacts to my touch the way you do could be attracted to another man.
His presumption irritates me, but I stay in the role. How do I react? I ask, my voice soft. He remains silent for a little while. My question has apparently caught him off guard.
Like someone who desires to be naked in my arms.
You used to be more talented with words.
I still am. All you have to do is make a move.
What kind of move?
Your choice. There's more than one that would make me want to undress you, and...
He searches my eyes and I prompt him again. And... I'm playing with fire, but the urge to hear the rest is irresistible. Lost in our exchange, I don't notice that the music has stopped. Glancing around, I realize we're the only ones dancing. My cheeks catch fire, and I practically drag Ethan off the dance floor.
That wasn't the move I had in mind. Maybe another time.
He whispers in my ear before I leave to down my glass of wine. Allison sits next to me.
Oh my God. You two looked like you were in your own little world. You know that, right?
I blush and she looks at me suspiciously.
What were you talking about?
I'm trying to come up with an answer when Zoe beckons us to follow her.
The fireworks are starting,
she says. A moment later, a shower of colors illuminates the sky. A couple is getting married, and everyone is outside to ensure they won't miss the show. Ariana told us they have a wedding here almost every day in the summer, which doesn't surprise me in the least. Santorini's beauty has won me over. It has to be one of the most romantic places I've ever visited. I can even imagine getting married in one of the white little chapels on this beautiful island someday. The bright lights that burst against the sky are magical. The magic accentuates my loneliness. The thought of not having someone to share this moment with, someone who would whisper in my ear how happy I make him, fills me with sadness. Everyone is gathering at the front of the patio to get a better view of the fireworks. A hand, Ethan's, grabs mine and drags me to a dark corner away from the crowd. He presses his lips to mine with a tenderness that turns passionate in seconds. I feel faint. His lips leave a trace of fire, and my heart bursts more violently than the fireworks. I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. All I can feel are his hands caressing my back, pressing my pliant body against his, proving him right. All I long for is to find myself naked in his arms. That last thought brings me crashing down to earth. Ethan can't win me over. I may have succeeded in getting his attention with my dress and attitude, but I'm also aware that he has the upper hand now. He abandons my lips to slip a hand around my waist and turn me around so I can look at the fireworks. His head rests upon my shoulder and gently nuzzles my neck as we watch the sky exploding with colors. I stay quiet because anything I say will spoil this moment. Our interlude comes to an end at the sound of approaching footsteps. I regretfully disengage from his arms, and he doesn't hold me back when I leave to join the others. The spectacle is over, and the crowd is dispersing. I don't even have time to get a hold of myself before I hear the icy voice of Mrs. Anderson from behind.
Amy, may I speak with you?
I feel my stomach clench, but I turn and face her calmly. Do I have a choice? I ask, ready to challenge her. I've had enough unpleasant conversations with her to know that if you don't stand up for yourself, she'll destroy you. She doesn't deign to respond. Instead, she strides toward the hotel, and I reluctantly follow her. She sits on a couch in the lobby, her back rigid, and gestures for me to sit across from her.
What is your goal here? Why are you trying to re-enter my son's life? I don't believe in coincidences, especially when it comes to you.
I perch on the edge of my chair, ready to leave the very moment this conversation is over. Why should I bother answering your questions?
Because, my dear, you don't want me as an enemy.
I laugh sharply. I was under the impression you already were. And may I ask why I should care? I have nothing left to lose.
Oh, you'd better not adopt that attitude with me. I can be your worst nightmare, and the sooner you realize it, the better off you'll be.
So you'll get in my way if I try to win Ethan back? Thank you for letting me know. I get up because if I stay any longer, I'll say something I'll regret. When Ethan and I were together, I tried to keep my feelings about his mother private. Ethan claimed he didn't care what she thought of me, and I was trying not to let the way she treated me damage our relationship. Nevertheless, I felt belittled every time she greeted me with a snide remark about my job, my looks, or my personality. Now, I'm not in the mood to let her disparage me. I'm going to stand up to her. Though for Ariana's sake, I'll keep myself from making a scene.
I haven't finished,
she says icily. Well, I have. I'm not listening to you for another second. At that moment, Ethan walks over, his eyes darting around until he meets my gaze. I smile at him fondly, attempting to conceal my actual state of mind. I don't want him to know I'm upset about his mother. Plus, Mrs. Anderson will think I'm smiling because I want to win him back, and I'll take any victory against her.
Is everything okay?
He asks, standing close to my side. I try to ignore the way my heart flutters at his proximity. Yes, your mother was just telling me how pleased she is to see me again. From the wry smile he flashes, he knows I'm lying. Her reaction this afternoon made her hostility toward me pretty clear, but I don't care to give her the satisfaction of complaining to Ethan. I can fight my own battles.
Well, I'm certainly pleased to see you again.
I'm aware his comment is directed at his mother, but my heart still leaps a little. He reaches for my hand and pulls me back outside without sparing another glance at Mrs. Anderson.
I'm sorry if she gave you a hard time.
It's not your fault.
Yes, it is. To avoid making waves, I've never told her how much I hate her interfering in my life.
Of course you did. You've always supported me. You never took her side. Our eyes meet, and for the first time since seeing each other again, there's no animosity in mine. There's no smugness or provocation in his. It's dangerous to stand this close to him. I start feeling dizzy, so I look for Zoe and Allison. I spot Zoe talking to a man by the pool, and I'm about to join them when Ariana comes out of the hotel. I can tell from her sagging posture that something's going on. I apologize to Ethan and hurry over to her. Do you want to talk about it? I ask gently.
You know Paul better than me. Is he normally abrupt and condescending?
No, I say, but seeing how disheartened she is, I gather something serious must have happened. Did you talk to him? What did he say?
Oh, nothing too complicated. Only that he's not interested in me and he thinks I'm superficial.
What an idiot. I can't believe he'd think that, and even more so have the audacity to say it to your face. I can't fathom why that would be his impression of you.
Oh, he was pretty clear. Because I like to have fun and dress up. Because I think life is about more than just work. Because I didn't have to struggle to get where I am.
We walk over to a couple of patio chairs, a bit away from the crowd, and sit facing each other.
It's true I was born into privilege, but I'm not some spoiled heiress sitting around twiddling her thumbs. I have never taken advantage of my family's money except to pay for my education, and my father insisted I work for my spending money. I was 16 when my grandfather bought this hotel, and since then I've spent all my summers here. Making up the rooms, working at the front desk, and now handling the marketing.
Her voice breaks, and an unfamiliar anger at Paul courses through my body. How could he hurt her like this? It's weird though, I muse. I've never known Paul to be rude or critical. When I was with Ethan, he was my biggest supporter. There must be something bugging him. Maybe he's interested but doesn't think you're compatible. Maybe he's afraid of falling for you. She smiles faintly.
It's nice of you to consider that possibility, Amy, but I doubt it's the case. He explicitly said he'd never waste his time with someone like me.
And what did you say?
Nothing really. Just that I was sorry he felt that way, and that I wasn't going to bother him with my feelings anymore.
She looks crushed, as she might burst into tears at any moment. I want to yell at Paul for breaking her heart, but instead I come up with a plan. Then have fun tonight. Show him how superficial you can be.
How will that help? It will only prove him right.
Exactly. It will show him that his opinion won't prevent you from living your life. I'm positive that seeing you flirt with other guys will bother him, and he'll reconsider. He'll even wonder if your confession was sincere, because you couldn't possibly be that relaxed and happy so soon after your conversation. Not to mention, it would be a blow to his ego. Ariana can't help laughing.
It's a clever plan. Normally I don't enjoy playing games, but what other choice do I have? Moping around because a man I have a crush on doesn't want me. It is his right after all.
It's more than a crush though. You have deeper feelings, don't you?
Unfortunately, yes. He has taken a special place in my heart. I don't see him often, but when I do, my heart explodes with joy. After the way he treated me tonight, however, I'm no longer sure he deserves those feelings. I'll take your advice. Even though I'm in love with him, I won't let him spoil my vacation.
Chapter 6. Ariana adopts the right attitude for the rest of the evening, and plays her role of hostess brilliantly. She converses pleasantly with everyone, even Paul. She anticipates our needs, and at no time does she show her dismay. I'm glad to see her pretending that everything is fine. After all, if Paul doesn't care about her, the sooner she forgets about him, the better. If, however, he's interested but for some reason refuses to admit it, he will get what he deserves. Perhaps that will set his head straight. Ethan's voice over my shoulder startles me.
What did you tell her? She shared with me what happened with Paul, and I know you've put in your 2 cents.
Just the truth, that between the 2 Anderson brothers, Paul is usually the one who's well behaved. He chuckles.
Do you ever plan on telling me why you're here, or will you just leave me thinking that you want to seduce me? That dress only confirms my belief.
His eyes rake up and down my figure, and it feels as though someone lit a match in the pit of my stomach. When his eyes meet mine again, I ask, "You think I wore this dress for you?" I throw him a knowing glance, hoping my flirting doesn't look too ridiculous. The flame that dances in his eyes tells me he isn't fooled. My little game amuses him.
Here's a piece of advice: dare to take more risk if you want your efforts to pay off.
Are you challenging me? I might do exactly that.
I'd like nothing better.
His gaze troubles me, and although I'd like to believe I hold all the cards, I know how easy it is to forget the past once I'm in his arms. I often wonder what makes 2 people attracted to one another even when everything is separating them. I don't wish to get back together with Ethan. Not only did he cheat on me, and I'm afraid I might relive the same nightmare, but I also don't like his new attitude. He's too confident, almost arrogant. But if I rely on the emotions I've been experiencing around him, my brain has no chance of functioning logically. I'm unable to resist him, hence I don't trust my judgment.
Why can't you just relax?
Ethan whispers close to my ear.
I promise our problems will still be here tomorrow. You can always hate me later, although I doubt you really do.
Maybe I can relax. I say, moving to rest my hand against his chest. He takes my hand into his, and the way he holds it makes me feel protected. The memory of the first time he did that resurfaces. It was 4 years ago, the day I visited his company's offices. I was stressed. Paul was convinced I was going to do a good job, but I wasn't sure of it. I had taken a few interior design classes, but I didn't even have a portfolio to showcase. Julia, a friend, had introduced me to Polly, one of the best interior designers around, so she could help me gain some confidence. Polly had been sweet, giving me apt advice to ensure I did not feel overwhelmed, but that didn't mean I was entirely reassured. Nothing had prepared me for my first meeting with Ethan, who put me on the spot right when I arrived. Paul had forgotten to mention to him that I was going to drop by. When I arrived, no one was at the desk, so I ventured a little farther, hoping to find someone. I knocked on a door that was ajar, and when no one answered, I took a step inside.
May I help you?
I jumped at the voice coming from behind me, and when I turned around, I met a pair of unwelcoming eyes. As I floundered for something to say, the man whose eyes were staring daggers at me said,
Have you lost your ability to speak?
I'm looking for Paul, was all I could manage. My heart was pounding. He let out a sigh.
Listen, I'm sorry for lashing out at you, but I wish all the women who have fallen under Paul's spell would stop parading through our offices.
He entered the office with an annoyed expression etched on his face and sat at his desk without giving me a second glance. I was stunned for a moment, but I eventually snapped out of it and approached him. I don't know what women you're referring to, but I'm a professional, and I don't particularly appreciate being treated like a feather-brained person.
A professional? Then that changes everything.
He scanned my body, a smile playing on his lips. I'm an interior decorator, I added, my face turning scarlet with the realization of what I had just implied. Paul asked me to meet him here so he could show me the spaces I will be decorating.
Oh? I'm truly sorry for the misunderstanding.
He seemed entertained rather than sorry, which only intensified my irritation. Do you take pride in assuming the worst about people?
No, I don't. And you're right. It was wrong of me to presume you were here to see Paul for personal reasons. It's just that ever since an article about him was published in a women's magazine, the phone hasn't stopped ringing. Several women have made the trip here to meet him. Tell me, what can I do to redeem myself?
Nothing, I replied, still upset. I'll get in touch with Paul to let him know I'm here. He rose from his chair and held out his hand as he approached me.
Hello, I'm Ethan, and I apologize for thinking you were one of my brother's groupies. I'm sure you're an accomplished professional.
I burst out laughing, and for a few seconds Ethan looked astonished. He later explained that he hadn't expected me to see the humor of the situation so quickly. I shook his hand to indicate that everything was fine, and as I did, he took it and pressed it to his heart.
I don't know if it's the same for you, but my heart raced when I heard your laughter.
From where my hand was resting, I could feel the rapid beat of his heart, and that made mine go wild. More than anything, a feeling of serenity washed over me when he wrapped his hand around mine. I didn't respond to his remark, but I accepted his offer to show me the offices. Paul eventually returned and apologized for his delay. I thanked him silently. His tardiness had allowed me to meet Ethan, albeit in an unorthodox way. Ethan and I saw each other almost daily during the month the job lasted. Officially, it was to discuss my ideas, but no one was fooled, especially not Paul. He kept teasing us, knowing full well that work was only an excuse for us to meet. I always believed I had fallen for him the instant he took my hand in his and placed it over his heart. It seems as if Ethan is remembering the same scene as well, for his stare darkens and he doesn't let go of my hand. At this moment, I wish nothing more than to be alone with him, but an unfamiliar voice interrupts us. I look away from Ethan's captivating regard and see a quite handsome man smiling at me. With black hair and chocolate eyes, his handsome round face contrasts with Ethan's chiseled features. He introduces himself as Vincent, a French friend of Ariana's who travels the Cyclades on his yacht and has stopped by to see her. He asks me to dance and I accept, as I don't want to be rude to a friend of Ariana's.
Have I just made Ethan my enemy? Are you two together?
He asks as we sway to the rhythm. I glance at Ethan and avert my gaze quickly when I see his eyes pinned on me. Absolutely not.
That's music to my ears, given that I would like to get to know you better.
He's charming and there's no doubt he knows how to flirt. I respond to his antics, but my heart isn't in it. I keep thinking about Ethan, and when Vincent has to repeat his question, I pull myself together.
It will be a day cruise.
He says.
And I'd be happy if you came with us.
I realize he has just asked if I'd like to accompany him to Crete tomorrow. I smile apologetically. I'm here with friends.
That isn't a problem. The boat is big enough for everyone. They are also invited.
I bite my lip, debating how to respond. With a kind, understanding smile, he makes me promise to at least consider his offer. As the music softens to a slower beat, Vincent turns us in a circle. From this angle, I see a woman approach Ethan and touch his arm. He smiles at her and my chest aches. She's evidently asking him to dance with her, and he accepts willingly. I promise to stop being impulsive, but now I itch to say yes to Vincent's proposal, just to make Ethan understand I don't care about him. I shake that thought away. I shouldn't react like a teenager. Ethan has the right to dance with whomever he wants. However, long after Vincent and I have parted, I'm sitting at our table, staring at what is happening on the dancing floor. How many songs can someone dance to with the same person? Zoe arrives, breathless from dancing, and drops into a chair beside me. She follows my gaze and raises her eyebrows.
You know he's not doing anything wrong, right?
I know. I tell her about Vincent's invitation, and she asks if I want to go. I don't know. Maybe I should. It would take my mind off Ethan. Zoe nods.
It could be fun. But we haven't seen Santorini yet, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get up early tomorrow to go on a day trip.
Same here. It's just that, for an instant, it seemed like a good idea. It seemed easier to take off for the day with a stranger than to spend another day playing games with Ethan.
Evasion always seems like a good idea, but it rarely is.
I see the truth of her words. Even if we think we're escaping, most of the time, we only postpone our problems. At 2 o'clock in the morning, we slip away with the last of the guests, but we're too excited to sleep. Instead, we settle comfortably in my room to chat for a little while. Allison wears a contented smile.
I must admit I enjoyed myself.
I saw you dancing with Paul several times.
Zoe teases.
He can be charming.
Paul surprised me tonight. I recount to them what happened with Ariana. Did he say anything about their conversation? Allison shakes her head.
Not a word, but now that you mention it, I saw him observe her with an expression I couldn't quite interpret. I can't believe he behaved that way.
Neither can I.
Zoe says.
What kind of man could find anything wrong with a woman like Ariana?
I wonder what's going on, I say with a sigh. At least, she handled the situation well.
Indeed. I didn't suspect anything of the sort.
Allison admits.
On the other hand, I know you and I can see you're sad. What's bothering you?
Nothing special. I just think it's a shame that some things in life can't be repaired.
Are you talking about Ethan?
Yes. Even if his touch still makes my heart skip a beat and we could start all over, I don't expect I'll ever stop seeing the image of that half-naked woman in his hotel room. Every time I remember that moment, ire grows inside me, slowly consuming me, and I hate it. I close my eyes and put my face into my hands. Zoe pats my shoulder affectionately.
I understand. I couldn't forget either, but if you and Ethan were to get together again, everything would be different. People forgive each other and start over every day. They don't forget, but they forgive. After all, that's what it means to be an adult. The fact that you're capable of admitting you are vulnerable will protect you. You won't be so trusting this time, and although it's not very romantic, it will shield you from disillusions.
Allison protests immediately.
I disagree. I like Ethan and was really sad when you broke up, but at least you had the chance to live a story of love and desire. What's the point of starting a relationship if you're going to be so cynical about it? I'm not sure that being aware of your vulnerabilities will protect you from having your heart broken.
The tedious events of the day have already taken their toll on my energy, and this conversation only makes me feel exhausted. We won't find an answer tonight, I say. I'll ponder all this tomorrow after I've had a good night's rest.
For what it's worth, I think Ethan still has feelings for you,
Zoe states as she stands up. Allison gives me an encouraging smile.
Me too.
Maybe I'll continue with my plan just to bother his mother, I say, telling them about our confrontation. Zoe puts her shoes on while saying,
That woman has real issues, and I doubt she'll ever change.
Paul knows how to handle her,
Allison remarks. Paul either ignores her or puts her in her place, I confirm, recalling certain situations in the past where Paul had been inflexible with his mother. Unlike Ethan, who by nature often tried to round up the angles.
Let's be fair. It's not easy for Ethan. She's his mother, after all. Are we any better at this? How many times have we claimed to be busy to avoid talking to our parents?
Zoe muses. Allison makes a goofy face.
I always talk to my parents.
Because they don't call you 3 times a day like my mother does.
Zoe reminds her.
That's true.
The girls say goodnight, and I fall asleep the moment I lay my head on my pillow. Chapter 7. I leave my room early the next morning. The sun is still low in the sky, pushing its way up in a display of brilliant colors. Despite my exhaustion, I can't stay in bed. My closeness to Ethan last night troubled me more than I could have imagined, so I'm glad when I see that I have the patio all to myself. I wrap my light sweater around myself to ward off the cool breeze as I look out over the sparkling sea. I thought everyone would sleep in after our late night, but Ethan approaches my table before I even have time to start on my breakfast. With a burning gaze, he slowly looks me up and down. I'm about to make a cutting remark when he says,
Please don't go.
Sorry?
I know you're thinking about accepting Vincent's proposal. Please don't. Spend the day with me.
His invitation is so surprising that, for a moment, I wonder if I heard him right. Could I still be dreaming? My heart melts upon seeing his vulnerable expression, but I refuse to fall for any of his games. First of all, how do you know about Vincent's invitation?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does. Why shouldn't I go with him?
Because I'm asking you not to.
My brain stops functioning. I feel as giddy as a teenage girl invited to prom by the most popular boy in school. Why does he still have this power over me? If I had a bat, I'd have hit myself on the head with it to snap out of it. I'm not sure that's a good idea, I mumble. A part of me prays he doesn't insist, whereas the other half cries out, please insist. Ethan sits down and leans forward.
I promise to be on my best behavior. There are so many things I'd like to discuss with you, and even though I love Zoe and Allison, I'd rather we be alone for the kind of talk I have in mind.
Does he do it on purpose? Does he have any idea what effect his words have on me? Discuss what? I ask in a poorly controlled voice. He takes my hands into his.
To start, I'd like to know why you're here. But above all else, I want to understand why I still can't forget you 3 years later, even after your unacceptable behavior.
There's no doubt he makes my heart race, be it with passion or in this case, anger. Unacceptable? I cast him a dirty look. I shake my head to get rid of the little goblin that's dancing on my shoulder, reminding me that Ethan has just declared he can't forget me. I yank my hands away and cross my arms. My behavior. What's wrong with you?
Please don't get upset.
He pleads, putting a finger on my lips.
I promise to let you scream at me if you agree to come with me.
Fine. I'm so mad right now. I just want to bring this to an end. I'm tired of hearing his wrongful accusations. Like you needed an excuse to be with him. Shut up,
Meet me back here in 20 minutes.
he says before standing up and walking briskly away as if he's worried I'll change my mind if he stays. Fury and excitement build up in my stomach. I scarf down my breakfast and return to my room, getting ready in record time. I leave a message for the girls and another one for Vincent. Then I head down to the lobby and get into the convertible that is waiting for me. I didn't know you were a walking cliché. A handsome man wearing fashionable sunglasses and driving a convertible, ready to charm the world. I have no reason to behave so pettily, and I immediately regret my words.
It's Ariana's car, and I find your judgment a little harsh. Don't you think people deserve pretty things? What a sad perspective, especially for someone whose job is to embellish people's everyday lives.
Of course, people can have nice things. I see he's teasing me, so I choose to leave it at that before I end up acting even more foolishly.
How about visiting the real Santorini, far from the excitement of Fira and its tourists?
I'd like that a lot, but I feel a little guilty. The girls and I had planned to take an island tour.
You're only abandoning them for one day. You'll have plenty of time to visit the island with them. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't show you everything in such a short time.
Then I accept. What's the itinerary?
First stop, before the heat becomes unbearable, is Pyrgos, the ancient capital. Pyrgos means the castle. We'll get a panoramic view of the island, and we can walk hand in hand along its scenic alleys.
He doesn't even look at me as he says this, yet my heart pounds at the idea of walking hand in hand with him, especially as he stretches out his hand and takes mine to loosen it. During our relationship, Ethan had noticed that I'd clench my fists whenever I was stressed. Taking a deep breath, I let him hold my hand until he needs both hands on the wheel for a particularly sharp turn. When we arrive at Pyrgos, I'm immediately in awe. The scenery is so breathtaking, and it only seems natural to let him take my hand once again as we stroll along its streets. We spend an hour exploring the charming village. Well-maintained traditional houses of Cycladic architecture surround a 13th-century Venetian castle. Narrow streets and secret passageways make for an enchanting walk. Luckily, tourism hasn't affected it yet. Although everything Ethan tells me about Pyrgos' history interests me, I can't stop wondering about his plans for us. Will he try to get closer to me? I don't know if I want that or if I'm afraid. He solves my problem by not making any gesture other than holding my hand.
Would you prefer to go swimming or to visit Akrotiri?
He asks at the end of our walk. Akrotiri is the most important archaeological site on the island. Since it's still early, I opt for Akrotiri and don't regret it. It's fascinating to explore the picturesque paved streets with their two-story buildings and the wonderful frescoes, all vestiges of prehistoric life. The volcanic eruption destroyed the prehistoric city, but traces of its existence are still visible. I've never been so overwhelmed by a place. It's hard to believe that everything I see is thousands of years old.
I knew you would love it.
I avert my gaze from the mural in front of me to return Ethan's smile. It's incredible. I didn't expect the site to be so well preserved.
The wall paintings are a testimony to the ancient existence of an advanced society in all areas.
He explains.
The urban landscape was developed, and the buildings had 2 or 3 floors and several rooms. Everything was organized. The richest buildings were built with carved stone. The streets of the city were paved.
His voice is smooth, lulling me into relaxation. I could listen to him talk for hours. I now understand why people hire guides to visit some places. How have these mural paintings been preserved so well? I'm amazed.
Their technique of buon fresco allowed the colors to remain indelible. It's thanks to these paintings that we know so much about life at that time.
I had no idea, I say, a little ashamed. I never considered the island as anything other than a relaxing destination. The meager knowledge I had about Santorini before arriving came from the magnificent images decorating the walls of the travel agency, depicting white houses clinging to the rocks. I had browsed a few travel sites before I left, but the only details that stayed with me were the main tourist attractions.
I see these frescoes fascinate you, and I agree they're worth the detour. According to archaeologists, wall paintings were used to decorate the home's interior since the 17th century BC.
I keep asking him questions and he patiently answers them all. He explains that the volcanic eruption created a favorable environment for preservation, giving us an excellent idea of how prehistoric art, musical instruments, furniture, etc. was fabricated. I sigh. It's a shame we have to leave. I regret not having more time to spend here.
We can do whatever you want. We don't have to follow a specific itinerary. I just want to be with you.
His tone is earnest as he gazes into my eyes. Surprised by his words, I stumble but catch myself. He knows better than to comment, so he takes my hand, leading us down another narrow street, and I hurry to answer. I want to see and experience it all, the landscapes, the history, everything. I'll let you choose, since it seems like I know nothing about the island.
How about swimming at Red Beach? It's right next door, and on the way, we can visit the Church of St. Nicholas. I remember you saying how small churches appeal to you.
I'm moved that he remembers. I'm not in the habit of praying, but during our holidays, I sometimes felt the need to enter a church and close my eyes for a moment, to appreciate the calm and quietude, away from the frenzied pace of the outside world. We walk toward the church as if we're just another touristy, happy couple. It's beautiful in its white splendor, with blue doors and windows and 3 white bells in the front. We enter, and I light a candle. After a few minutes of silence and peace, I'm calm and ready to have a serious talk with Ethan, without any animosity. I want to put this story behind me. I'll never forget he cheated, but I'd like to find out why he did it, and finally tell him that his betrayal caused me unimaginable grief. And who knows, maybe Zoe is right. Perhaps I'll be able to forgive him someday. I don't have time to utter a single word. Just as we step outside the church, he takes me in his arms and holds me tight against his chest. It's as if he sensed my contemplative state of mind. His arms are strong and comforting, and I don't want to lose the sense of well-being his embrace makes me feel. I let out a sigh as I relax, and for a few minutes neither of us speaks. We merely stand there, watching the calm deep blue sea as we listen to the cicadas singing. After a little while we head to Red Beach, and I decide to postpone our planned conversation until later. Red Beach is a rare beauty. The sand is red, surprise, and the landscape surrounding it is an impressive mixture of black and volcanic red. It's crowded at this time of day, but Ethan manages to find a quiet corner to set down our things before running into the water. There's a new surprise at every turn, I say a little later when I lie beside him. He hands me a bottle of water.
I promise the surprises will continue, but before they happen, we need to feed you. I wouldn't like to be accused of negligence.
Isn't it a bit early? I ask as I check the time on my phone. It's only midday. I've grown accustomed to having a late lunch like the Greeks.
If you're not hungry, what do you say to add other colors into our life?
I'm eager to find out the meaning of your Sibylline words. I don't have to wait long. Back in Akrotiri, we board a kayak and land on a beach sheltered by enormous white rocks, White Beach. The black sand is covered with white pebbles, and I'm even more impressed than before. It's a small beach, but the water is an unreal blue, and the surrounding rocks are tinged turquoise. We plunge into the sea the moment we set foot on the sand. The cool water refreshes me and gives me a much-needed sense of serenity. Although everything I'm experiencing enchants me, my anxiety rises because my resolution to talk with Ethan weakens as the day progresses. I know our positive rapport will become a thing of the past once Pandora's box is opened. Ethan makes no allusion to the subject either. We chat about everything and nothing, but we don't touch the topic of our relationship.
What are you thinking?
He gently brushes my forehead, and I tingle all over. Nothing interesting, I lie.
I'm not trying to avoid a serious conversation,
he explains.
I just want a bit of calm before the storm. I thought it'd be better to save our conversation for later. What do you say?
I return his teasing smile. Suddenly, I want to pretend, which is ridiculous. I want to act as if there aren't any problems between us, as if the magic has never disappeared. I stretch out my hand and he takes it into his. He kisses my palm and then, without warning, lifts me up and throws me into the water. As I splash in the cool waves, I swear to avenge myself, but the water is fresh and crystalline, and the beauty of it makes me forget any plans of retaliation. A few minutes later, I lie down on my towel to enjoy the sun's rays playing hide-and-seek with a few clouds. Meanwhile, Ethan swims back and forth to a boat that has dropped anchor a little way off and challenges me to do the same. The third time, I respond to his challenge. Fine, the first one to arrive at the boat pays for lunch.
I hope you know you have no chance of winning. Still, I'll play. The first one to make it will have to honestly answer a question.
A question he doesn't wish to answer?
I'd say that's the point.
Oh, I say, pretending to reflect on it. Do I want to reveal my secrets?
So you already know you're going to lose. Perfect.
What? No, I'm evaluating all possibilities. I set off like a rocket, and even though I'm rested, Ethan catches up quickly. I stop and emit a quiet groan, clutching my foot.
Amy, are you okay?
I think I have a cramp.
Let me see.
He tries to take my foot in his hand, but I leap up and sprint away at full speed. I hear him chuckle, but it only takes him a few seconds to catch up and get ahead of me.
So that's your idea of fair competition? Cheating?
He asks when I reach the boat. I didn't cheat. I said I thought I had a cramp, not that I did have one.
Well, you definitely lost.
He says, slipping his hands around my waist.
I won't ask my due right away though. The wait will be interesting.
Despite the freshness of the water, my skin burns from his touch. His finger traces my lower lip, and I hold my breath as he leans in and touches my lips softly with his. I respond to his kiss with abandon as his hand brushes my back, making me lose the ability to think. He's about to say something when our kiss ends, but I speak first in a cheerful tone. Now I'm hungry. He looks at me, his brow furrowed, but decides to play along.
Great. I know the perfect place to taste some of the island's specialties.
I trust you, I say, but my statement reminds me that the reason I'm here is precisely because I don't. I try to push that thought away, but he senses the subtle change in my mood. He draws me to him and hugs me while placing a kiss on my forehead. I struggle not to let my tears fall, but my eyes are burning. Sadness overwhelms me. I'm sad to realize that I still crave to snuggle up against him, and I'm sad that I don't see how things could start over again between us. He also seems lost in thought, and seeing him so confused makes me pull myself together. Spending a few hours with him won't make me lose sight of my goal. Our day is just an enchanting interlude. Let's go, I say, and once again his frown tells me he's unsure about how to react. Half an hour later, we are sitting in a small restaurant overlooking the archipelago. I stare mesmerized at the ring the islands form around the caldera, forgetting the negative thoughts I had earlier. Ethan is amused by my attempts to pronounce the dishes and guess what they contain without reading the translation. He decrees I'm doing a good job, and to reward me, he orders a multitude of hors d'oeuvres, and what he says are the best pitas on the island. I take the opportunity to ask him how he knows the island so well.
Simple. After I accepted Ariana's invitation, I immersed myself in books about the place.
The image of Ethan reading book after book late into the night makes me smile inside. He always did the same before our vacations, and he tried to transmit the virus to me. Clearly, I didn't do such a thorough job researching Santorini before this trip. When we were together, we spent many pleasant moments deciding which places we'd like to see, although we never followed our plans to the letter.
As for the hidden treasures of the island, nothing is worth more than the opinion of the natives. You have to ask the right people the right questions.
I don't regret having let him choose. From the grilled fish to the fried zucchini and the white eggplant puree to the capanya, a sweet made of powdered barley rusks mixed with raisins and sesame seeds, everything is delicious. Swimming has whetted our appetite. Our conversation is fluid. I had forgotten how easy it is to talk with him about everything. He asks me about the boutique, and I tell him about my recent projects and my plans. I even disclose my new resolution to him, to collaborate with Allison and work on decorating churches and wedding reception venues. Allison already has an impressive number of clients, and she can help me get started by recommending my services to them. I love the idea of making the most important day for a couple even more romantic. He stares at me with a genuine smile.
I always knew you'd succeed in whatever project you undertook. You're talented and a hard worker.
Heat rises to my cheeks. It's true that he used to encourage me all the time. It makes it all the more incomprehensible that he cheated on me. I thought everything was fine between us, but maybe I only saw what I wanted to see, the possibility of being happy. I ask him about his work, and he tells me that he still loves his job. His good relationship with Paul allowed them to maintain their company's success after taking over the reins from their grandfather. Better still, their latest ad campaign has won awards around the world. I feel proud of him, which is absurd and worrying. I also learned that Paul is now in charge of the marketing department, while Ethan takes care of the creative side. I notice him staring at my feet and I say, I thought of giving up the pleasure of wearing your creations, but I couldn't forego the quality. I think of the evenings we spent discussing new models, and the times I tried their new lines. It was interesting and fun. Ethan is an exceptional designer, and although he has held most of the positions, design is where he flourishes.
You were my favorite model,
he declares, and I blush again, thinking of the way some of our sessions ended. I'm close to retorting that Bethany must have been an even more interesting model considering that he slept with her, but my desire to provoke him vanishes when I look at him. We're getting along so well, I don't want to spoil it. I have no idea what I'm hoping for, but it's clear that I'd rather see him smile than feel his accusing look burning through me.
You wanted to say something.
I bite my lip before replying. No, only that everything today has been perfect. He caresses my fingers, and I want to live this day as if the past never existed. Well, the part that still continues to haunt my present. After lunch, we take the road toward the island's interior. Ethan wants to show me something other than beaches and tourist attractions. We land in Massaria, a quiet village surrounded by vineyards. We sit outside in a tiny cafe that seems frozen in time. The decoration reminds me of movie scenes from the 50s. Its unpretentious exterior and the simple, old-fashioned wooden tables and chairs make me feel part of another era. It feels good to get off the beaten track. To take time to contemplate life, I say softly so as not to disturb the tranquility of the place. He nods, kissing my palm.
I agree.
Sitting in the shade of the trees, we welcome the cool after hours spent under the sun. In front of us, there's an assortment of cakes and a carafe of ice water that makes the tasting even more pleasant. The singing of the cicadas lulls me, and I close my eyes. I could take a nap. An hour later, I still have no desire to leave the cafe. It's almost 4 o'clock and people start arriving to order coffee, chat and play tavli, a kind of backgammon. The sound of the dice relaxes me, and when Ethan asks if I want to go for a walk in the village, I tell him it can wait. If only time could stop for us as it did for this little cafe. The owner, Mrs. Lenny, comes over several times inquiring if we need anything else. I ask her about the history of her cafe and her daily life. It's rare to stumble across places that are still authentic, and she has fascinating stories to share.
You make a lovely couple. You'll be happy,
she says with a smile.
Lots of people come here, and I can tell right away if it will work between them or not. You know how? I observe them when their partner isn't looking. I see in their eyes if they love each other, if they care about each other. I've seen people gaze at their partner with adoration, but the minute they look away, they seem indifferent or annoyed. You look at each other with regret. Something might have happened between you, but your feelings haven't changed.
She puts her hand in my shoulder affectionately.
You, Kalimo, you're afraid of suffering again. And you, she turns to Ethan, you're on edge as if you don't know what to expect. But when you let your true feelings surface, you both have love in your eyes.
This kind woman, with her wrinkled skin and her benevolent smile, awakens a sentiment of tenderness inside me, so much so that I get up and hug her. She hugs me in return, and I feel she truly understands the situation. Ethan gives me a veiled look when I sit back down.
Is it true?
I know what he's asking, and I wish I could answer him. Yes, I'm afraid, it's undeniable. How could I not be afraid of suffering again? Whenever my heart beats faster, I can't help thinking of the pain that followed the end of our relationship. His question is more about how I feel about him, though, and I have no answer to provide. Do I still love him? The thought is frightening. I can't love someone who betrayed me. Even if my head could forgive him, my heart wouldn't. As the silence stretches between us, a gleam of sadness flashes in his eyes. He doesn't insist that I answer, and I avoid asking him the same question. The possibility of hearing him tell me Mrs. Lenny is wrong scares me even more. He changes the topic, and shortly after, we say goodbye to Mrs. Lenny and take a slow walk through the village. Several restored neoclassical buildings and manor houses surround us. Ethan had planned for us to visit a small mansion, but it's closed now. I make a mental note to suggest it to the girls.
I know how much you like neoclassical buildings, and I wanted to show it to you. Built in 1888, it's a prime example of neoclassical architecture, giving you a glimpse of the life of wealthy families back then. I promise we'll visit it again. I'll plan better next time,
Ethan tells me as we observe it from the outside. I'm looking forward to it, I say, playing along. None of us is ready to return to reality. After a while, Ethan suggests we do some wine tasting, so we head to a winery. The islanders have been cultivating the vines since antiquity, and the wines are exceptional.
Because of poor soil and volcanic ash, we can only cultivate a few varieties of grapes.
The vineyard manager explains.
The Asatico you are holding is an ancient white grape variety.
What do you do about water? I ask, intrigued. The island has a water shortage, and they're forced to transport it from the mainland. This made me feel guilty the first time I used the pool, but Petros explained that the hotel uses seawater. Many pool owners on the island use seawater as a workaround to the water scarcity problem.
Morning dew and sea mist are the main water sources. Because of the dryness of the soil, the plants are more spaced than usual.
It's a unique technique.
Ethan points to how the branches are arranged.
To protect the grapes from the wind, they turn the branches toward the inside of the ring formed by the plants.
We learn so many interesting things that I don't get bored for a second. I'm even able to recognize certain aromas. I don't like Assortico, it's too lemony for me, but I find our guide's description, white grape dressed in red, so pretty that I buy several bottles for my friends. After tasting various wines, we leave the winery and walk toward the nearest panorama. I feel lighthearted as we talk and laugh together like old times. I wish the day would last forever. Are we going back to the hotel? I ask when I notice him checking his watch. I can't complain. We were together for a whole day and we didn't quarrel, which in my book is a miracle. I imagine he has other plans. After all, his mother and brother are here, but his answer is quite different.
Of course not. We won't go back until we've seen the sunset.
We're going to Ia? I've heard so much about its sunsets.
Not exactly. Ia is for tourists. It's gorgeous, but Ariana showed me her secret place the day I arrived. You can watch the sunset without being disturbed. It's a little outside Ia, but not too far away.
I couldn't ask for anything better, I say, facing him. Ethan lifts me up and settles me on a white rock. Before I have time to protest, he kisses me, a tender and non-demanding kiss that differs from the previous ones. This one doesn't feel sneaky or stolen. It's a kiss that reminds me of how happy we were, and tears well up. Seeing my tears, he becomes forlorn and sighs.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. I just wanted to. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
I shake my head, unable to speak, and explain that I'm not crying because he kissed me. My heart finds the solution. I wrap my arms around his neck and draw him to me. This time it's me who caresses his lips gently. When he responds with ardor, our kiss intensifies and leaves us breathless. We eventually pull apart and stare into each other's eyes without saying a word. We both know that if we speak, we will spoil the moment. How can a kiss affect a person so much? I ask myself as I turn to look at the horizon. It's as if everything one feels, everything one dreams of, is in this one gesture. As if mixing our breaths unites us in a place out of time and space. Carefully, he places his hands against my waist and lifts me down from the rock, refusing to let go of my hand until we get back to the car. I feel dizzy, mesmerized by how good it feels to be close to him again. Ethan stops at a restaurant in Ia to retrieve a basket the owner has prepared for us. I'm amazed at all the planning he did for our day together. The basket contains a bottle of wine and appetizers. He then drives to Ariana's secret spot, from where we have a breathtaking and unobstructed view of the sunset. We watch the sun paint the houses with golden pink, orange, and red shades. Notes of figs and local herbs engulf our senses. It's incredible that such beauty exists on Earth. I understand why couples from all over the world choose to get married here. I savor both the snacks and the wine while Ethan just eats.
Being the driver has its drawbacks.
He jokes, eyeing the bottle of wine longingly. I've never felt such happiness. Ethan wraps his arms around my waist and scatters light kisses across my neck. I pretend not to be affected. As much as I'm treasuring these moments, I still don't want him to believe this is going to develop into anything more. I don't want myself to believe this either. However, my accelerated breathing betrays me. The vista of windmills and quaint settlements on the top of lava-layered cliffs is striking, adding to the magic of the moment even more. We remain entwined in each other's arms until the last rays of the sun disappear below the horizon. Chapter 8. As we drive along the winding path back to the hotel, we pass couples out for a moonlit walk and groups of tourists out on the town. The stars are beginning to light up the sky, and I wonder how we could talk about a subject as dark as our breakup after such a day. Ethan must feel the same because as we get out of the car, he suggests,
Our discussion can wait until tomorrow. What do you say?
I nod in agreement. When I take a step toward the entrance, he adds,
Not so fast.
He tugs me toward him and kisses me as if I were the most precious thing in the world. His hands caress the back of my head, his fingers twining in my hair. I lean into him with an indescribable desire to invite him to my room. I can't imagine anything more tempting than finding myself alone with him. Knowing it's risky, I don't say anything and pull away with regret. Still, Ethan holds onto my hand, not letting me leave his side. We enter the hotel grounds, where many people are having dinner or drinks. I spot Zoe and Allison sitting at a corner table with Paul and Ariana. We walk toward them, but Ethan doesn't seem to be in a hurry to let my hand go despite my feeble attempt to withdraw it. Allison and Zoe's eyes light up when they see us, and I know they're impatient to hear my account of the day.
Don't tell me you'll give this idiot another chance.
Paul exclaims. Ethan beats me to a retort.
We can manage without your comments. You're not in any position to give lessons.
We talked about Ariana and Paul today. Ethan said that even though Paul has never told him anything about Ariana, he thinks he is interested but afraid. Ariana is too confident of a woman for him. She makes him lose his bearings because she shows no vulnerability. Paul has a habit of taking the lead in a relationship, and the fact that Ariana showed her interest first probably put a damper on his. Perhaps he prefers to express what he feels first, or he fears her enthusiasm is ephemeral. It's as if he perceives being enthusiastic and enterprising as a flaw. On the other hand, maybe we're wrong and he's simply not interested, I say to myself, feeling guilty for judging Paul so harshly. I carefully observe Ariana, and I notice she hasn't let what happened with Paul alter her behavior. She doesn't ignore him, she remains courteous, but she doesn't show any particular warmth either. She behaves as though their discussion never occurred. I tip my hat to her for accepting the rejection gracefully, and refusing to ask him to reconsider. It can't be easy, but it's the right tactic. Paul seems intrigued, but maybe that's just my imagination. We stay with them for a while and summarize the highlights of our day. Zoe and Allison are interested to hear what happened between Ethan and me, but for tonight, they'll have to settle for the details of our trip as tourists. The girls tell us about the excursion they went on with Paul. They visited some beaches on the north side and Megalocori, one of the most traditional villages on the island. Knowing they had fun on their own, I feel less guilty about having abandoned them. I'm glad I haven't run into Mrs. Anderson. She went out to dinner with a couple her age Ariana introduced her to at the party. Seeing her would ruin the evening. Around 11, I get up to go to bed. The day has been perfect but long, and the excitement has left me exhausted. I'm about to open my door when Ethan steps in, taking the key from my hands to open it.
I only wanted to do this.
He whispers, stealing a kiss. He hands me back the keys and walks away without another word. I practically float into my room and fall into bed with a smile. What if we could start all over again? What if we had a second chance? I can think of nothing else until sleep takes me away. Ethan is the first person I see the next morning. I'm sitting on the patio, sipping my freshly pressed peach juice and going over the events of the previous day, when he approaches and rests his hand on my shoulder. Our eyes meet and we smile at each other. He squeezes my hand tenderly.
I wanted to see you before I left.
He says.
I promised we'd talk today, but we'll have to postpone because something unexpected came up. I have to leave for London, but I'll be available tonight, hopefully. Would you like to have dinner with me? I know a quiet place where we'll be able to talk without any distractions.
I accept without hesitation. After the amazing day we had yesterday, I can't refuse. The thought of having dinner with him excites me. I dare hope that maybe there was a reasonable explanation for his behavior. Even if my stomach is in knots because, deep down, I know that it will be complicated for me to have faith in someone who cheated on me. The girls arrive soon after Ethan leaves, chattering animatedly and wearing big smiles at the prospect of the day ahead. Last night, we decided to take a tour of Ariana's favorite places, which we look forward to discovering. We quickly realize we were right to trust her. Each of our destinations is unique. Our first stop is Finikia, a small village with old-world charm. We visit several traditional churches, typical of the Cyclades, and a few troglodyte houses. We're amazed at the cool temperature inside. We understand their usefulness on an island flooded with sunshine half the year. Allison keeps taking pictures, and she says she's already inspired to create a pie that will be sunny outside and fresh inside. I look forward to seeing what she's going to come up with. After a couple more stops in two lovely places, one for ice cream and then for a snack, Zoe wants to visit Parissa, one of the island's most touristic beaches, so we head there. The place is packed, which is understandable given its blue flag, world-renowned eco-label, the multitude of bars and the many water sports that can be practiced, but the black sand still gives it a singular look. Although I find the beaches I visited with Ethan more interesting, I can see why this one is the busiest.
Or it was the company.
Zoe teases when I express my thoughts aloud. I can't deny it. Our girls' day is enjoyable and full of laughter and fun, but Ethan still occupies my mind. I keep thinking about my upcoming dinner with him. While we lie under a parasol, relaxing on the shore, I ask Ariana what she plans to do about Paul.
Nothing. My life is too short to waste on idiots like him.
You should have asked him for an explanation all the same.
Zoe says.
You let him off the hook too easily, and you behave as if nothing happened. Don't forget he called you superficial.
He's not worth the trouble. He won't change his opinion and I won't change my personality to meet his standards.
You should follow Amy's example,
Allison suggests, and she tells her what brought me to her hotel. Ariana chuckles.
It's a great and fun idea. Nevertheless, for the moment I feel like paying him the slightest bit of attention would give him too much credit. To be honest, I'm counting down the hours until he leaves. It's true that I awaited his arrival with eagerness, but now I only see an arrogant fool. In fact, I don't feel particularly proud that I was interested in him. And maybe he's right, maybe he couldn't be happy with me. After all, he's not like us average people. To him, having fun and taking a vacation is for commoners.
Her bitter tone shows that deep down she's hurt by Paul's reaction. The discussion turns to me and my little expedition with Ethan. All three girls encourage me to give Ethan a second chance, especially after yesterday. They think I should be a little more flexible. They're convinced he's still interested in me.
Did you see how he looked at you yesterday when you came back? Like you were the only person in the world. Every time he'd talk to you, he'd inch closer and touch your arm several times. He was so focused on you, I had to repeat a question twice.
Allison claims. Allie, you always see the positive side. Do you genuinely think Ethan never forgot me? Because you can't possibly mean that he fell in love with me again in 2 days. Envisioning that would be preposterous. Besides, we should never forget he cheated on me. I remind them, but I mention it more to remind myself.
Far be it from me to minimize what happened, but maybe he realized it was a mistake. Some people overcome that kind of problem. You'll have to make it clear that forgiving him doesn't mean in any way that you'll forgive him a second time. If he understands, it wouldn't be so crazy to lower your guard and give him another chance.
I wish I could. I so wish I could. But I can't trust my heart. I can't open myself up to heartbreak again. After having a delicious lunch in a restaurant overlooking the beach, we visit the village of Emporio. Its well-preserved traditional stone houses are still lived in, with many of their walls adorned with climbing flowering plants in vivid colors. We stroll for a long time, and every now and then we end up in a tiny alley that opens out into a flowery courtyard with a view of the cerulean sea in the distance. Ariana shows us the 2 churches whose bell towers dominate the village. We climb the narrow streets to the top to see a 15th-century castle, and then visit a nearby tower.
It seems ready to slip down the hill,
Allison says while we're looking at it from afar. We head back, happy with our journey, but I should have known better than to get excited about a great day. It doesn't take much for things to go south. This proves to be true upon our return to the hotel. Seated on a chair in the middle of the patio is my worst nightmare, the woman who opened the door to Ethan's hotel room 3 years ago, Bethany Nichols. I'm frozen, unable to move, while Zoe and Allison are gaping at her.
This can't be real.
Zoe exclaims.
It's Bethany,
Allison whispers, taking my hand.
What is she doing here?
You have to ask. I can't help but adopt a sarcastic tone.
Wait a minute. Is she the woman you found in Ethan's hotel room?
Ariana asks, and I nod.
We don't know why she's here, but we're going to find out.
Zoe heads straight to Bethany, who smirks when she sees us. I notice how at ease she seems, and how her daring red top accentuates her blonde hair and perfect skin.
There you are. I couldn't believe it when Ethan told me you were staying here too. How long has it been? 3 years? Too long if you ask me.
Not enough if you ask me.
Zoe snaps, glaring at her.
What are you doing here?
Isn't it obvious? Ethan is here, right?
So you are still chasing after Ethan?
That's a strange way of putting it, don't you think? I'm not sure Ethan would appreciate your comment. He's always protected me, and your words sound like an attack.
I stand still, listening to the verbal battle between Zoe and Bethany as if it were a play, but my heart has already exploded. Seeing Bethany here is the last thing in the world I expected. Why is she really here? I don't want to even entertain the possibility that Ethan invited her, not after yesterday. Paul's arrival pulls me out of my thoughts.
Amy, I have a message from Ethan. He's sorry, but he has to cancel dinner tonight. He'll be back tomorrow at noon at the latest.
I feel disappointed, but I meet Bethany's gaze and realize it doesn't matter anymore. Tell him he doesn't need to hurry for me. I won't be here. I speak out of disappointment, but when I say it out loud, I come to the conclusion that it's the only sensible thing to do. Paul is about to protest, but I leave him no chance. I head to my room with Allison on my heels, while Zoe continues to taunt Bethany.
You can pretend you're here just to see Ethan, but I know better. If you're here, you're up to something, and I'm going to unmask you.
Zoe's stern lawyer voice echoes across the courtyard as I hasten my retreat.
You weren't serious about going away, were you?
Allison asks. Thank goodness her voice drowns out Bethany's answer. Why would I need an explanation from Ethan anymore?
This is not the time to give up. You have to talk to him. He spent the day with you. He kissed you. Would he have done those things if he had no feelings for you?
Her words stop me in my tracks just as we reach my room. After a bit of pondering, I respond, perhaps it's his way of getting revenge. He already said he blames me for our relationship ending. Maybe he thought I was going to stay with him and accept him playing around without any protest. I bruised his ego. I don't know, Allison. I don't have all the answers, and I doubt I ever will.
Of course you will.
Zoe enters and gives me a stern look.
There's no way you're leaving. We'll stay, and I'll get to the bottom of this. Ethan would have never invited her. I bet she heard you were here and invited herself.
I sigh heavily. You don't know that. It's clear she's still part of his life.
So what? She may still work for him, but that doesn't mean they are in a relationship.
If so, how does that play out in the long run? I get back with Ethan while he works every day with a woman he cheated on me with? You know that's impossible.
I won't pretend to know what's going on, but I'm giving Ethan the benefit of the doubt. Why would he invite you to dinner if he was waiting for Bethany's arrival? It makes little sense, and if something seems illogical to me, it's because it actually is.
Maybe he drew up a plan to get back at me. It seems like he hasn't forgiven me for leaving him. So why not invite the woman for whom he destroyed our relationship and twist the knife in the wound? I feel so foolish right now. Even more so when I start hoping that Zoe is right. Allison shakes her head.
Frankly, Amy, your imagination has no limits, and don't take that as a compliment. What you just described is ruthless. What decent person would do such a thing?
Who said Ethan is a decent person? That I was stupid enough to fall in love with him doesn't make him Prince Charming.
He may not be Prince Charming, but he's far from being the person you're describing.
Zoe lectures me.
I suggest we order something to eat, get a good night's sleep, and I promise to have the answer to why she's here tomorrow.
I throw myself into bed, not looking forward to the endless night of overthinking that awaits me. I chase the thought of my potential departure away for now, and choose to wait until tomorrow to make a decision. Just as I feared, sleep eludes me. Everything that happened during my separation from Ethan resurfaces, and I begin to get a headache. I climb out of bed in the middle of the night to take an aspirin, and then head outside. I sit at the edge of the pool, dangling my feet into the water. Paul joins me after a few minutes and sits beside me.
Can't sleep? What is it, Amy?
He asks, wrapping his arms around my shoulders. I wipe away my tears and turn to him. It's nothing.
If it's about Ethan, you shouldn't worry. He'd be an idiot to let you slip away again.
There's nothing between us.
I beg to disagree. It's obvious that there's still something between you. He was devastated when you left him. He never understood what happened, and me neither, by the way. I thought you were crazy about him. I told him 1,000 times that if he wouldn't take his chances, I would.
I look at him, stunned. Paul, don't act like you're not aware of what went on. Why would Ethan be devastated from something he caused?
I promise you it's the truth. I told you that the other day. I swear he never confided in me why you broke it off. He only mentioned that it had been your decision. From my understanding, he had a rendezvous planned with you, but you never showed up. Then when he tried to talk to you, you asked him never to contact you again. After a while, you became a quasi-forbidden subject.
What would you do in my place if the person you loved cheated on you? He starts laughing, taking me by surprise. When he sees my confusion, he pulls himself together and apologizes.
Oh. You're serious? Why would Ethan do that? He didn't even cheat on that idiot Stacy Elliott who gave him a hard time in college. Why would he cheat on someone he loved? He was happy for the first time in his life. I may sometimes flay him, but he's not dumb. He knew you were the best thing ever happened to him.
The reason I'm here is to find out why. Maybe Bethany has the answer.
Bethany Nichols?
Yes, her. He's about to laugh again, but sensing my distress, he pulls me close and lets me cry on his shoulder until I stop sobbing.
Let me talk to him. You can't seriously believe Ethan cheated on you with Bethany. He'd never consider a relationship with a woman like her. I know my brother.
No, Paul. Please don't do anything. I'll do it myself. I was thinking of leaving, but that would be the easy option once again. No matter how much it costs me, I'll confront him. I'll tell him how I feel. That's why I came here after all. I recount to him what occurred 3 years ago.
I have no idea what happened with Bethany at the time or why she was in his hotel room, but I work with my brother every day, and I can assure you he's never done anything with her. He hasn't even had a serious relationship since your breakup. He's dated a little, but I've never seen him with the same woman more than a few times. There's nothing between Bethany and him unless he's the best actor in the world.
Having a secret tryst doesn't imply a continuous relationship. I don't know how things went after that night, but I know what I saw.
You also know Ethan. Would he ever venture down that path? He's probably never even had a one-night stand. The only reason he would have jeopardized your relationship would have been if he was in love with Bethany. Do you actually believe Ethan had feelings for another woman when he was planning to spend a romantic weekend with you? Let's not forget that if he had made a mistake, he would have apologized. You've got to be mistaken, Amy. I'm sure there's a missing piece to this puzzle. My proposal still stands, though. You can drop Ethan and fly away with me for a romantic getaway on the other side of the world.
He gives me an exaggerated wink and a cheesy grin. Despite Paul's comforting words and attempts to make me smile, I spend a long time crying. He stays with me until my eyes dry, and then accompanies me to my room.
Sleep well,
he says, kissing me on the forehead after tucking me into bed.
I'm sure tomorrow you'll see things differently. When Ethan returns, you two will sort things out.
Chapter 9. I finally fall asleep so deep that I don't get up until 9. It's a sunny morning with a cool breeze coming from the sea, inviting you to enjoy the day ahead. I find the girls eating slices of nectarines and melon on my balcony, already dressed for the day. They stand up and wrap me in a comforting group hug before pulling out a chair for me to join them.
We climbed over to make sure you weren't alone when you woke up. We should have stayed with you last night. How do you feel?
Allison asks with a concerned frown. I'm fine. I talked with Paul and he's adamant that I'm wrong about Ethan and Bethany. I have a hard time believing that's possible, but I will stay to clarify things. Allison smiles, relieved.
I'm glad to see you in such a determined mood. We were worried. I still can't swallow Bethany is here.
I describe my evening and my ensuing discussion with Paul in detail. Upon hearing his musings, they agree with him.
He's right. He knows his brother.
Zoe points out. I thought I knew him too. You're an attorney, Zoe. You can't believe you ever truly know anyone.
Still, being cynical and never giving people a chance isn't the panacea for suffering. You weren't cynical before Ethan, and it would be a shame if you changed because of him, especially if he turns out to be a blithering idiot. If that's not the case though, well, you'd better pull yourself together and send that woman back to where she belongs.
I laugh, and for an instant, I see myself triumphing over Bethany and her schemes. There must be a way to beat her because, given her behavior last night, it's obvious she won't make things easy for me. She wants Ethan, and she wants me to stay away from him. We were supposed to take another tour of the island this morning, but I'm too tired after everything that's happened. We decide to bask around the pool and later venture to Firaz's shops to find some gifts for our friends and families. Ariana joins us and suggests we go to Vlahada Beach in the evening. It's her favorite place for a drink at nightfall. While the girls chat excitedly about the evening awaiting us, Bethany appears. She's beautiful, her blonde hair and red swimsuit are enough for all eyes to turn toward her. I hate to admit it, But it's not surprising that Ethan is interested in her, I say in a low voice. Zoe rolls her eyes.
Oh please. I bet she pays a fortune for that look while your beauty is all natural.
And she has to touch up her hair every week. She's not a real blonde.
Allison adds. I'd do it too if I could have the same stunning color. It's like her hair has absorbed the sun. The girls burst out laughing, and I shoot them an annoyed glare.
Sorry,
Zoe says.
Writing poetry about Bethany's hair requires a certain effort.
Bethany comes up to our table and gives us a haughty look. Without being invited, she takes a place beside me.
Oh, you're not already on the plane? She asks.
Excuse me?
If I remember correctly, you simply left Ethan the last time. I thought it was one of your character traits.
I'm burning up inside hearing her accuse me of being a coward. The last time he cheated on me. This time the stakes are quite different.
Don't tell me you're going to try to win him back?
She laughs sharply as if she finds the idea ludicrous. No. Unlike you, I don't chase after men who aren't free. Although, now that I think about it, you should be wary of me. Who knows? If Ethan is ready to give us another chance, maybe I'll grab it. After all, I was never able to resist him.
Oh, darling. I doubt Ethan gives you a second chance, not any more today than yesterday. You don't have the power you think you have over him.
Though frustration courses through my veins, I keep silent. I would only be stooping to her level by responding to her provocations. Her smug look tells me that this is exactly what she's trying to do, to get a reaction from me. To make matters worse, Mrs. Anderson arrives. She's wearing a classic wrap dress and her usual superior scowl. She walks like a woman on a mission and of course doesn't acknowledge my presence. She only addresses Bethany.
Bethany dear, did you hear from Ethan?
He'll be here soon.
I can't help feeling bitter that he contacted her and not me. Fine, he doesn't have my number, but he could have asked the front desk. His mother turns to me with a glower.
I see you're still here. I hope spending the day with my son did not give you the wrong impression about his intentions. I also hope now that Bethany is here, you'll be a little more discreet. I understand how hanging on to him would be the easiest solution to leading a comfortable life, but one should never be satisfied with being the other woman.
I hear the girls gasp and Zoe shoots daggers at her, ready to fight, but I beat her to it. I agree, and believe me, I have no intention of being the other woman. This time, I'm determined to go to the altar. If the idea doesn't sit well with you, by all means, try to chase me out of your son's life. We'll see if he thanks you for it. I wonder if my day can get any worse. I feel more humiliated with every passing second. What a stupid idea it was to come here. Bethany wears a gleeful smile, clearly pleased with my altercation with Mrs. Anderson. Ethan may not have taken his mother's side in the past, but I doubt he'll be happy to learn I publicly argued with her. As she prepares to answer me, Paul arrives. He kisses me on the cheek.
How did you sleep?
He takes a seat next to me while staring at Mrs. Anderson thoughtfully. Great, thanks to you, I reply with a smile.
I'm your knight in shining armor. Never forget it.
His mother pinches her lips, but Paul doesn't seem to notice.
I see you and Paul are close. Interesting. I hadn't realized your relationship had changed.
Bethany comments. I look at her in astonishment. What a ridiculous thing to say. Nothing has changed. We're friends.
That's not what these photos say.
She takes out her phone and puts it right under my nose. I'm dumbfounded to see photos of Paul and me talking out on the patio last night. There are a few of when he took me in his arms, and of when he entered my room and closed the door. I remain still in stunned silence for a moment before finding my voice. How did you get these? I wonder what she's up to. Did she see us and decided it'd be a good idea to snap a few pictures? Why? I see Zoe and Allison checking their phones and shaking their heads.
What idiot took these photos?
Zoe exclaims, miffed.
Why did you send them to us?
Allison asks.
I thought you'd be interested to know how your friend spends her nights. Really, Amy, from one brother to another?
These photos only prove that Amy and I are friends.
Paul intervenes.
I don't know what you hope to achieve by insinuating Amy and I have a romantic relationship, but I'd advise you, Bethany, to think twice before spreading that kind of rumor. From my point of view, these photos were taken to harm Amy. Perhaps you'd like to clarify what your intentions are?
He touches my arm reassuringly. Bethany doesn't have time to answer. His mother speaks, an evil smile lingering on her lips.
I doubt Ethan will see things the same way. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Amy is responsible for this disaster.
What disaster?
Paul huffs.
Have you all lost your mind?
His mother ignores him and looks at me rather haughtily.
I always knew you weren't worthy of my son.
Paul lets out a mocking laugh.
Still being melodramatic, mother?
Bad choice of enemy.
Bethany whispers to me, and I put it together. I address Mrs. Anderson. You invited her here, didn't you? She raises her chin defiantly.
Bethany doesn't need an invitation to accompany Ethan. She works closely with him and she's also a family friend. She understands and supports him.
The girls stare at me helplessly. I know Zoe is champing at the bit to respond. She only holds back because she thinks I wouldn't want her to make things worse, but at this point, I don't care. I used to tolerate Mrs. Anderson's behavior to avoid hurting Ethan, but I don't intend to continue down that path. The gleam of satisfaction in her eyes confirms my suspicions. She's behind Bethany's presence here. It's barely believable. This woman hates me so much that she invited the woman whom her son cheated on me with just to hurt me. Unless Ethan is dating Bethany, I can't rule out the possibility, and she was afraid he'd cheat on her with me. She sure has noble motives. I laugh to myself at that thought. What worries me most are these photos and how Ariana might interpret them. When we're in love, the smallest things can hurt us. I don't want her to think, not even for a second, that Paul and I have any romantic interest in each other. I'd like to be her friend and she'd feel betrayed, even if Paul doesn't have feelings for her. When I notice Ariana approaching, I jump up from my seat, eager to leave Mrs. Anderson behind and rush to meet her, ready to explain. However, Ariana stops me with a hand gesture.
Amy. I may appear superficial to some, but I can judge people's character. I got the pictures, but I'm not stupid to the point of thinking you'd betray Ethan with Paul. I see how much in love you're with him.
I'm not in love, I protest, but even to my ears the words sound fake.
No offense, but you are. Although thinking about it, I'd find the idea of taking revenge on Ethan by going out with his brother worthy of the greatest telenovelas. Well, if I wasn't attracted to Paul and you weren't too smart to be interested in an idiot like him.
We crack up and I hug her because she trusts me even though we have just met. Trust is an immeasurable gift. At that moment, a shrill cry resounds across the patio, and I realize it's Bethany. Ethan has arrived. My hands grow clammy and my heart is beating fast. I need to talk with him right away, but I'm paralyzed. Why am I afraid to confront him? He's accountable to me. Nevertheless, the idea that he received the pictures and has misjudged them terrifies me. Even though I did nothing wrong, I still feel guilty.
He'll understand.
Ariana reassures me when she perceives my dismay. I give her a weak smile. When I return my gaze to the patio, I see Ethan hug Bethany, who beams at him. She leans toward him and whispers something in his ear, which triggers his laughter. My chest tightens. I had forgotten what an ugly feeling jealousy is. I can't believe he's showing such enthusiasm upon seeing Bethany. No trace of guilt, no sign of embarrassment, even though he saw me. So Bethany was telling the truth. She's rightfully here and Ethan is glad to see her. He looks around and his smile slips when his eyes fall on me. Either he's seen the pictures and isn't happy about them, or he's wondering how to explain that he spent the day kissing and holding hands with me while waiting for his girlfriend's arrival. Maybe he has a conscience after all. Or maybe he's trying to warn me I'd better stay silent. I could reassure him, tell him he has nothing to fear, but I'm not that noble. My temper flares, and I yearn to see him flounder and invent excuses for the disaster he created. Everyone feigns not to notice what is happening, but I'm aware that all eyes are on us. What are my choices? I could disappear and give Bethany and Mrs. Anderson the satisfaction that they got to me, or I could advance and pretend that seeing him hug Bethany doesn't hurt. I choose to face the situation. I'm not going to repeat past mistakes. I cross to where they're standing, my head held high. Ethan, I'm glad you're back, I exclaim with an unnaturally cheery voice. He doesn't play along.
Am I supposed to believe that?
His tone is frosty, and he does nothing to hide it. Of course. The place seemed empty without you. Fortunately, Bethany arrived. What a pleasant surprise to see she's always present in your life.
Why wouldn't she be?
A knot forms in the pit of my stomach. His question takes me by surprise. I expected him to try to justify the situation. Well, people come and go in our lives. Sometimes relationships don't last long. We both know that, right? Zoe will need to teach me how to master my emotions. I'm a mess. Instead of appearing confident and relaxed, I look like I'm falling apart.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand a word you've said. Can we speak in private?
His patience seems to have reached its limit. Sorry, but I'd like to avoid upsetting certain people here, so I decline. Unlike others, I don't seek your company at all costs. What did I tell you? Walking disaster. Everything is going from bad to worse. Bethany, who's giddy at the spectacle, taunts me.
It's clear now that you've never appreciated Ethan.
Oh, I appreciate him just fine. In fact, you should ask him to show you the island. He's a very gifted guide. Ethan shoots me a dark look, but I don't care. He had no right to kiss me with Bethany still in his life.
I don't know what your issue is. If either of us should be mad, it should be me.
You're joking, right? Why?
Maybe because you spent the night in my brother's arms.
I'm about to protest that it's none of his business, but he doesn't give me the time to react as he keeps going.
Except I'm an adult, and I know that if Paul was with you, something must have happened. I saw those pictures once I got off the plane, and I worried the whole time. I shouldn't have. Not only are you well, but you haven't lost any of your attitude. You continue to be irrational and unpredictable. I shouldn't be surprised. Those who say that history repeats itself are right.
He turns to Bethany.
I'll see you in an hour,
he says. Right after, he storms away without giving me a chance to respond. Mrs. Anderson and Bethany smirk at me before turning and leaving. I remain frozen on the spot before slumping into a chair. What did just happen?
I don't like making you feel bad, Amy, but you messed this up.
Zoe says.
You need to talk to Ethan as soon as possible. There's a misunderstanding somewhere, and you have to clear it up. I was almost sorry for him.
Bethany will console him, I'm sure, I retort half-heartedly. Everything's confusing in my head right now, and although I want to blame Ethan for this imbroglio, I feel guilty. His attitude regarding the photos was mature and reasonable. I can't say I'd have the same reaction if I were in his place. Zoe's right. I should apologize. Paul squeezes my shoulder affectionately.
You should talk to him. I hope you understand now why I laughed yesterday. It's ridiculous to believe Ethan cheated on you, especially with Bethany.
He just told her they would meet later.
To talk about work. Let me remind you that she works for him, and I must admit she's competent. That's the only reason Ethan keeps her. You have to trust me.
I get up reluctantly. I'm worried about Ethan's reaction, so I trudge to his room without much enthusiasm. I knock and attempt a smile, which fades the moment I see who opens the door. The nightmare of 3 years ago repeats itself. Before me, there's Bethany, wearing a bikini while Ethan exits the bathroom, only covered by a short white towel. Great. I'll never be able to erase the image of them almost naked together from my memory. His gaze wanders from Bethany to me before reacting.
Amy, I'm glad you're here. We need to talk. Wait for me, please. Bethany, may I know what are you?
Don't bother, I snap. A picture is worth 1,000 words, right? He's free to do as he pleases, he doesn't owe me anything, but I feel betrayed once again. The tears come back in full force. I blink to prevent them from flowing, and I seek refuge in anger. I feel ridiculous for being so emotional since seeing Ethan again. I've never cried so much in such a short time. For your information, a decent man doesn't kiss other women when he's in a relationship, but maybe not all women mind if their partner kisses someone else. Isn't that right, Bethany?
Again, what the hell are you talking about? Wait a minute. You think that?
Ethan shakes his head incredulously and his expression hardens. What? Are you going to deny she's almost naked in your room like she was 3 years ago in some other hotel room? You know what? I don't need an explanation.
I wasn't planning on giving you one.
It doesn't matter anyway. I have my answer. Do you want to know why I came to Santorini? Because you broke my heart, and you didn't even apologize. I trusted you, and you lied to me. I wanted to ask you why you did that. I naively thought I was going to find peace, but I was wrong. I only stirred up trouble. Coming here was a huge mistake. Bethany is now sitting on the bed, watching with interest, but I don't pay her any attention anymore. Ethan has come closer to me and is about to interrupt me, but I can't keep quiet. I lash out at him. Do you know what your problem is? You want everything. The woman who doesn't match your lifestyle but with whom you can have a good time, and the one who understands you because she comes from the same environment. The nice regular fiancé on one side, and the glamorous, sexy mistress on the other.
So you're insinuating that you're not sexy?
He says with a teasing smile. That he finds it appropriate to make fun of me while I'm opening my heart to him, makes me lose it. Why am I wasting my time with someone like you? I put you on a pedestal during our relationship, thinking you were kind, romantic, and loyal. I should have seen you for the person you truly are. Someone with no values and very little intelligence. If you were smart, you'd never have mixed up the dates of your rendezvous. I don't have a clue how long you expected to continue your little merry-go-round, but I'm glad I discovered the truth before making the mistake of marrying you.
You had nothing to fear. Marriage wasn't in my plans. Now if you're done, I've got work to do.
I don't know what reaction I expected, but seeing him so impassive and rudely dismissing me hurts. Hearing that he never planned to propose feels like a punch to the stomach, and I find it hard to cope with this revelation. Not that I thought he was about to ask me to marry him at the time, but I had thought it was written in our future. Evidently, my illusions about our relationship were innumerable. I remain still next to the door for a few seconds, not knowing how to react, but I understand there's nothing to add when I meet his indifferent gaze. I can't bear Bethany's triumphant smile for another second. Not only am I broken-hearted, but I'm embarrassed that everything happened in front of Bethany, whose presence I shut out during my pathetic tirade. I turn on my heel and I unleash the tears I've been holding back, despite my resolution to keep my cool. I take a long walk in the property's flowery gardens, and my heart feels heavy when I remember that before leaving yesterday, Ethan offered me a rose that was covered in dew. I decide to join the others. I need a distraction to forget that my attempt to have an adult discussion with Ethan was a disaster. When I find my friends, I ask, can we go elsewhere? Paul volunteers to take us on a tour.
Nothing better than an excursion in a beautiful setting to make us forget our problems,
he says. Zoe nods like a bobblehead.
He's right. There's still so much to see. It would be stupid to spend our days in the hotel.
Let's go to Old Thera,
Allison suggests. Within minutes, we're all sitting in the car Paul rented the day he arrived. The city is only a short drive away from Fira, at the top of the mountain Mesa Vuno, which means the Middle Mountain. According to archaeologists, it was built in the 8th century BC. To get there, we go up the stairs on the mountain slope, which takes us half an hour. Thankfully, there's some shade, and my resentment toward Ethan makes me forget my fatigue. I'm happy to exercise and expend my energy. Although I've already seen the vestiges of Akrotiri, I'm once again transported into the past, and for a while I leave my troubled thoughts behind. Paul was right. We forget our daily life while facing centuries of history. We reach the city's market, which is reminiscent of the modern-day squares of the Cyclades Islands. Situated almost in the city center, its south part was the commercial district, and the center the administration district. The ancient theater, built with the local limestone of the mountain itself like all the other buildings, overlooking the sea, is our last stop.
I read that 1,500 spectators could fit in it, and that it was also used as a parliament for some time.
Zoe says.
People from Santorini and the neighboring islands came to enjoy the performances held here.
Which is perfectly understandable, I say. The view of Santorini from up here is outstanding. We all agree that this is the highlight of our visit. We sit in the shade to observe the sea and the adjacent islands. In the quiet moments of our trip, I worry that someone will ask me questions I don't wish to answer. No one does though, and I'm grateful. I doubt I can recount the horrible scene without bursting into tears. I made a complete fool of myself. As I contemplate the landscape, Vincent calls me. He's back from Crete, and he asks if I would have dinner with him. Since the group already planned to visit Vallicetta this evening, I invite him to join us instead. Seeing him might make me forget this awful morning. The rest of the day goes smoothly. Everyone avoids bringing up any sensitive topics, and apart from Zoe's comment regarding Ariana's kindness, causing Paul to lose his smile, we content ourselves with discussing our travels and leisure activities rather than the drama invading our personal lives. When Zoe mentions my idea of rewriting a regretful moment from our life, Paul says he'd like to have a word with his first martial arts instructor, who told him he'd never get anywhere.
Did you prove him wrong?
Allison asks.
No, I was terrible.
Our spontaneous laughter is welcome.
What? Why are you laughing?
He asks, putting his hand on his heart in an exaggerated gesture.
Let's say that confronting him would have more weight if you had become a black belt. But in principle, you're right. Perhaps you'd have become one if he had encouraged you.
Allison concedes. Paul chuckles.
I doubt it. I hated being hit, and believe me, some of those kids were real killers. That said, I know enough to impress women. No one has asked me to prove my level, and no one's ever noticed I only know 3 moves.
Allison grins.
I get you. As I told the girls, I'd like to face that idiot Jake Matthews. He criticized my pie during my first culinary competition. He took away my desire to bake for years.
Jake Matthews, the cooking TV show producer?
The one and only.
Allison confirms with a pout.
Every time I see him on some magazine cover or on a TV show, I want to demolish him.
You should do it, I encourage her. Nothing's preventing you from confronting him.
Yes. Well, let's say I don't feel combative. I doubt I could utter 2 words before making a fool of myself. That is why revenge plans should remain in our heads. The reality never lives up to our imaginations.
I hope you don't think that because of my inability to communicate with Ethan. Ethan and I have a past, and that complicates the situation. Let's face it, things didn't go exactly as planned. But even if I haven't found the peace I hoped for, I'm still proud to have finally dealt with the issue. Zoe makes a face.
I, for one, am not discouraged by your failure.
I slap her arm. She didn't need to use the word failure.
What? I was hoping you and Ethan would find each other again.
That wasn't my intention, I protest, although I desperately tried to make myself believe that there could be a new beginning for us after our day together.
So,
Paul addresses Zoe.
what is the regret you'd like to erase?
Thinking about it, I wish I had taken down Solange, a girl from my school who stole my boyfriend. I still can't accept that not only did she date him, but she shouted it from the rooftops. Or I could tell a few home truths to the client who made me waste hours defending her against her landlord, based on a claim that turned out to be a lie. The real reason for wanting to drag him through court was to get back at him for some lover's quarrel.
I remember that incident. Zoe was mad for weeks. It was a pro bono case, and of course, she had done her job, even though the client had the audacity to tell her that she shouldn't have believed her blindly. She had lost hours preparing the file before her assistant figured out the lie. After everyone shares their regrets, we end the journey by having ice cream on Stefani, one of the most beautiful among Santorini's balconies. Despite the terrible morning, being here with all my friends is perfect. Chapter 10. We're laughing out loud when we enter the hotel's courtyard. Allison was just telling Zoe that for someone who claimed to have no regrets, her list is rather long. We stop laughing when we spot Mrs. Anderson having dinner in one corner of the terrace with Ethan, Ariana, and Bethany.
Let's have some fun,
Paul says. I shake my head, not ready to face them again so soon, but he wraps his arm around my shoulders and steers us toward their table.
Good evening. I'm glad to see you all here. We had an amazing afternoon. You don't mind if we join, do you?
He doesn't wait for their answer. He pulls over some chairs so we can sit with them. His mother throws him an irritated look, but he ignores her.
So how was your day?
He asks as he's waving to a waiter.
Let's start with you, Mother. I'm guessing you were over the moon when you learned Ethan was stupid enough to let Amy go again.
Paul, please behave like an adult.
She says in a steely voice.
I don't meddle in your brother's choices, but in my opinion he exercised good judgment.
I won't contradict you. At least he made the right choice for me. I can go out with Amy in broad daylight now.
I see Ariana turn pale. She knows he's joking, but his words still hurt. My heart aches for her, echoing her pain. She meets my gaze, and I wink at her reassuringly. She winks back.
You make a lovely couple,
she says sweetly. Paul raises his eyebrow, visibly surprised by her words, but he recovers quickly.
Thank you. I agree.
So you decided to go out with a woman who abandoned your brother at the first opportunity?
Bethany asks snidely while Ethan keeps silent.
Let's not exaggerate. Finding a woman almost naked in your boyfriend's room would shock anyone. It was a beginner's mistake on Ethan's part, but what if Ethan had nothing to do with it? What if you and my mother orchestrated the whole operation? What do you have to say to that?
He snickers at the two women in question.
I don't see what you're talking about.
Mrs. Anderson replies, raising her voice and losing her composure for a few seconds. He clearly touched a sore spot.
Really, Mother? I'm not Ethan, who always looks for reasons to understand and excuse your behavior. I've watched you since our arrival, and it didn't take me long to guess what happened back then. I know my brother, and he never would have cheated on Amy. You helped Bethany trap Amy and make her believe Ethan had slept with her.
I stare at Paul, mouth agape, utterly shocked. Has he just accused his mother of colluding with Bethany? The possibility has never crossed my mind, and to be honest, and even now, I find it a little far-fetched. No sensible person would go that far. Also, if Ethan did nothing wrong, why isn't he defending himself? He hasn't uttered a word, and his expression remains blank, even after hearing Paul's wild accusation. I'd like to know what he's thinking. As I consider Paul's words, my heart tightens. What if I made a mistake 3 years ago? Should I have trusted Ethan?
Bethany, you duped Amy into believing you and Ethan were in a relationship, didn't you?
Paul insists.
Don't play my mother's game. Seize the opportunity for your mea culpa and behave like a decent person.
She's not moved by his words. The corners of her lips curve up.
Don't tell me you've fallen under Amy's spell.
I don't deny it. Amy was the best thing that happened to Ethan. With her, he was happy. She made him see life differently. He stopped working 15 hours a day, worrying only about the monthly figures. So yes, I fell under the spell of a woman who knew how to make my brother happy.
Bethany scoffs.
A woman who didn't trust him.
She's right.
Ethan's harsh tone makes me jump.
You can't destroy something solid unless the foundation is baseless.
Suddenly, I've had enough of his accusations, his mother's schemes, and my own weakness. I stand up and narrow my eyes at him. You act all high and mighty, but if you were in love with me, you'd have tried to find out why I broke up with you. You wouldn't have let me go without a fight. Everyone is watching me, and I'm most likely drawing the attention of passers-by, but for once I don't care. Now that words have started tumbling out of my mouth, I can't stop. Of course, I should have been happy that you cheated on me, as long as I got to play a part in the life of Ethan the Magnificent. I hear Zoe's laughter, but it doesn't deter me. My tirade may be excessive, but it's sincere. Bethany sneers.
So now it's his fault that you didn't trust him. You have some nerve blaming Ethan for your lack of judgment.
I turn to her, furious. Tell me the truth. Did you set a trap for me? She smirks.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You and Paul are being paranoid. Where did he get such a ridiculous idea? It's not my fault if you jump to the wrong conclusion. I had a legitimate reason to be there.
Almost naked?
I don't remember being almost naked.
Are you kidding me? Is she trying to make me look like a liar?
I have no idea what you're talking about either.
Ethan intervenes.
The reason we broke up isn't related to Bethany, and you know it.
What is he talking about? Did this woman paint me as the one at fault for our separation? No, I don't know. Why don't you explain it to me?
Why should I?
Though he seems void of emotion, his words carry fury and anger in them, drowning my heart in sorrow. I've probably lost him for good. His indifferent expression says it all. My gaze moves to Bethany, who displays a victorious smile. You know, I was mad at you for years, but now I see it wasn't worth it. I refrain from storming away. Instead, I make a quick but peaceful exit before the conversation devolves any further. I seek refuge in my room, where Zoe and Allison join me soon after. Allison tries to comfort me.
You handled the situation well.
You know that's not true, Allie. I lost my cool, and I gave Bethany the satisfaction of knowing her presence in Ethan's life bothers me. I sigh and bury my face in my palms.
Aren't you curious about what Ethan meant?
Zoe asks. I look up at her quizzically. About what?
He said Bethany wasn't the cause of your separation, and you knew it.
I guess he believes some story Bethany concocted.
I didn't get that impression.
Zoe insists. Our conversation is interrupted as Ariana arrives to remind us that if we're interested in going to the beach, we should leave soon. Our evening plans totally slipped my mind, but I confirm we're still going. The girls are hesitant, but they come round when I tell them I need to get away from Ethan. A little later, we head to what Ariana describes as the most lunar-like beach. Her description couldn't be more accurate.
Oh, I didn't expect this.
Zoe exclaims.
It's as if a sculptor had a fun day at the beach.
These rocks were formed by the ashes after the volcano's eruption of 1600 BC.
Ariana explains.
A word of advice: don't take your shoes off. The beach is pebbly and you risk hurting your feet. I should have warned you to wear the right shoes.
Don't worry, we'll manage,
Zoe says, walking toward the seafront. They look indeed like sculptures, I say, feeling the hot, almost black sand under my feet. A gentle breeze is caressing my face, and I momentarily forget all my problems.
Yes. The rain, the waves, and the winds created these unusual, unique shapes and patterns.
Ariana says. Allison points with a theatrical gesture to the landscape.
You may just as well be walking on a movie set.
The cliffs, the sand, the sea, the sunset, and an interesting crowd around on top of that. Perfect. The only thing missing is to find someone to flirt with before we leave.
Zoe says.
Come on. Let's sit at the bar. You'll love the decor.
Night is starting to fall. As the sun sets, it casts shades of orange, yellow, and red on the rocks, making the place appear magical. Vincent arrives and joins us. He smiles at me and it warms my heart. Finally, someone who doesn't give me accusatory looks.
It's unreal. It feels as if we're on the moon.
Allison exclaims, and I can only agree with her. Ariana sips her cocktail, a radiant smile on her face.
When I was a teenager, my friends and I used to spend our time exploring the nearby caves. There are several of them along the beach.
Can we swim to them?
Zoe asks, ready to live new experiences as always.
I wouldn't advise it. The waters are too deep,
Says a voice behind us, the familiar sound making my heart skip a beat. Who the hell invited him? And he had the audacity to bring Bethany. A heavy silence sets in. Even Paul seems lost for words. Bethany breaks the silence as she inches closer to Ethan.
You were right.
She says with a provocative smile.
It is a beach made for lovers.
Is she insinuating that she and Ethan are here as a couple? I feel the blood drain from my face at the thought, and I hold tight to my glass.
Well, a beach made for lovers works out great. It's the perfect location for Ethan to be alone with Amy and tell her how much he's in love with her.
Zoe blurts out. I know Zoe can be unpredictable and that she's only trying to help, but I want to toss her into the sea right now. Ethan doesn't react, and I stand there, wishing I could melt into the floor. Total humiliation. Vincent, who just suggested we go for a walk, seems perplexed. It's not difficult to feel the tension in the atmosphere. I turn to him and try to put a smile on my face, but fail miserably. I'd love to take a walk with you. I've seen enough of Ethan and Bethany together. Vincent doesn't have time to get up before Bethany jumps in.
I see you've already changed your target.
That's it. Without thinking about it twice, I throw my cocktail at her. Exactly, I say, setting my glass back on the table. Her indignant cry hardly moves me. Perhaps tomorrow I'll regret being so impulsive, but I couldn't take her insinuations any longer.
You're going to pay for that.
She cries, holding her wet blouse away from her skin as she glares at me. Ethan stares at me without blinking. I gather he's not thrilled with my behavior, but I'm not about to explain myself. He passes some napkins to Bethany, who clings to his hands and leans toward him.
You saw what she did, right?
She complains, adopting a distressed expression as she dabs the napkins against her chest.
She's crazy. It's a good thing you dropped her.
Don't play the victim all of a sudden. You've had it coming ever since yesterday.
Paul says, now laughing openly. Zoe, Allison, and Ariana have their mouths hidden behind their hands, holding back their own laughter. Vincent's confused air tells me that he regrets having accepted my invitation to join us. Ethan doesn't answer, but throws me a frustrated look. I expect him to start consoling her, but instead, he grabs me by the hand and drags me away from the others. The beach is long, and after only a short walk, it's as if you're in your own private space. Normally, I'd find the idea of being alone with him in such a romantic setting great. However, at this moment, I'd give anything not to be alone with him, to have one of my friends tagging along. Our walk down the shore seems both too long and too short until he stops and stares at me, his lips pressed together.
How old are you? 15.
I refuse to answer him. Not only do I not want to justify my behavior, but I also know he won't understand. I behaved immaturely, but Bethany provoked me. I'm not proud of what I did, but I couldn't tolerate being Bethany's target any longer. He turns me toward him and raises my chin. I see a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and I realize I was holding my breath. Maybe he's not as upset as he wants me to believe. He caresses my cheek with his thumb and my heart races. He takes my face in his hands and kisses me. A sweet and tender kiss that fills me with joy and relief. You're not mad at me?
Oh, I am. But my desire to hold you naked in my arms exceeds my desire to lecture you, right now. Let's get out of here.
Everyone's going to wonder where we went, I protest feebly.
They can guess the answer. I want to be alone with you.
Why? I don't believe he's in a relationship with Bethany anymore, but I'm still confused about his feelings toward me.
Because I've missed you.
He kisses me again, and never has a kiss been so romantic and passionate. Perhaps the light of the moon accentuates the dreamy landscape that surrounds us, or it's our hearts beating in unison. All I know is that my body is burning with desire, and I'm ready to follow him to the end of the world. We barely speak during the journey back to the hotel, but my thoughts are loud and jostling around in my brain. I'm eager for us to be alone, but I regain my senses as soon as we enter his room. I'm looking for excuses not to ask myself the scary questions. Why am I trusting him again with my heart when I have no idea how he feels about me? The thought of him wanting me, but not loving me terrifies me. We need to let the others know we're gone.
I sent a message to Paul.
What about Bethany?
Are you worried about Bethany now? I'm sure someone will bring her back.
I wouldn't bet on it, I mutter. He barely hides a smile before letting out an exasperated sigh.
After what you've done, firing her may be more complicated for me. Just for that, you owe me.
Oh, and what do I owe you?
For starters, a little more trust.
He paces up and down between the balcony and the room, and his words don't reassure me about the rest of the evening. I doubt anything will happen between us if he feels that way.
I wonder if I shouldn't leave you for good. What kind of person behaves so purely? You're lucky I can't get you out of my mind or my heart, because the only desire I have at the moment is to knock some sense into you. Although,
he says, stopping to stare at me,
behaving like a jealous teenager suits you.
I didn't do it out of jealousy. I want to stomp my foot, but that would only prove his point. He strides toward me.
Is that true? Because I see a green glow in your eyes.
Then you're hallucinating.
And what about me? Should I be worried about Vincent?
He wraps his arms around me, gazing deeply into my eyes. Who? My mind is muddled by his fingers tracing circles on the hollow of my shoulder. His gentle laughter shows me that he knows what effect his caress has on me, but I couldn't care less. I want just one thing. He reads my thoughts, his hand slowly pulls down the straps of my dress, which falls gently to the floor. I shiver as my skin is exposed to the air, a cool contrast to the fire which spreads throughout my body. He tips his head, and I close my eyes, feeling an irresistible desire for his kiss. A sensual soft kiss that speaks to my heart and my body. When his lips touch the sensitive spot behind my ear, a sigh escapes me. I press against him, and his hands follow the curve of my back in a slow and sensual motion. Nothing else exists at this moment. When he carries me to the bed, I hope for one thing, that he never stops. My wish is fulfilled, and a wave of pleasure submerges me as he explores every inch of my body. The return to earth finds me lying next to him, my head settled on his chest. I feel his delicate touch on my shoulder before falling into a deep sleep. I wake up in the middle of the night, and I contemplate the angles of his face in the moonlight. I wonder how we got here. How has he gone from someone who resented me to this passionate man who knows how to awaken my body and soul? My face flares at the memory of our lovemaking, and I cuddle closer to him. His lips on my neck tell me he's awake. He traces a path to my chest, and all coherent thoughts fly away.
Do you want to talk?
He asks softly. I stretch out my hand to stroke his face, fingers splayed against his skin. He smiles and resumes his journey. Chapter 11. I'm awakened by the bright sun shining on my face through the balcony door. I glance at the clock on the nightstand, and am alarmed to see that it's 10 o'clock. I've never slept in so late. The girls must be wondering what happened to me. I blush at the prospect of explaining myself, and I feel a hint of disappointment when I notice Ethan is nowhere to be found. It was idiotic to expect him to be here this late. He has the unfortunate habit of rising at dawn. In a way, this is better. I want to take some time to ponder the previous night's events, and I wonder if our evening together is of any importance to him. For the moment though, I have to find Allison and Zoe. Per Ariana's suggestion, we plan to visit Thracia, a neighboring island that isn't affected by tourism yet. I get dressed and try to sneak into my room, hoping my friends aren't upset with me. Instead, I come across the last person I want to see. Mrs. Anderson. She walks briskly, dressed for a day out. She looks at me scornfully. Seeing that I'm wearing the same rumpled clothes as last evening, she understands at once that I spent the night in Ethan's room. After all, his room is the only one in this wing. I try a hello, to which she doesn't respond. She's attacking me in good and due form.
You think that sleeping with him will bring you back into his life? It's pathetic. Even I wouldn't have thought you could fall so low.
Although I know her accusation is baseless, my eyes prick. I didn't sleep with Ethan to win him back. I was pondering our relationship before she delivered her verdict. I don't answer, but I hurry past her. Once I reach my room, I fall on my bed. She managed to tarnish my night with Ethan, and I can't help but feel that she's somewhat right. It was stupid. I gave Ethan the opportunity to break my heart again. Someone knocks on my door, and I drag myself out of bed to open it.
Hi.
Ariana says with a smile that fades away as soon as she scans my face.
Amy, is everything okay?
Yes, perfectly fine. My voice cracks on the final word. That and my puffy eyes, red from holding back tears, ruin my act.
You're not very convincing. Seeing Ethan happy this morning, I thought you'd have a reason to smile as well.
You've seen him?
Yes, he had to dash to Athens, but he'll be back this afternoon.
She gives me a note from Ethan asking me to keep my evening free so we can go out for dinner and talk. As I read it, joy sweeps over me, but at the same time, anguish rears its head. What if he tells me our night together was a mistake?
Paul and the girls left an hour ago to visit Theracia. They didn't want to wake you, but they told me they'd love for you to join them.
Ariana adds. I look for my phone, worried about what my friends will say. When I find it, I notice it's turned off. I turn it on as Ariana leaves the room and is back with a fruit salad before I know it. She forces me to eat and gets me to confide everything about last night to her. I made love with Ethan. She claps.
I knew he still had feelings for you.
You're not that naive, Riona. Wanting someone isn't the same as having feelings for them.
Of course it is. Ethan would never do anything to hurt you.
I raise my eyebrows and she hastens to add.
Okay, I know you have reasons to doubt that, but after observing Bethany, I reassess the situation. Chances are Paul is right. She and his mother colluded against you. Ethan hasn't explained himself yet, but I bet he'll do so soon.
The mention of Mrs. Anderson reminds me of our encounter this morning. When I tell Ariana, she gasps.
It's pretty bold of her to say such a thing.
I burst out laughing, catching her off guard. I'm sorry, I say after a few moments. It's so outrageous that I couldn't help it. The worst part is, I've never done anything to trigger her hostility.
I think she's a possessive mother who doesn't want to lose her son.
Well, she doesn't seem to have the same problem with Bethany.
Which makes sense. She doesn't feel threatened by her. She knows Ethan will never have a serious relationship with Bethany. By encouraging Bethany's weakness for him, she feels like she's holding the reins.
You mean she wants her sons to be alone? Ariana ponders my words before answering.
She's probably not even aware of her behavior, and strangely enough, her obsession appears to be limited to Ethan.
Ariana could be right. I never thought she'd be afraid of losing Ethan. I've always interpreted her actions as being those of a woman who's accustomed to getting her way. Since everyone is gone and Ariana has to work, I take the opportunity to visit Exo Yalos and spend the rest of the morning lying on the beach. The girls end up calling, urging me to join them, but I decline, wanting to spend some time alone. As it's such a warm, sunny day, most people are out enjoying the sights, so when I get back, the hotel is quiet. I've chosen the perfect day for introspection. After savoring a Greek salad and grilled fish in my room, I decide to take a catnap. Voices wake me, and when I step out onto the balcony, I see that everyone is back. They're having a late lunch, so I freshen up and go down to join them. Before I reach the table and anyone notices my arrival, I hear my name. Although my instincts tell me to make my presence known, I stay hidden behind the column by the front door.
You know deep down that you don't want her back in your life. What did she bring you last time? When are you going to open your eyes and see that she's an opportunist?
It's Mrs. Anderson's voice. I expect Ethan to defend me, but he stays silent. Instead, Bethany chimes in.
Your mother is right. She was unfaithful once. Why wouldn't she be again?
I must be dreaming. My hands begin to shake, and I have difficulty breathing. I was unfaithful? What on earth is she talking about? My world feels as it has suddenly been turned upside down.
You should go out with Bethany if you want to date a decent person.
Continues his mother, unruffled. I see Zoe tapping her foot, which means she's ready to explode. Mrs. Anderson and I need to have a discussion once and for all. Resolved, I march to their table. You know what? I say as I stand in front of her. You don't have to worry about how to get rid of me. If Ethan wants to be with Bethany, I'll wish them happiness. It's true I made mistakes, but I never meant to hurt him. I came here only to ask for an explanation and hopefully put the past behind me. I turn to Ethan. Even if I'm 3 years too late, I wanted to tell you how your actions were unspeakable back then, and I did. That said, I still love you and probably always will. Being in love with you wasn't part of my plan, but there's no point in denying it anymore. It was important to put an end to our story, and I thought I'd be able to move on. I had no idea I'd find out that I never stopped loving you. There are so many things I regret, and although I'm sorry, I have to accept that I can't change the past. I'm about to make my escape, except that Bethany hasn't said her last word.
You're incredibly naive if you think Ethan will fall for your theatrical speech.
Ethan doesn't move or say anything. How typical of him. His mother doesn't deprive herself, though.
You can claim your love for my son all you want, it won't change my opinion of you. I asked Bethany to lie to you and pretend to be at that hotel room with Ethan, because I knew you weren't strong enough to fight for him.
Her confession casts a chill over the table. Ethan turns toward her with a furious air, and Paul declares with glee,
At last, a spectacle worthy of the name.
I gape at her. You actually conspired with Bethany to trick me into believing Ethan was cheating on me with her? My blood freezes upon realizing what her words imply. Does that mean Ethan didn't sleep with Bethany? But then why didn't he try to explain? Why didn't he tell me the truth?
The question isn't what I did, but what you did. You claim that you loved him, yet you were quick to assume he cheated on you. You have no idea what love is. Love is based on trust, so don't tell me it's my fault you failed. If things happen that way, it's because you didn't love him. In fact, I didn't expect my plan to be so successful. I thought it would take longer to get rid of you.
I have never felt so much anger towards someone. I start shaking and my stomach churns. I did love him, I say, refusing to let her have the last word. I loved him from the moment I realized he was a decent person with a good heart and a good sense of humor, who made me happy. I knew that my love for him was even stronger when I realized I wanted to make him happy. You're right. I made a mistake by not trusting him, and I'll pay for it for the rest of my life. Why? Because I didn't trust myself enough. I never thought I deserved Ethan's love. But you know what? I was wrong. I'm worth more than you and I give myself credit for. Before I met you, I thought parents only wanted happiness for their children, but you proved me wrong. Thank you for this lesson. I won't be forgetting it anytime soon.
Mother, why did you accuse Amy of cheating on Ethan?
All eyes are on Paul now, as if his interjection was out of context, but I'd like to hear the answer to that question too.
What?
He asks with an innocent air.
Better have all the answers while we're at it. This story is perfect for this setting. It has all the elements of a true Greek tragedy.
Even though your brother decided to hide the truth from us, it happened nonetheless. That's why I accused her.
Mrs. Anderson retorts.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Zoe glares at her.
Amy never cheated on Ethan.
Yes, she did. Bethany saw Amy's texts on Ethan's phone the day after her encounter with Amy at the hotel. Ethan had left work early and forgotten his phone. Bethany wanted to return it and accidentally read Amy's texts. She asked him not to contact her again and made it clear she was in love with someone else.
Ethan's closed expression tells me everything I need to know. This isn't an invention. My thoughts are bouncing all over the place. Something is escaping me, but I have trouble concentrating. I hear Allison say,
I don't understand. When did Amy send these texts? She lost her phone the same night she returned from the hotel.
How do we know you didn't send those texts?
Zoe asks, staring Bethany down. Bethany has difficulty deflecting the blow. Her shoulders crumble slightly and her face falls.
I'd never do something like that.
Zoe scoffs.
Of course you wouldn't. Because scheming to make Amy believe you had a relationship with Ethan is so much nobler.
Bethany is finally losing her haughty demeanor. I can't rejoice though because something is dawning on me. This conversation has dragged my forgotten memories of that night to the forefront. She's telling the truth. I sink into a chair, my voice trembling as I say, they're right. I sent those messages to Ethan. Stupefaction and disbelief can be read on the faces surrounding me. Everyone is wondering the same thing. How could I have cheated on Ethan? Zoe and Allison are the most shocked, and with good reason.
It's not true.
Allison protests while Zoe shoots Bethany daggers. Ariana's kind smile shows that she doesn't judge me, and Paul hastens to declare,
Ethan's not off the hook, nevertheless. He's still an idiot because he's unable to realize that my mother and Bethany have been plotting behind his back for years.
Bethany displays a triumphant smile, and Mrs. Anderson jubilates.
You finally admitted you're a liar. I knew you were unworthy of my son.
None of these reactions fazes me. I'm only interested in Ethan's, and I know his heart is broken. Not only did I not trust him, but I just admitted I lied. I don't even know how to explain the situation. I'm so furious with myself. I stand to get away and put my thoughts in order when Ethan's voice stops me.
Don't you think it's about time we two have an honest talk? Unlike you, I'm ready to acknowledge my mistakes. I should have never let my pride take the lead, even after getting your texts.
He approaches and tenderly wipes away my tears.
You were right. I should have fought for you. Because I love you, and no matter what occurred in the past, no matter what mistakes we made, nothing will stop me from loving you. We have a lot to say to each other, and I have a lot to say to Bethany and my mother. Come to think of it, why waste any more time? Bethany, you're fired. And as for you, Mother, unless you accept that I love Amy, and she's the most precious person in the world to me, I don't want you around trying to undermine my happiness. There's no chance I'll ever forgive you.
She almost chokes.
But you're ready to forgive her infidelity.
I already have.
I can't remain silent any longer. I can't bear the thought of him having any doubts about my feelings. I have to reveal the truth at the risk of making a fool of myself. Ethan, I never cheated on you. After getting back from the hotel, I was so miserable I ended up heading to the beach with some wine. When you tried to reach me, I panicked. I didn't want you to have a chance to persuade me that what had happened wasn't important. After finishing the first bottle, I sent you the message asking you not to contact me anymore. At the end of the second bottle, I wrote you those horrible messages about another man. I wanted you to suffer as much as I was suffering. I wasn't in my right mind. Then I threw my phone into the sea. I don't know why I suppressed this memory until now. I thought I had misplaced it. I only remembered waking up on the beach with my heart broken and 2 empty bottles lying beside me. Everyone is shocked silent. Only Paul reacts.
To sum things up, you two would do us all a favor if you got back together. At least this way, you won't meet someone else and make them miserable for no reason whatsoever. Luckily, it took you only a few days to get things right. Okay, 3 years and a few days, but who's counting? You had an excuse. Both of you are idiots. Oh, and Amy, you should make a donation to an environmental organization to redeem yourself for littering.
The girls burst out laughing, and although I fear Ethan's reaction, I can't help but smile. Ethan turns to me, his eyes shooting daggers.
I so want to be mad at you. To make you pay for all the pain you've inflicted on me all these years, and what's more, over a stupid misunderstanding.
He runs his hand through his hair, looking lost for a moment.
But I know I made the same mistake by not trusting in us. I also know my love for you is stronger than any other feeling.
This time, I throw myself into his arms without hesitation. The clouds have evaporated, and there's only a blue sky above our heads. I know it, I feel it deep within my heart. He holds me tight and scatters kisses over my face. Ariana comes over and hugs us.
I'm so happy for both of you. I want you to know that this place will forever be yours.
I thank her wholeheartedly because I'm convinced the magic of Santorini has contributed to the happiness that overwhelms me at this moment. Zoe and Allison don't hide their emotions, they're laughing and cheering. Zoe jokes.
It's time for me to try the My Day method. Solange, here I come.
Paul hugs me as well.
Welcome to the family for good this time.
While everyone is happy, except for Bethany and Mrs. Anderson, who seem to be on the brink of apoplexy, Ethan takes my hand and we slip away. Once we enter his room, I have no time to utter a single word. He's already taking hold of my lips. When we manage to catch our breath, I ask, "So you're not vexed with me?"
Maybe I should say I am, so I can play this card sometimes.
You'd never do that.
Don't bet on it.
I frown, not sure how to interpret his words, causing his smile to wane. He peers at me.
I'm not vexed with you. I'm vexed with myself for not having the courage to face the situation. I was so devastated after your texts that I couldn't think straight. I promise to never give up or give you any reason to doubt us from now on. It's up to me to convince you that I love you and you can trust me. I promise you, I had no idea about the events that unfolded inside that hotel. Bethany wasn't there when I arrived, and you never mentioned anything. I'm outraged to learn what went on that day. I had told Bethany that you and I were spending the weekend together, and asked her to tell you that I was going to be late. I had to leave the office in a hurry and didn't have time to call you. I never would have imagined what followed.
I believe you, I say, snuggling up against him. Thank you for understanding and not giving me a hard time. Your mother is right about one thing though. I'm at fault for even considering you were capable of acting so despicably. His kiss makes me melt, and I know that this time we'll both be careful not to let our doubts ruin this precious thing we have.
I'm so glad you had the excellent idea of rewriting your day. I suggest we choose one day to celebrate it. I'm sure others would follow your example.
I tell him about Zoe's plans and he chuckles.
I don't doubt for a second that Solange will be far from happy to see her. For now though, I'd rather act than talk.
His hands trace the outline of my cleavage, and I feel as if I'm running out of air. When his mouth follows the same path, my heart explodes with happiness, and I surrender without reserve. Several months later. Ethan, if you don't come right away, I swear.
Swear what?
Seeing him bare-chested, wearing only a pair of jeans, reminds me we've just made love. Even though we have been back together for almost a year, I still feel vulnerable in his presence.
Come here.
He draws me to him and kisses me, taking my breath away.
Was it my idea to invite my mother here?
I can't just ignore her.
I know you don't want our family to be divided, but I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. You're going to be disappointed. You can be annoyed with me as much as you like. I won't change my mind about inviting my mother for dinner. It will always be a terrible idea. Do I have any choice though? Is there something I can do to dissuade you?
His mischievous air tells me he's thinking a repeat of our earlier session in bed might work. However, I don't give him the opportunity to put those ideas into motion. You should get dressed. She'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay. I agreed she'd come for dinner, but I'm not going to get dressed to the nines.
I'm only asking you to wear a shirt. I push him toward our room, and I wonder about the effectiveness of my approach. Ethan can be stubborn, and he's capable of sabotaging my efforts. I'm not sure why I want our relationship with his mother to improve so much. She's never accepted that we're together again, but I still hope she'll change her mind after witnessing how happy we are. I've seen her only a few times since our return from Santorini, and it was always during a company event. Ethan makes no effort to reconcile with her, and Paul doesn't act any differently. So, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I'm already relieved she accepted the invitation. To be honest, I didn't expect her to. The doorbell rings, and I take one last calming breath before opening the front door to greet Mrs. Anderson. To my surprise, she has arrived accompanied. She hadn't informed me, but I don't mind. I tend to cook more than we need. It's a habit we've adopted lately so we can freeze the leftovers and use them on the days when we're both busy until late. Ethan, who's coming down the stairs, approaches and protectively drapes his arm over my shoulders, but he makes no gesture toward his mother. I see that she's affected, so I bend over to kiss her cheek. After a second of hesitation, she does the same. She introduces us to Bill, who seems to be aware of the situation because he tries to create a pleasant atmosphere from the start. With his tailored suit, gray well-cut hair and gentle smile, he looks quite distinguished. He carries himself with confidence and shakes my hand warmly. They've been dating for a few weeks now, and he seems to have a positive influence on Mrs. Anderson, who is a little more measured in her remarks toward me. Ethan whispers that it's in all likelihood the calm before the storm. It's clear he doesn't plan on lowering his guard. On the contrary, he taunts her.
Mother, you'll be pleased to hear that Amy and I are planning to get married.
I begin to cough because that's an exaggeration. We've talked about marriage, we both know we want to be together forever, but we don't have any concrete plans. Moreover, I don't think this is the best time to talk about it.
Your brother doesn't miss an opportunity to mention it. I don't see a ring though.
She wasn't about to miss that, I say to myself, amused.
That's because I haven't officially asked her. I want to do it in a unique, romantic way, when she least expects it. I want my proposal to fill her with as much happiness as she makes me feel since we've been together.
His words touch me, and I lower my head to hide my emotion. Ethan is never hesitant to express his feelings. He doesn't want to give me any reason to doubt him again. The disaster with Bethany marked us.
What do you expect of me, Ethan? You and your brother have always done as you wished. Nevertheless, I admit I went too far regarding the incident with Bethany. If Amy is the woman who makes you happy, I'm ready to accept it.
Whether you accept it, or...
He begins to say, and I kick him under the table. Truth be told, there's no hint of joy in her eyes, but she's making an effort, and that's enough for me. Thank you, I say simply and squeeze Ethan's hand. He understands the message and keeps his thoughts to himself. Much later, huddled in his arms, I hear him warn me.
Don't get your hopes up. My mother won't change, and you didn't have to thank her for being polite.
Ethan, I love you, and I'm happy with you. I don't wish our happiness to be spoiled by nonsense. I'm confident she will change over time. Did you see how relaxed she looked with Bill?
Sweetheart, it won't last long. I bet my mother will make snide comments all through our life, but you're right on one point, I don't care. I managed to win your heart, and that's all that matters to me.
I fell in love with you the moment you put my hand on your heart. The magic of that moment will forever be etched on my mind.
If only I had known, it would have saved me from anxiety every time I invented a business lunch or dinner to see you. And before moving on to more enjoyable activities, let me remind you that we had a bet about how many times my mother would mention one of my exes, and you lost. Therefore, you owe me an answer.
I pout. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell.
Maybe I should refresh your memory then.
He starts tickling me, and I surrender. Okay, ask your question. Besides, she only did it 4 times. That's progress, don't you think?
Glad to see that the situation amuses you. That's not my case though, so let's get back to my question. Do you have any idea what happened to my share of the pie Allison brought yesterday? If I remember correctly, she wanted my opinion, and I also remember hearing you promise not to touch it. Oddly enough, it disappeared today.
I burst out laughing. That's your question? I was afraid you'd ask me if I was attracted to the Adonis who lives on the 2nd floor.
I could have, but I already know the answer. On the other hand, I have doubts about the fate of my pie.
I lean over to touch his lips and make him forget about the pie. She promised to bring more, that one wasn't perfect yet. He laughs.
Thank you for an answer that isn't really one. I now know how to keep you naked in my bed. Simply ask a question you don't want to answer.
He flips me under him and covers my lips with his so that I can't answer him back. His hands caress my back and he makes me lose my train of thought. Chapter 12. 2 months later. Let's walk, I say to Ethan. The moon shines brightly above us and a warm spring breeze blows.
Are you sure? It's late, and you had a busy day.
I am. It's a perfect spring night and I want it to last. We've just spent the evening with our friends, and since it's lately become rare that we gather all together, I wanted to enjoy their company as much as possible. But I also want to enjoy Ethan's hand in mine as we head back to our apartment. I'm never tired of walking hand in hand with him.
You're happy, aren't you?
Ethan asks, taking me in his arms. I am. Thank you for the lovely surprise. It was a perfect evening. I stand on my tiptoes to kiss him. It's my birthday in 2 days, and Ethan surprised me tonight by getting all my friends together to celebrate it this Saturday.
I promise you another surprise on your special day,
he says, stroking my cheek. If I ask nicely, will you give me a hint?
Not a chance.
I smile, imagining the girls' reaction if I tell them about this conversation. They've been speculating about how Ethan will propose ever since he promised to do it when I least expect it. An hour later, we're getting into bed when my phone chimes. Shoot, I left it on the living room table, I say.
I'll go and get it.
Ethan is out of bed before I have time to move. Thank you. You just gave me one more reason to love you. Can you check the message? I ask, raising my voice to make sure he hears me. It's probably Ariana asking me again if she should keep playing with Paul. I swear sometimes I want to lock them both in a room and not let them out until they've made peace.
You're right. It is Ariana. Well, it's the questionnaire she told us about,
he says as he's returning to our bedroom. Ariana asked us earlier if we could fill out a questionnaire about Santorini. She's running a promotion for the hotel, and our answers will help her refine her strategy. Oh, I can't wait to hear about her idea. Would you like us to answer together? I ask as he joins me in bed.
Of course. Even just to see your face light up as it does every time you answer a questionnaire.
I give him a falsely offended look. I'll have you know that some tests are very useful.
Like the one last week that was supposed to help us recognize our flaws by answering questions about the type of pizza we like.
Oh. Are you still upset that the result said you're too stubborn and I'm perfect? He laughs and shakes his head.
At least we spent the evening making pizza.
See what I mean? There's always a positive outcome.
Let's find out what Ariana has concocted,
he says, reading the first question.
What did you like most about Santorini? The beaches, the food, or the landscapes?
Definitely the landscapes.
Why not the beaches? I find them quite unique.
They are, but nothing compares with the white villages perched above the cliffs.
You're not wrong,
he says before moving on to the next question.
Which of the following places did you like the most? The Red Beach, Akrotiri, or Pyrgos?
Did she create this questionnaire specifically for the two of us? His blank look amuses me. Ethan. We've been to all these places. He bursts out laughing.
Sorry, I was thinking how beautiful you were the evening we watched the sunset near Ia. For a moment, I forgot about everything else.
He leans in to kiss me, and I let myself lose my focus for a few moments, lost in his kiss and the remembrance of how everything changed between us that day in Santorini. How my heart knew before my mind that I had never stopped loving him.
So what do you say?
Ethan asks when he sees that I take my sweet time to answer. I can't decide. The entire day was an enchantment, especially because it was the day I realized I was still in love with you. His gaze turns tender, and my throat thickens with emotion at the thought that we could have missed this second chance. We opt for Akrotiri because there are few places in the world with such a rich history.
Is Santorini the ideal place to get married?
I let out a laugh. Is there any question about it? Of course it is. Ethan raises his eyebrow.
Are you just saying that because it's fashionable to get married there?
Of course not. The reason it's so popular is that it's the perfect setting for a wedding. He kisses my nose.
I just wanted to be sure. Question number 4. Which of these locations is the most romantic for a wedding ceremony?
We have a choice between photos of a white chapel, a hotel terrace that I recognize as Ariana's family hotel, and a beach. Should we pick the hotel? I ask.
No, Ariana wants truthful answers.
I sigh. I'll let you decide. I could get married in any of them.
Except I can't answer that question because if I were to marry you, I wouldn't care in the slightest about the setting. It could be wherever you'd want.
Oh no. Don't try to wiggle out of it.
I promise you that's not what I'm doing. It's obvious that Ariana has in mind a wedding-related promotion, and I think it's the bride who should decide.
You're good, I say with a chuckle as I select the photo of the beach without much conviction. Maybe I should have picked the chapel. They're so unique and picturesque.
Let's move on to question number 5 before you change your mind.
He says with an exaggerated sigh.
If you had to choose an engagement ring, which one would you choose?
I look at the pictures of 3 rings and without hesitation, I click on the turquoise sapphire ring. It's so beautiful, I say. They're all very pretty, but this blue reminds me of the blue of Santorini. Plus, the meander encrusted with little diamonds on its left and right sides makes it the ideal ring for those who want to get married there.
I agree, although maybe up close it's not as pretty. The photos don't always paint an accurate picture of things.
That's true, but I enlarge the image. Take a look. It's even more beautiful when you zoom in on the details.
Are you positive?
The playful tone of his voice makes me look up from the screen. I blink, unable to speak, as he reaches under his pillow and pulls out a small blue velvet box. I gasp as he opens it to reveal the ring I had just been admiring in the photo.
Was I right? Is it not as pretty?
The teasing smile that lights up his face brings me out of my stupor. Is that an engagement ring? Tears well up and my voice cracks.
To tell you the truth, I don't know.
My eyes widen. You don't know? What can you possibly mean? Is he toying with me?
You'll find out if you click on the next question.
He hasn't finished talking and I've already clicked. Amy, whom would you like to marry? Ethan, Kyle, or Liam? I read aloud. My first impulse is to throw my arms around his neck, kiss him with all my heart, and show him how ridiculous this question is. Then again, why would he be the only one to have fun? Oh, I see. I do have a choice. In that case, I pick Liam. Although, what if Kyle is more muscular and handsome? Hard to decide. It would help if I had some pictures to compare. Ethan grimaces.
Pictures? You don't need pictures. It's obvious you should choose Ethan. He's inventive, he has a ring, he's head over heels in love with you, and you can touch him.
Still, I have to think about it. Whilst this is all true, I have it on good authority that he's also plotting behind my back with my friends.
Maybe so, but he's ready to prove his good faith.
Is he? In what way?
If you choose him, he'll give you the ring. He'll show you how inventive he can be, and he'll promise to adore you forever.
With such promises, I really don't have much choice. How could I say no to such a beautiful ring and to a lifetime of being adored?
I hope you can't,
he says, his voice a little gruff. He places my phone on the small table beside him. Then he positions himself in front of me and takes my face between his hands. He kisses me lightly on the lips before saying,
Amy, I can't promise you that everything will be perfect. We've been through a lot, and we know how fragile a relationship can be. What I can promise you is that I will never doubt us. I'm not perfect, but I know how lucky I am to wake up next to you every day. You are my whole universe, and the only thing I wish for the rest of our lives is to see you happy. I promise to do everything in my power to make you smile and to help you achieve your dreams. Will you marry me?
His words go straight to my heart, and I take a moment to savor them. When I'm able to speak without bursting into tears, I answer with an emotional but clear voice. Yes. And I have no doubt about my decision. I just hope you know that marriage is just an opportunity to celebrate with our friends and family, and create more memories. That our daily life, the one we already live, is what matters to me. You think you're not perfect, but you're wrong. You are to me. You complete me perfectly, and you prove to me once again that I'll never have to doubt your feelings. That I can trust you because when you promise something, you keep your promise. I love you more than you can ever imagine, and the day I become your wife will be the happiest day of my life. He takes my trembling hand in his and slides the ring on my finger. When I see that he is as moved as I am, the tears I've been trying to hold back start falling. As he tenderly wipes them away and our lips meet, I feel myself transported to a calm turquoise sea that I know will cradle my dreams and keep them alive forever. A few hours later, I open my eyes with a smile. I look at my ring and my heart bursts with happiness. Ethan lightly kisses my shoulder and whispers,
I can finally say my fiancé without my mother making a derogatory comment.
I laugh at the thought of his mother's reaction, but then I say in an overly serious tone, there's a question that's been on my mind since last night, and I need to know the answer. I pause dramatically, as if I'm feeling uncomfortable about asking. Ethan's brow furrows in concern and I raise my eyes to meet his. What would have happened if I had chosen Kyle or Liam? His face instantly relaxes.
I guess we'll never know,
he says, continuing to distract me with his lips. Is that so? I reach over and grab the tablet on his side of the bed.
Don't you dare.
He tries to stop me from opening it. Of course I will. I feel like I've been played. I manage to click on Kyle and an avatar named Ethan appears. Dressed as an Australian surfer, he speaks with an exaggerated accent.
Hello, sweetheart. I'm Ethan, and to change your mind, I'm offering you a trip to Australia and dinner for two at the place of your choice every week for at least a year.
Oh no. I've always dreamed of going to Australia, I exclaim. This is what I get for being romantic. Let me see what I missed by not choosing Liam. This time the avatar is dressed and coiffed as a dandy from the 50s, a style I like, but his accent is still ridiculous.
Hello, darling. I'm Ethan, and if you choose me, I promise to bring you your favorite pastries for breakfast every morning for a year, and a 3-month honeymoon tour of the most romantic places on Earth.
Oh my God, you manipulated me. Because of you, I missed out on 3 months of a honeymoon, my favorite pastries for breakfast, romantic dinners, and a trip to Australia. I'll start the questionnaire over.
In that case, I withdraw my proposal.
What? You're kidding, right?
On a bet.
I stare at him, crossing my arms. Fine. Go ahead. I'd love to see how you undo a marriage proposal. No one has ever done something so crazy, not even in the zaniest romantic comedies. He bursts out laughing.
This argument works. You win. I'd hate to be the first romantic comedy hero to fall off his pedestal. On the contrary, I'll do everything you missed out on and even more. You forget I still have 2 rings.
I didn't consider that. You couldn't have known I'd prefer this ring. I squint at him. No. No way. I'm not going to be manipulated again. It's too late, you've already gone too far, and you can't buy me off with engagement rings.
I'm happy to hear that. Because I'm planning to give them to you for our paper, crystal, pearls anniversary.
He continues to list symbols of wedding anniversaries, and I realize that I cannot imagine my future without him, not even for a moment. But I can imagine us celebrating our diamond anniversary, walking hand in hand on a sandy beach.
I see that I'm going about this the wrong way.
He says, starting to scatter little kisses on the back of my neck.
Do I have a chance of getting back into your good graces if I add a trip for two to some idyllic place every year?
Maybe.
Maybe. What if I do this every night?
He kisses the corner of my lips before moving lower, making my heart race. Finally, a promise that interests me. Now you can hope for a deal. I feel his smile against my skin, and I know I only need one promise, that we will trust each other and ourselves forever. If you enjoyed listening to Amy's story, check the next audiobook in the My Day series, Endless Note. Zoe's story. When Zoe decides to confront Solange, her high school nemesis, she meets Ian and sparks fly. A fun and flirty romantic comedy with heart. Zoe is a lawyer, the image of a determined and confident woman. The only cloud on the horizon, she never confronted Solange, the classmate at the center of her breakup with her first love. It's settled, it's time to put things right. Except that on her way to confront her past, she meets Ian, a dazzling stranger who questions her approach and seems to enjoy challenging her reasoning. Even though Zoe despises his attitude, her heart has other designs. And when he makes an unexpected proposal, she has trouble knowing if she can trust him. Ian seems surrounded by secrets, which complicate their relationship a little more every day. Can Zoe unravel the mystery around Ian while dealing with her past? This has been Blue Harmony by Mary Kelly Reid. Narrated by Madelyn, Mason, and several other performers from Google. Copyright 2018 by Mary Kelly Reid and 7 Seasons. Second edition 2021. Production copyright 2022 by Mary Kelly Reid and 7 Seasons.